Hello, hello, hello. Can you all hear me? Testing, testing, testing. I think I am live. I should be live. It looks okay on my end. Let me go ahead and post this around the universe really fast. 1 second. I think I did that right. And then let me just do that really quick. And then go here and plug this to everyone. Stream is now live. Stream is now live. Stream is now live. Okay, so there is that. Okay, and you should be able to see me now. Hello. Hi, testing. Hello everyone. Yes, I am live now finally. Or not finally, I was right on schedule actually. Hello, it's wonderful to be here with you all today. Okay, so let me go ahead and post this as well on my other social media stuff really quick. Oh my god, today's gonna be so exciting. See all that stuff? I'm giving away tons of different stuff. I've got some music, I've got some beats going. I'm gonna be playing all kinds of different stuff, and I've got some special guests. Let's see here. Stream is now live. Okay, wonderful. And I just posted that. Okay, hello everyone. And let me just make it so my comment section is more readable for me, so I can see everyone's posts. There we go. Okay, and then I'm also gonna post this. I never post this on my actual personal social media, but I'm actually gonna post the stream on that. 3rd annual Christmas live stream. Okay. Oh by the way. Okay, there we go. Okay, we are here. Hello everyone. How's everyone doing today? Oh my god. Kind of Skylar, thank you. Oh my gosh, kicking it off early with a super chat. Do you give away lessons? Yes, I'm actually going to be giving away lessons, and I'm going to be giving away a ticket to the 6-week group course, or maybe 2 tickets that we have coming up. So in case you don't know, my colleagues and I, we have a 12-week long group course, and we also have a 6-week long group course, and I'm going to be giving away tickets maybe to both of those. We'll see how it goes. Definitely going to be giving away a ticket to the 6-week one, or 2 tickets to that. So that's really exciting. Christmas stream is very poggers. Thank you, Ellie. Welcome. And Sabrina, hello. Gonna be out for a little while. Yeah, I figure, everyone's probably got something. Oh, let me move my camera just a little bit. Yeah, I figure everyone's got, something to do today usually, but I like to create a space where, people can come and be here, without feeling like they don't have a place. So it's wonderful to have everyone here. Oh, whoa, a stream. Yes, I do a stream every Christmas actually. It's kind of like a annual tradition on the channel, and I know that people usually have a lot of stuff that they're doing today, but I like to create a place where people can come if they don't have a place and stuff. So happy to be here. It's great to be here with everyone as well. Wow, chat's just popping off. Awesome. Okay. Oh, is Clover in chat? I didn't see. Hello, Clover. Oh, hi, pretty. Thank you. Broken audio tape. Yes, so I'll be giving away, just so everyone knows, I'll be giving away 2 different Korg monologues. I'll be giving away 2 Volca beat sequencers. I might give away an Arturia key step as well. Some of the stuff is back there on the table. I'll be giving away, is it possible to sing passively with this amazing technique? Absolutely. I have a video on this channel where it shows the progression of my singing voice over 15 years, actually. So you can definitely take a look at that. And then, I release lots of music, and yeah, absolutely. That's so kind of you. Let's see here. And then, there might be some other stuff I'm giving away. So I'm giving away lessons, giving away 2 synthesizers, giving away 2 beat machines, giving away a MIDI controller, maybe some private lessons as well. And there's some software that was donated to me. I'm not really sure what it is yet, but there's some software that I'll be giving away as well, which was donated for the stream. Absolutely. Hello everyone. Gosh, it's so good to see everyone here. Sweet, you made it. Sapphics and their synths. Yeah, I know. I'm not sure. Oh, I've got a little text, but yeah, I'm not sure what it is about, sapphic synth users, but it's quite a thing. How much does it cost for voice lessons? All that information is available on my website, transvoicelessons.com/booking. At this point, I'm currently booked up till March, though. My colleague Clover, I think, has availability starting in January, so that's definitely an option. And then, of course, we also have our group classes. We have a 6-week and a 12-week long group course, both of which are launching in January, so there's that length. Merry Christmas, Z. Can't be here for the beginning part of the stream, but beyond grateful this stream exists because I sure need it today. That means so much. Jane is here. That's definitely why I have this. And just so you know, if you're new to this stream, the annual Christmas stream is actually my longest stream. So, I'll probably be here for probably 5 hours. So, we're getting super comfy, super cozy, no rush here. I've got some synthesizers. Can you all hear that? Okay, wonderful. I thought so. And you can all hear this, right? Ooh, how about this? Yeah? Okay, great. I've got it all set up today. And I've got the ability, for once in my life, I have the ability to move the camera around. So, we can kind of pan around when we do different stuff and have a little, oop, maybe the camera's breaking. Maybe I don't have that ability. Maybe I just made that up and broke it. Maybe not. We'll see. Let's see. Okay. Yes, Merry Christmas. Oh my God, Tiger Lily, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. That's one crunchy kick for sure. I'll show you the setup I've got going as well. Is voice training and voice surgery the same result? No, absolutely not. Surgery is much more limited because your voice isn't just your physiology, and the physiological changes that we can make to the instrument are not as nuanced and have more complications. So, for instance, when we think of different vocal surgeries that exist, there are surgeries that can essentially reduce mass, increase the tension of the vocal folds, and those would be like Windler glottoplasty or CTA or there's a lot of different variations. Yi-san essentially is just removing mass of the vocal folds, but that doesn't really change the vocal tract. And even if we start thinking about the vocal tract, when we think about how a vocal tract differs between average masculine and feminine voices, we can think that the vocal tract, first off, has a length difference, but more importantly, there's a volume difference. And that volume difference cannot really be accurately altered with surgery right now. There is something called pharyngeal plication, but that is also limited. And even if you were able to somehow modify the instrument perfectly into the pattern that you wanted it to be, that necessarily wouldn't give you a good outcome, because voice is more than just physiology. Voice is behavior. And so there's a lot of culturally relevant and socio-cultural patterns which emerge as a sort of stylistic expression that surgery can't really ever teach. So if you end up deciding on some surgery, I would still recommend vocal training after or before, and I think that the vast majority of vocal surgeons would agree with that. Someone said Lumitone. Yes, I've got my Lumitone back there, so I am gonna play it. I'm currently recovering from this down here, this thing here, and so I can't lift heavy objects. So when I recently did a really high quality video shoot for Lumitone, so that's going to be out as promotional material, and actually I recorded a double album, and so we're going to be releasing a double album of improvisations on the Lumitone along with videos and some other promo material, and because of that, my Lumitone's back there, but I will be playing it today. Let me scroll down because lots of little stuff. One crunchy kick. Do you know if you're going to try to ship internationally? Yeah, I think so. I haven't really considered that. If it's a problem, I'll maybe adjust it, but that's the goal. Also, I've got a distortion box here, so when I play little beats and stuff, I can actually, this is cool. I can actually distort the heck out of them. So I'm going to do some beat production Gonna do all kinds of stuff like that. Play some, let me turn the distortion down a bit. Gonna play some other things as well. It'll be really fun. Sounds so pretty, so glad. Is there a chance that you have a Discord group or no one for trans people? Yeah, there are definitely several ones. I also have one as well. It's actually through my Patreon. I'm probably gonna start to open up aspects of it publicly in the new year, but if you would like to join that, there is that. Let's see here. Gain the full cinematic scope of the screen. I know it's very rare. Your makeup feels different. It looks nice. Thank you. I'm not wearing very much makeup today, just a little bit of concealer, a little bit of highlighter here, and obviously some eye stuff. Christmas with the Queens we love, cultural relevancy. I've achieved 1.7k R1, please help. Oh dear. Let's see. Yeah, every surgery I've heard of include vocal training as part of the process. Yeah, absolutely. Vocal training for a year is mandatory after surgery. Yeah, that would totally be sensical. How much time would it take for someone to reach an accurate female voice starting from a quote-unquote manly one? Well, it just depends. I've heard people do it in a month. I've heard people do it in 2 months. I've heard people do it in 5 years. I've heard people not get it in 15 years. It really just depends on how you approach it and what you do and how you practice and how often you listen and work towards your goals. You know, if you think about altering your voice but you don't do anything for a year, well, you're probably not going to get much change. But if you do it every day and you work on it and you explore different stuff, you can get some change quite quickly. So your mileage is definitely going to vary. It's going to differ for every person. So hype. What'd y'all get for Christmas? I got boobs. That's what I got for Christmas. You got an art book, candy, dead named, and mission. Oof, rough. Well, I'm glad you got an art book. That's cute. Yes, did anybody get anything else do you have any albums you can buy? Yes, of course. I actually have 4 or 5 releases here on my Bandcamp. So there are my Bandcamps. What Dirtbox? The Analog Heat from Electron. I've got the analog, let's see here, let me load this. I've got the analog Digitact right here, and the the Electron Digitact and the Analog Heat. I've been having a lot of fun with those. Finally, you're not missing anything. Hi, Stephen. It's wonderful to have you here. Hey there, got insulted on my voice today, but you know, that happens. I got insulted a lot on my voice when I got started too. Society is very cruel, and hopefully with what we do here and beyond, we can change that so that people are less stigmatized and judged for their voice. But I'm sorry you had to experience that. Let's see here. But just because you got insulted today doesn't mean your goals are, you know, further off than where they were. Sounds like a really cool video. Give me a sec. Hi everyone. Can you expand on the difference between M1 and M2? The difference between sounding super thin versus falsetto? Yeah, I mean, so it's kind of fuzzy if you go looking in the research. The simplest way to put it is that it's a different vibratory pattern that involves a different amount of tissue vibration. Basically, your vocal folds you can think of kind of like earth, where there's like stratified layers, like you have like epithelial tissue and then you have like other tissue below that. And so sort of depending on what those are engaged with and sort of how much of the tissue depth is engaged, you kind of get different mechanisms. Of course, doesn't fully stand up to that, but being super thin versus falsetto is going to be kind of a different usage. One of them is going to have, like, you're still going to be vibrating the whole of the vocal folds, just like lightly and less engaged. And then the other one, you're sort of moving the little edges of the vocal folds. Now, of course, that's a simplified model. When we actually go looking at it in literature, it's really not super well defined. Biomechanics of voice is very fuzzy. And it's one of the reasons why we typically talk about perception and the sound quality instead of the biomechanics. But that's like a general description of it. We can think that sort of less of the tissue mass is engaged, and it's a sort of different engagement of the tissue mass. What do you have to do to enter the giveaway? I'll announce that as I give stuff away. It'll just be sending an email to certain places. Let's see here. Got a razor. Practicing in what you've learned. I will go back. Well, that's great that you've been practicing. What's the difference, at least for you, like physical effects compared to downloading Camel Crusher? Oh, do you mean like using like a physical, like an analog thing versus a digital thing? I mean, I think they sound pretty similar, honestly. I think that in double-blind tests, most people wouldn't be able to tell analog versus digital. But I like having a tactile thing, you know? I usually do like tactile jamming, and then I put it into software and then kind of manipulate it there. Like for instance, I was playing with a mono machine recently, and I started making some sounds like this, which are kind of sounds that I don't think I would make digitally. Just these kind of weird. I wouldn't make those digitally. So having like a tactile interaction to kind of really tease out different sounds. It's really cool. So I just like synths because of that reason. Just I get to play them. You know, they're instruments. I don't really feel like digital instruments feel like instruments. They're useful, and I think you could pretty much create anything with all the digital instruments, but I just find the workflow around them is very different. You look so pretty today. Thank you, Tarek. Tarek, I appreciate that. Thank you from Philip. Thanks for all the work you've done. I appreciate that. Does the added weight down there make it harder to sing? Oh, you mean on my boobs? No, it doesn't. I haven't really noticed a difference yet. Let's see. Tactile jamming. Oh gosh, there's so many questions. I appreciate it. Let's see. Okay. I'm a little over ear. I've been on ear. Just one question. Someone has low baritone. Yeah, of course you can feminize your voice. To which extent can you feminize your voice? To whatever extent you want, you know? You're not really limited based on your physiology very much, right? It's like, it's not really that big of a deal. I've had students who have very low, deep voices, large vocal tracts, who have incredible results feminizing. So you shouldn't really be discouraged if you think your voice is starting, you know, in a lower or sort of heavier quality. Certain aspects might be more difficult for you, and you might have to treat certain things with care a little differently, but generally speaking, it's the same. Let's see. Could you do a resonance exercise and how to maintain resonance up? Yeah, I'll do some voice stuff here in a moment once I settle in a little bit more. Good. Clicky buttons are so much better. I agree. Oh my gosh. Ask me that question in a little bit longer. Vio muserata the fluffy cigalicis. Cigalicis? I like that. I'm curious what your vocal range is. Has it changed with voice feminization? Yes, very, very much actually. My vocal range is really completely different than what it used to be. My vocal range used to be, let's see. Wait, how come I can't hear that now? What happened? Oh, I know why. 1 second, let me. So the lowest note that I used to be able to sing was this. I can't really get near there anymore. And the highest note I used to be able to sing was like but now I can get there pretty easy. So my vocal range has totally changed. I used to have basically like an A flat 2 to around like a G4 when I first started training my voice. And then at this point I kind of have like an E flat 3 or D3 up to like a D5. So the whole thing's kind of shifted over about 6 semitones roughly, give or take, depending on the day. I haven't warmed up my voice either today, so is that the pulsar? Yes, I actually have 2 pulsars. I'll play some pulsar for you later today. Ooh, my boobs hurt. I'm stretching my arm too much. I'll play some pulsar for everyone here in a little bit. Actually, I've got 2 of them. At what age did you start your transition? I started transitioning at 24. I came out at 23. See, a lot of people say the older analog synths have like a nice hum and glow. I agree, there's like some stuff, but there's lots of like, you know, analog mimicking software now where, you know, it sort of mimics that and introduces some of those artifacts. The non-linearities in software have to be modeled. Yeah, exactly. So the program software is great when it's like based on like the physics of the circuitry, like Lyra was saying, or when it's based on physical modeling of acoustic instruments. Like for instance, Piano Tech is amazing because it's like a physically modeled keyboard, but you know, it's still different. I just like to play the thing, you know? Your voice still sounds hollow even if it's higher. Is that because of thinner thickness? No, typically if your voice sounds too hollow, that's actually an indication that your resonance is not high enough for that amount of weight. So like if I'm like talking like this or whatever, like the issue here is not my vocal weight or my pitch. The issue here would be it would be my resonance. So I just had to shrink it a little bit more. It's like drawing traditionally and then moving into Photoshop to add stuff to play with it. Yeah, that's kind of how my workflow is these days. I like it a lot more like that. Oh, yeah, I loosely know of her. I haven't really talked to her or dialogued with her very much, though. Let's see. Thank you so much for the super chat, by the way. I've heard her music, and I think her music's pretty cool. Thanks so much for the lessons. I'm so glad you liked them. I'm going to be making a lot more video content. I know I always say that, but the thing is I always get buried under lessons. Like this year I had, the last like quarter of this year, I had a lot of really exciting videos planned, but I didn't get to make as many as I wanted because I got sick in October for like 4 weeks, and then my entire work schedule had to like move forward, and so I ended up working for like 40 days straight teaching lessons. I think I had like 2 days off, but it was really so much, and I just didn't have time to edit and make videos and stuff. So this upcoming new year, though, I've reoriented my schedule. So I'm going to be teaching more group classes, and that creates more time for me to focus on making more free content for people. So that's something. I also have this really exciting app planned that I'm going to be releasing and launching and sharing soon. So be on the lookout for that. It just started sort of undergoing development really the last week or so. I actually need to send a server to the developer. I'm really bad at that stuff, but it's doing quite well. So lots of really exciting stuff. How much did knowing music and singing help with the voice transition? So much. Not knowing singing, but just singing in general and knowing music. And it's less that knowing music helped, but more having good ears helped. The better your ears are, the easier it's going to be. That's true for anything with music. It's more practicing forward resonance to my mouth, and there's little resonance in my throat now. So you're kind of talking about somatic sensory descriptions where you like feel vibrations. Actually, the vast majority of sort of work we do with our vocal tract actually needs to come from our throat, not our mouth. I know you're thinking of it as like putting sound in different places. I don't think of resonance that way because sound is a point source wave. So sound essentially moves outwards in a spherical direction following the inverse square law until it hits a thing and either gets dampened, absorbed, or sort of moves elsewhere. And when we think about the restructuring of the vocal tract, the oral cavity is only different after puberty by about 20% between average masculine and feminine voices, whereas the pharyngeal volume is almost 70%. There's almost a 70% growth in that from pubertal exposure to non-exposure to androgens, then being exposed to androgens. There's actually like a 70% increase in total pharyngeal volume, and the total length of the vocal tract doesn't increase by that much. So actually what we're trying to do is reduce the max amount of pharyngeal volume or throat volume. And so when you talk about not putting the sound in your throat versus putting it in your mouth, I actually have the complete opposite feeling when I feminize my voice. And that is exactly why somatic descriptions of how vibrations feel or where sound goes are kind of questionable, because what you're saying you think helps when you feel, I feel the opposite. And so, yeah, I prefer to think about the sound quality because sound quality doesn't lie. Sound quality is something we can all experience. Let's see here. How much delay? There's actually not very much delay, but I'm so far up in chat right now because I try to answer questions. How old am I? How old do you think I am? Oh dear. Okay, I just scrolled down. I'm catching up. So, not limited by physiology is so interesting and cool. Well, I mean, your voice isn't because of your physiology, right? If no one taught you how to talk, you wouldn't talk. If someone taught you how to talk a different way, you would talk a different way. Speech is like an intersection between physiology and behavior, but behavior is what ultimately animates it, right? We aren't bound to our physiology because your voice is not a direct reflection of your physiology. Your voice is a reflection of your behavior, and your behavior is molded and conditioned by society, which is why you speak with culturally relevant patterns, right? So, physiology plays a role in sort of creating these sort of windows that things might happen in. And ultimately, voice exists because of the ability for our physiology to create voice, but behavior is the animating factor. And so there's a bit of a determinate, what's the word I'm looking for? indeterminate problem, right? Your voice isn't your behavior and your voice isn't your physiology. It's the intersection of the two, and understanding how much of it is one or the other is kind of, you can't, because it's both. I've been trying to figure out the logistics of moving an acoustic piano into a small apartment. That would be really hard. My dad actually moved this one in for me. When I was 2015, I was in Thailand touring, doing a percussion ensemble tour and studying Thai classical percussion. And the church next door, I used to go over there and I used to play jazz music on the upright piano downstairs during their Thursday night lunches. And they liked my jazz music, and they were getting rid of their baby grand piano upstairs. They were getting rid of it, and they offered it to me. I said yes. And so sometime over the summer when I was in Thailand, my dad moved it into the studio here for me, and it's been here ever since. So I'm not sure how he moved it. He did it all by himself. I am a low tenor before doing Ziana stuff, and I think I just got accepted now to sing soprano in musical thanks to my work based on my teachings. Aw, thank you. I'm so glad to hear that, and that's really wonderful. Did you work with Finn this year? Nope. How did you get into music, especially tuning and Zen harmony? I got into music when I was really young, probably like 14, 15. I got into it because when I was growing up, my dad always used to say that I was a percussionist and a drummer. I wasn't, but he used to say that. And, I spent like 10, 15 years apart from him, but that was still playing around in my mind. And then I joined middle school band and I learned trombone. They put me on trombone, but I wanted to do percussion. So we had a band director switch because we had a new band director come in, and I actually lied to him, and I told him that I was a percussionist, and he switched me to percussion. And since then, I was a percussionist. And when I turned 16, my aunt offered to buy me a used car or a drum set, and I told her I wanted a drum set. So that's the drum set I have sitting over there, and the rest is history. I created some metal bands, and I got into metal music. But I wasn't a very good musician or a very good instrumentalist. I wasn't a natural. And it made me frustrated, so I started learning how to do audio production. And that really snowballed the idea of composition. And then I got really obsessed with composition, and I learned a lot of music theory. And then I ended up going to university, and I studied music theory and music composition and got my bachelor's in music composition. And then I was working full-time as a composer. I was working in a successful progressive metal band and touring around. I was producing my own solo music. And that was, that was in 2010, 2012, 13. And then I got into Zen harmony because, I was always kind of microtonal, but I didn't know it. Actually, the first musical idea I ever had was a song called Rushing Forward. I was 15, and I made this song that was like, and it's funny because I tried to teach it to my friends on their instruments or find it on the keyboard, but I couldn't. It wasn't until I recently reflected on that I realized it's because it's microtonal. So, the first musical idea I had was microtonal. People are naturally microtonal, and then they learn music with these instruments and they become, 12-note equal tempered, right? 12-note equal tempered is not like some natural tuning system. Natural tuning system is just free pitch. We just make sounds, right? We speak in free pitch. Like when I'm talking to you right now, the pitch contour of my voice is free. It's microtonal. It's not fixed to some tuning system. So I was always microtonal, but I noticed all these little patterns that kind of added up over time. And then my friend Tom Winspear, who owns Winspear picks and plectrums and pickups, you should go check out his company. Great products if you play guitar. And also he's the one who made my cables. These ones. I have pink music cables. He made those. So he messaged me one day. He sent me a piece by, it's called Aphoriastic Madrigal by, what's the person's name? Let me look really fast. By Fabio Costa. And this was a piece for choir and Fokker organ in 31-note equal temperament. And I heard it and I was like, wow, what is this? I love this. This is amazing. So ever since then, I started composing in microtonality and I've been doing it ever since. So yeah, that's kind of how I got into it. I'm so far behind on questions. I'm so sorry. Let me scroll down. Trombone is nice. I agree, but I wanted to play percussion, not trombone. I think you're at least 300 years collecting human knowledge while refreshing your youth in arcane and mysterious ways. That is true. Yes. I've studied the last 1,000 years of music history. As long as Western music history goes back, I've studied it. And then, I've studied some music theory, music history of different cultures as well. Music theory is actually really what I know the most about. So, voice came after. Let's see here. The precision some softwares have with modeling is crazy. Agreed. Okay, scroll down, scroll down. How can you move more chest voice? I'm kind of heady right now. It depends on what you mean by that, because those terms mean very different things to me than they mean to you. That's kind of one of the problems with them. So I don't think about my voice in a somatic way. I don't think about vibration. So if you mean, how do you get more vibration in your chest? I don't really think of it that way. So it would depend on what you mean by that. I typically think of, chest voice and head voice as vocal weight. And if you would want to get more vocal weight, the way that you would do that is by learning what more vocal weight sounds like, developing an auditory template for that, and then experimenting with different prompts or exercises that encourage you to find that exploration, because that's kind of how voice learning works. Zia, could you ask a music production question? Sure. Would voice training techniques help heavily female smokers sound more like their old selves? Sure, absolutely. I actually work with cis female people pretty often on voice modification stuff and getting either more feminine or more androgynous or whatever. My voice has much adduction in it. Should I get rid of it for feminizing my voice? Well, if you mean adduction in terms of like squeezing more like that can certainly help you. I mean, having a voice that's heavily adducted can be kind of tiring. So, if you feel that that's a real problem for you, then it might be something that you would want to try to change, but you don't have to. But if it interferes with your comfort or your voice function or feminization, then it might be good for you to try to get rid of that, sure. And if you're looking for a place to get rid of that, try to exaggerate it and then work back from it. So if you feel you're too adducted to begin with, try to adduct more and talk that way, and then go from more adduction to slightly less, and then try to move on the opposite side of that spectrum and remove as much as you can, So you can also play with like a sort of purity space where you're working with, more creaky sounds and then moving to more breathy sounds and leaning back and forth between those. That can help you develop the coordination around adduction. I find that having interest in phonology helped a fair bit too. Oh, definitely. Absolutely. Come play AoE 4 with me and Mark. Oh, hello there, Daniel Dirt. AoE 4 sounds fun. Is that what you guys are playing right now? Love that. Mandira, hello, welcome. You make me feel so dumb. Oh, don't say that. Hopefully, dads are great that way. I'm going to call my dad. Do you know if your lessons would help FTM voices as well? Yeah, a lot of the same principles that we deal with help FTM voices as well and voice masculinization goals. That said, I tend to not teach too much voice masculinization. I have, but I just feel like I have so many people who want to work with me that, I know I can deliver amazing results with feminization. So I tend to stick more towards that. I think having having an instructor who can directly model the vocal goal that you're after is really important. And if I'm working with someone who has a feminine physiology and they're looking to go more masculine, the way I would achieve masculinization is different than the way that they would achieve masculinization. And even though the acoustic elements are the same, like we can train them and develop control and guide the voices that way for sure, it's a little different how I would masculinize compared to someone who's FTM. Now, I feel confident that I can help people who are FTM as well, but it's not like my bread and butter. And since I typically work with people who are wanting to feminize, but absolutely, I've worked with people who want to androgynize their voice, people who want to change the age of their voice, people who want to change the accent of their voice, people who want to go more masculine, more androgynous, more feminine. I'm open to work on anything with a student, but I typically do feminization. Oh shit, thank you for that super chat. I'll see it in a second when I scroll down. Also nice getting started on drums. Yeah. I never started on bass. No, I can play bass and I love bass, but I was always more interested in harmony. And I feel like with bass, harmony is a bit more, it's not more limited. Is your metal music still online somewhere? Absolutely it is. You can check it out here. I'll post here's a link to my metal band's music. We've been inactive on hiatus for about 5 years or so. So I don't know if we'll ever come back, but yeah, we've got some albums. There it is. There's our Bandcamp. Let's see here. Assigned equal temperament at birth. Oh my God, I know, right? Wow, I didn't know you work with cis women too? Absolutely, yeah. Adduction means closure, Celeste. So like how much your vocal folds squeeze, right? When I go into 31 EDO and contact, it breaks most of the libraries. Are there any that you recommend well without lots of notes disappearing or random high notes and sign stuff? It's a big problem. I like to work with synthesizers, and then there are some libraries that I managed to get working in 31. I sort of hack my Spitfire strings to do that. And the Contact Native libraries are fine. Basically, you have to have an unlocked library, and it matters where you put the tuning script. So if you put the tuning script before or after the plugin's other script features, it'll make a difference. So, experiment with where you put the tuning script at in the plugin. And then, Serum and Pigments are both really good for tuning, so you might look into those. Keyscape is really good as well. Are we asking voice questions? I'm kind of just answering random questions that I see. I think my brain shuts off every time you talk about music theory. Yeah, that makes sense. You're not a music theorist, but that's okay. Okay. My voice, I answered that question already. Are we going to raid Vosh's stream and call him a coward till he agrees to voice feminization lessons? Wouldn't that be funny? That'd be so funny. So, I won't be raiding anyone. I tend to not be so pushy with that, but that was a fun meme. I enjoyed it quite a lot. Let's see here. Let me click over here. Okay, there we go. What is the ideal practice that you would recommend doing a few times a day? I get this question so much. It just depends on where you are. It depends on what you need. It depends on what your goals are, There's no, universal thing you should do over and over. There's a universal way that we learn voice, kind of, which is, getting exposure to the sound qualities we're looking to change or looking to interact with, and then playing with those sound qualities and then refining them into action. So, but that's more like a meta, right? That's not like a specific action you should do over and over. So it just depends on your goals. It depends on where you are. It depends on your background. It's different for everyone. And that's one of the reasons that kind of, there's not just go do this exercise over and over all day and you'll sound what you want to sound like. Just throwing it out here, smoking also puts you at higher risk of blood clots, as do hormones. Hormones don't put you at higher risk of blood clots unless you use a certain type of hormone. When they did the research on deep vein thrombosis with hormones, they were using non-bioidentical estrogen. They were using Premarin from the 1980s and 1990s. Bioidentical estrogen does not seem to be related with any higher risk of blood clots than being female. So a little bit of that's outdated information. When you use non-bioidentical estrogen, there are a higher risk of blood clots. And I believe there is some anecdotal evidence, I don't know how concrete this is, but really the blood clot risk seems to be from estrone. So if your E2 to E1 ratios are good, you really don't have too much to worry about, I think. So, but I'm not a medical professional. That's not medical advice. That's just kind of what I've gathered over the years. Because if we're using bioidentical estrogen and we are getting levels and ratios similar to cis women, why would our risk of blood clots be any higher than cis women? But if we use non-bioidentical estrogen or non-bioidentical progesterone, there can be other problems. Let's see. What software do you use to get the nice graph showing the spectrum? I use Voce Vista and I use Ozone Isotope. Is there a range that is universally feminine across cultures? There is a sort of shift that is pretty universal cross-culturally, but in terms of a range, that differs for all cultures, generally speaking. Patterns of resonance, patterns of pitch, patterns of weight, and the dynamic interactions of all of those change based on culture to culture, which is why voice is not purely physiological, right? Because it's not like there's a huge difference between the sort of vocal physiology of women around the world. Maybe in regional pockets you'll see different patterns and trends physiologically, but that doesn't accommodate for the patterns and trends we see in terms of accent and cultural behavior. So, let's see here. Okay. Who were your vocal role models? I didn't really have any. I didn't really have any. I just wanted to sound like myself, but feminine. In terms of singing, Ariana Grande. I love her. That's kind of it. Oh, these days I have people whose voices I love a lot, but they're not my goals. So for instance, I talk about this voice a lot. I love Savannah Brown's voice. It's so beautiful and so wonderful. And so, yeah, these days I don't have a vocal model or goal because I like my voice, but there's voices that I like that I necessarily might not want, but I love how they sound. The last few months have been tough for me. I've been dealing with a mystery illness. Oh my gosh, I'm really so sorry to hear that. I dealt with a mystery illness all last year and part of this year, so I can relate to that. They found out I had celiac disease, so I hope you can find what the problem is and get that taken care of. Really, my heart goes out to that. It's really scary feeling sick and not feeling like you're at your best and not having any reason or not knowing why. I felt like I was always very guilty, like, oh, I wasn't operating at my best or peak function, and, I didn't have a thing I could tell people or why, and I don't know. The thing I feel so strongly for people who have chronic pain or some illness that they can't control or some chronic sickness, because it really messes with you. It can really gaslight you into almost feeling like you're afraid the world thinks you're faking it. And that's not even to count the actual suffering that you go through. It's really a lot. And, the really challenging thing about our world is that it never really stops, right? So, like, if you need to take a break and really heal, it's not like the world stops for you to do that. And I don't think that's a good thing. So my heart goes out to you, and I'm happy that you're here. Hopefully this can take your mind off it a little bit. Merry Christmas. See, Natalie Jennings, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that so much. Thank you for your enormously valuable work. I'm going to start on your vocal weight exercises to begin. I'm trying to achieve a sustainable, regular practice with short sessions and positive reflection. That sounds like a fantastic platform to launch off of. So I love that. Thank you so much for sharing. Hi, chat. Seems like the Christmas stream is becoming a tradition for you. I'm so glad you're here. It's a tradition for me too. I've been looking forward to it all month. So I think it's about time to do our first giveaway too. Let's see here. Oh my God, there's been so much chat that I missed. I'm so sorry. Let me scroll and kind of skip down a little bit. By more weight, do you mean volume of wind? No, I mean perceptual density of the sound. Ah, 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 ah. Here are those kind of sound different densities. Ah, 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 ah. One of them sounds very brassy and full and kind of dense, heavy, and the other one sounds more sparse and light. That's what I mean by vocal weight, and it's not volume of wind. Let's see here. The actual fancy acoustic pattern for it is spectral roll-off, but we don't need to talk too much about that. I know you've answered this before, but is there any tips you can give to those who can't practice feminization at home or have a pre-practice to... Yeah, I actually posted a little thread about this on my Twitter. By the way, if you don't follow me on Twitter, feel free to follow me on Twitter. But basically, if you don't have a safe place to practice and you can't find a way to practice, you should do a lot of ear training and listening, You should go and sort of listen to voices that you like the sound of. Here's a little thread on some of that might be useful. There are also resonance exercises that you can practice that, people won't know you're doing feminization. And then also, you can practice some of the vocal weight and pitch stuff and just tell the people that you're not safe to practice around, that you're just practicing singing, Just because you're practicing modifying your voice and playing with your voice doesn't mean people will instantly know that it's to try to feminize it, right? But really, we need you to start to get vocally active, even if you're not in a safe space. So any way that you can get active with your voice and kind of not out yourself for work, ultimately working towards feminization, that would be great. But even just listening, finding voices you like the sound of, creating a playlist and putting it on in the background when you play video games of different feminine voices or masculine voices or androgynous voices you like the sound of, that'll really help you because you really need to have a clear idea of sound, and that will foster your actions more easily in the future. Downvote button. Feel free to send me an email at transvoicelessons@gmail.com. How far does the training include picking up on social cultural cues? Those seem pretty important. Very important. That's kind of this idea of style versus technique, right? So when we think about, make your vocal tract smaller, learn to modify your vocal weight, listen to, create good onsets. Those are technique components, right? They're not the things that drive your voice. What is this? Oh, okay, cool. They're not the things that drive your voice ultimately into sort of sounding like natural, right? Sounding natural, quote unquote, is really this bigger process of having multiple features that let me step back. Sounding natural is really feeling fluid and having all these normalized stylistic traits that are anticipated with our culture. So let's say you understand how to get lighter, sure, but there's also patterns of how weight changes across syllabic stress and prostatic events in your speech. So, pitch contour is a really clear example of where of where it can really change how sort of natural, and that's really much a cultural thing, right? Like if I have a feminine voice but my pitch contour doesn't really sound that good, I kind of sound sort of awkward and stiff. Whereas if I just let my voice be kind of more fluid and more dynamic, you can hear that sounds a lot more natural. And a lot of these features we don't pick up on through technique training. We pick up on them through listening and immersion. Just like if you're trying to speak a language that you don't speak or you're not very comfortable speaking, you might study the grammar and the syntax and the phonology and the vocabulary as technical things. But in order for you to sound like a native speaker, you need to go immerse yourself in that culture so that your ears can pick up on all these little subtle nuances. And that is part of style training and thinking about vocal style. And there's things that we can do with technique to accelerate that process. But yes, it's very important. Yeah, absolutely. How will the lesson giveaways be done and when will they start? So one lesson giveaway will be done through email like I did before, and then another lesson giveaway will be after I end the stream, posting a comment, and then I'll pick a comment on the stream after it goes live on my YouTube, and then I run a comment randomizer like I did last time, and that picks someone for lessons. So one will be an email giveaway, one will be a comment giveaway. Lucas says, I want to learn to sound more like a girl, but I don't know if I should get a teacher or if I should just imitate all day. Both are good options. If you feel like you need some guidance directly from someone, a teacher will definitely help you. It's always beneficial to have some feedback from a professional who's very aware of this process. But at the same time, there's nothing that says you can't get your voice gold just by sitting around imitating and practicing and getting really familiar with the sounds. So, your mileage may vary. It depends on what you're after and how you think you'll accelerate that way. I feel so starstruck watching this stream. Izzy is such a champion and charismatic presenter. Natalie, thank you so much. That really means so much to me. Such a fascinating explanation of voice concepts in such an approachable way. That really means a lot. And once again, thank you for that super chat. That's really going above and beyond, So thank you. Trans-sim really do seem to be either really into music or really into guns. Well, I do love guns, but I'm more into music for sure. So I'm a little both. Infernal Blaze says both for me. Yes, absolutely. I love guns because everyone who wants to murder me has guns, right? Everyone who typically hates trans people or are very transphobic or everyone who's like fashy, they've got guns. So I love guns because it means that in the event something breaks down and those people start hunting after people like me, I can defend myself, Plus there's also the sort of, if the world ever got crazy and someone tried to strip me of my human rights, my body autonomy, or my sort of spatial freedom, I would defend myself, even if it was a giant tank or helicopter, I'll go down with the fight. I will never just surrender my freedom to someone. I know that's kind of a weird way to put it, but I'm very much sort of anarchical in that sense, and I believe someone imposing unjust authority on me, I will not submit to the boot, So at least a gun gives you some chance of making a ruckus, even if it does nothing, even if it's an AI robot that comes and hunts after you, at least I can still make a ruckus. So that's why I like guns. How do you tag people here? I think you do the at button. Contact is a terrifying mess. I love Contact. It is a mess. It's kind of messy. And I also hate when people create contact libraries that are locked. I hate that. If you're a developer and you make locked contact libraries, you will never get a penny of mine unless you didn't tell me it was locked beforehand and then I bought it and then found out it was locked after. Because if it's locked, that means I can't microtune it. And if I can't microtune it, it's useless to me. Music stuff, Pythagoras wept. Hey, Pythagoras ruled a just intonation cult. No temperament allowed. Just intonation only. Bass is nice, but limited to who else you're playing with. Agreed. I love bass as it relates to the way that harmony moves around it and the way that, it can revoice things and it can cause all these beautiful interactions of harmony. But yeah, I tend to prefer comping and laying down the harmony. regardless of what ensemble I'm in or whatever, I want to be in control of the harmony, you know? So if I like playing piano in a jazz group, I really don't like playing jazz with guitarists who aren't, you know, really sensitive compers as well, because I feel like they want to play like certain voicings they want to play, and I want to play certain voicings I want to play. But I love a good jazz trio where I'm on piano, I've got a bassist and a drummer. That's like my favorite combo. And then, you know, typically in ensembles that I'm in, I compose most of the music, or at least, you know, harmony, or I kind of relate the harmony into itself more. So I remember you were starting on cello like 2 years ago. How's that going? Actually pretty well. I will say the last 3 or 4 months I haven't played very much, just because I've been overworked and, well, I got sick and then I got overworked for like ever. And then I've been working on this research publication. Oh my God, it's so exciting. I am going to be published. I'll share that when it's done. I don't want to talk too much about it, but I'll maybe talk about the format of it and what kind of that article is about. But it's going to give me some institutional power so that I can start to change the institution of speech-language pathology from the inside out, even though I'm not a speech-language pathologist. So really excited about that. It's sort of a clarion call for clinicians. Ooh, that's kind of illiterate, or that's an alliteration. Pythagoras should have eaten beans. What the Okay. All right, moving on. Your videos have been a big help. I plan on starting more seriously after moving alone next month. Love that for you. I challenge you to a best of 5 in Smash Ultimate. Do you accept? No, because I don't play Ultimate. If you want to challenge me for a best of 5 in Melee, let's lay some money down. Let's do it. But Ultimate, I can't get into that game. It's too, like, it feels like this. It feels like events. Oh, I moved here, and then I did this thing, and then I put my shield up, and then I dropped my shield, and then I smash attack. Whereas Melee feels just like this fluid stream. Maybe it has to do with the buffer. I'm sure if I played Ultimate more, I'd like it. Like, I'm not an Ultimate hater, but it just feels weird when I play it. It feels like everything's, like, stuttery, you know? Is there a good resource to learn music theory? I get asked this a lot, and honestly, I really don't feel like it. I think YouTube might be the best way for you to learn music theory at first. I feel like the way the institutional organization of music theory works is horrible. I mean, I learned that institution at first and it was useful for me, but I don't think that music theory is really taught in a good way right now. I think it's kind of like mathematics, where like the most efficient way to teach someone math isn't really that common, but certain teachers do it, you know, every now and then. But I really think there needs to be an incredible overhaul in the way that music theory is taught, because music theory can be one of the most sensical and beautiful things to learn that really unlocks so much for you, and gives you a way to describe what you're doing, but it's just taught in such a disgusting way. The biggest issue is that when most people go and learn music theory traditionally, it's like sound is not part of it, right? Like, what is the point in learning music theory if you're not connecting it to sound? But if you're a beginner and you want to learn music theory, the first thing I would recommend are intervals. You should learn what intervals are and what they sound like, and you should become acquainted with all of the basic intervals. So yeah, that's a tough question. I could go on and on about that forever. Personally, for me, when I teach students music, I kind of teach it in a very holistic way where, you know, we think about all the elements of sound, all the elements of music, starting from fundamental building blocks. I kind of like to do a middle out approach where current music theory starts in this really weird, like, I don't even know. Well, okay, here's an example. If you go and learn music theory in a classroom right now, the first thing they're going to teach you are note names, which, I mean, I'm not against note names because they're useful. They let you read and interact with music on paper. They let you kind of have sort of spelling and grammar syntax with music. But the thing is, it's not like there's anything concrete about note names. You know, note names are arbitrary. If I went and played in a system with 10 notes, my note names could be different. They'll have a different structure altogether, right? So it's kind of weird to me that we actually usually start people with we usually start with rhythm. That's the way that basic institutions start music theory. First with rhythm, and then basic pitch, and then pitch names, and then intervals. And then from there we have scales and chords, and then it sort of builds out from that process. But note names being this like central thing in music is so weird to me because they're not even like real, you know? Of course, they're obviously useful because they allow you to communicate better, but it's really weird. I think we should teach things that are like concrete, audible things, right? Like note names are not concrete, audible things, right? They're meta. We applied meta to it. So I don't know why we would start learning meta. when I teach people music, I like to get them thinking about sound right away, starting with all the intervals in the harmonic series, working from simplest to more complex, right? First learning how to sing the unison, then learning how to sing the octave, then learning how to sing the fifth, then learning how to sing the fourth, then learning how to sing the pure major third, the pure minor third. So I like to work from those basic things, and those create this building block structure, and then you can give them note names if you want, or then you can think about the 12 note intervals or whatever. But I like to start with ear training on the harmonic series and then relating that back into this idea of how intervals work, because I just find that that's a more complete thing to build off of, right? So that's a super long question. I probably missed a bazillion questions and comments, but like I said, I could talk about where to start learning music theory forever. I absolutely hate the way that modern music theory teaches music theory. So I actually used to teach music theory for years before I started teaching voice. I mentioned Tom Winspear earlier. That's actually how I met Tom Winspear. Tom Winspear was a former music theory student of mine. I would say probably still a student of my general philosophy and school of music theory, but he took lessons with me for a long time in music theory, and we went all the way from the simplest topics to the most complex, and in a beautiful sort of balance. He's who got me into microtonality in the end. So it's a beautiful relationship we have. I think Tom is going to build me a microtonal guitar. I'm going to get a custom 27-tone guitar where up to where the normal 15th fret would be, it turns into fretless. It's going to have a five pickup switch pattern, 5 pickup positions. There's going to be one pickup that's super exaggerated towards the neck, one pickup super exaggerated towards the bridge, and then a reverse middle pickup where it's going to have more neck on the bottom strings and more bridge on the upper strings, and it will be really awesome. So it's going to be a 29 tone near equal just intonation, so a 29 edgy guitar, half fretless, half fretted, with dope pickup settings. Can't wait. Because I really love playing guitar. I have a guitar back there. I haven't touched it in like 2 years because it's like I don't really want to pick up a tempered instrument. I mean, piano's a little different because I've been playing it for much longer, but I love guitar. I love live strings. That's why I like cello instead. But I just can't stand playing guitar in 12-note equal temperament. And I want to use guitar in my music, like playing guitar, but it doesn't conform with what I want to do tuning-wise. So thank you, Jody. I appreciate that. Merry Christmas. Primarin was the red. Yeah. Biodynamic for the win. Wow, I'm so far behind. Does R1 change feel like you did nothing? Depends on how much you change it by. Like right now, I don't feel I'm doing anything with my voice. I'm just talking. I didn't warm my voice up before I got on the call either. I just hopped on and said, hey. So over the time, my voice will probably warm up more. I'll probably do some singing and stuff later. I remember you're into fighting games, but are you into fighting games? Love fighting games. I haven't played Blast Brew Central Fiction yet, though. Looks cool. And yes, rollback is definitely a huge bonus. Whew, okay, I'm going to skip a bunch of stuff. I'm very sorry, but there were like 2 super chats that I missed, tons of questions that I missed, and I want to make sure that I don't miss that stuff. Louise Richardson, I should have pointed out their singing lessons. Let me scroll back up to that. I take voice lessons online, both out and in stealth. There are advantages to each approach. Yeah, I mean, singing lessons aren't really going to equip you for voice feminization, perhaps with technique stuff, but doing anything with your voice is going to make you better at voice. And the more you use your voice and the more you train your ear and the more sensitive you become to sound, that's going to create a benefit in voice feminization too, right? So it's like even if you're not necessarily training feminization, but you're training voice, it'll still make an impact. So, and thank you so much for the super chats. I really appreciate that. I've missed a bazillion questions. If you have super important questions, feel free to, I want to try to stay on top. I don't know how do other streamers not fall behind in chat constantly? Do they just read chat less? I used to think gun enthusiasm was strange, but now I'm a trans woman and get it a little bit better. That's right. Do you listen to Laura Jane Grace, Against Me, The Devouring Mothers? Not really. I remember that their transition was one of the first ones that I read about. So she's awesome. I love what she's done and I love the representation she's given for the community. A lot of people bring her up to me and I think that's really awesome. Square Pusher has some excellent solo bass performances that are polyphonic. I love that. Same with, Jaco Pastorius, name dropping some basics, but legends. I love good bass players. Figured out how to unlock some of the Spitfire. Jody, that conversation was so helpful. I'm so glad that I ended up not buying the rest of that symphonic strings or whatever, because I'd have been so angry. It depends on what you mean by scream. Do you mean like metal screaming, or do you mean like yelling? Okay. See, I appreciate your work. I think it's incredibly important. Hoping to one day start the courage to build my voice training. You can always get started today, even if you're too afraid to take action, just by listening and opening your ears and playing with different sounds, even if it's not directly on feminization. I hope you can get started as soon as you feel comfortable, and thank you for that comment. Please do change speech language pathology. They don't know what they're doing. I know they don't. I actually am slamming them in this like important thing soon. So just wait. It'll be awesome. I can't wait to share it. It'll be publicly available too. You deserve like government funding for all the voice research you do. Thank you. Well, I've got better than government funding. Okay, well, government funding will be more, but I've got community funding, which is beautiful. So, with my Patreon, in case, you don't know about that, I do have a Patreon. Even if you want to support by $1, it's cool and helpful, but I'm funded by the community. And actually, there's something exciting happening soon. I'm investing a fair bit of money and creating a resource for trans people that will change everything in terms of the way people approach voice feminization. And I can't share too much about it right now, but it's going to be an incredible resource. And I mentioned it a little earlier. It's a little bit of an app, but it's not like, a stupid app like, change your voice app. It'll be something different. And it's already in development. And the money that I'm getting from Patreon is going and funding that. So, that's an example of where supporting that Patreon is not really just like, making my pockets bigger. It's actually allowing me to build new infrastructure for trans people to change their voice with better. So I'm really excited about that. It's actually the biggest thing that I've tried to do in a long time, and it's exciting. Don't talk about what the Greeks do if you prove the square root of 2 is irrational. I love that. Who is your melee main? I'm a bird. I'm a falco. I love dare. I love daring people off stage. Suicide dare is my favorite. Okay. I haven't played melee in probably about a couple months though, only because I put 2 monitors. I used to have 3, and one used to be a fast response rate, fast refresh rate, and I don't have my fast refresh rate monitor is in my closet right now because I don't have enough desk space for it. So since I don't have a fast monitor, there's no point in playing melee. So, but if I had it, I'd play it again for sure. Aw, thank you, Full Heart. That really means so much. Hazy, I'm a bit further along in my voice training journey. I'm really happy with my voice lately. Had a half a dozen friends tell me it's all cis passing and it's all on you. Octavia, no, it's all on you. I just helped provide you with some resources and ideas for you to implement and take advantage of. So definitely give yourself some self-love and give yourself a pat on the back. I'm very proud of you. Great work, okay? Keep it up. I've started transition from male to female voice learning for feminization. Oh, that's wonderful. Okay, scrolling down now, harmonic 7th team. What a beautiful interval. Oh, I've been doing some ear training lately. Well, I'm always ear training, but I've been doing some specific ear training lately with some harder intervals. So, intervals like, okay, so first off, I've almost got all these minor thirds down perfect with ear. So if I take a root, here are some different just intonated minor thirds. Here is the 6/7. This is easy. I've had this one down for probably 2 years. Right? That's like that warm, rusty, buzzy kind of minor third. Just about 10 cents, about 15 cents north of that, we have the 26/22. That interval is an interval I've had learned for about 1.5 years now because it's part of the Eurybia tuning, which is part of my undecimal, 12 neji that I've played in for a long time. It's the minor third in the key of that. So here's this one. Love that one. And then the 16/19, which I've had that down for a while because that's pretty much what we sing when we sing 12-note equal temperament minor thirds. Oops, I missed one. And then the 6/5, I've got that one down because it's the celestial minor third. It's kind of the minor third one, right? Oh, focus, camera. Okay. And then, ooh, beautiful. To me, that's like the bright minor third. It's almost like the major version of minor third. And then there's this one, which is great, which I've had this one down for a while because of the Nova and decimal tunings that I've played in. That's 23 over 19. And so I created this little lovely spread out here where I can easily shoot those minor thirds against each other to train that ear. So I'm really locking in the 267 cent to 330 cent range quite well. So I can just sit here and go. Then I can wait. Then I can imagine what the next one will be up. I love that minor third. It's so beautiful. That to me is like the de facto minor third. And it's the undecimal minor third, so you don't see it too often. If you were to be a limiter and you were to be like, doing just intonation the traditional way, you'd have to go up to 13 limit to even get that minor third, which just shows you how kind of ridiculous limit is, in my opinion, because it's like, why would you need to do that in order to get that? Instead, you can just get it. So, and then the 1916... etc., etc. So those are some minor thirds I've been really trying to lock in. And I'm starting to create an auditory map of them through that 267 to 330 cent range to where it's like there's these firm notches in my brain, and when I hear a root, I can sing those thirds above it. I'm also trying to get them under the fifth. And so it's been a little bit more challenging, but taking the fifth and then singing below those. If I play them all at the same time in like a scale, you get this. So they're quite small. I've also been ear training Reimagining a bit more in 34, which is this weird tuning that sounds like this. And I really want to be able to perfectly sing that by ear, just like I can sing the normal major scale by ear. And I'm getting closer. There's some really tricky aspects to that though. Like for instance, the 176 cent second, that's really weird to my ears, And it's been a long time coming that I fully master it and get it in my ears. So I've been doing a lot of that, but that's neither here nor there. But yes, lots of that. Best way to learn music theory is to pick up an instrument. Agreed. Let's see here. Cam is focused on the mic instead of you. Is it better now? I think we're a little better now. Okay. I mean, we learn to speak before we read and write, so why would you learn to write before you can speak? Agreed. And by the way, everyone, that is really important to keep in mind. The way that we learn language as a child should kind of mirror or create a model for how we learn to feminize our voices or change the sound of our voices in any way. It's about auditory exposure and then trying to imitate and mimic that and then evaluating if you're closer or further away and continuing to take persistent action, right? That's how we learned as a child. Why would it be any different as an adult? Do you do regular music lessons too? Yeah, but the problem is, I have so much demand for my voice lessons at this point that I can't really lower the rate on my music lessons because otherwise I'm just kind of burning my time. So, I don't teach too much music anymore these days just because but I do, yeah, absolutely. I still have some music students, but I used to only teach music theory. Let's see here. Yeah, intervals definitely come first. I don't think there's an absolute turn that often. Okay, let's see here. I know practically. Wow, it's so cool. I love that way of teaching. I'm still so far behind. I can't believe it. Always behind. Scrolling down. If you had a super important question, feel free to repost it because I'm skipping down now because I was so far behind. I try to catch up, but it's just I get focused on one question and I fall behind. My R1 ceiling seems to be stuck at 1200 hertz. It's really hard to sustain. You don't have to go higher than that. So just so you know, it should be 1200 on an A, right? You're talking about the A vowel if you're measuring it, because all the other vowels are going to be different. So for instance, like a 420 hertz R1 on E or F1 on E if you're measuring it through sound, that's actually going to be equivalent in displacement of the throat as 1200 or 1300, right? So on an A vowel. So it depends on what vowel you're on when you're measuring things. Ziana is such a pretty name. Where do you get it from? I kind of made it. Yeah. So I wanted something that sounded like a time traveling cyborg from the future. So it's not really like a quote unquote real name. And of course my actual name's Amelia, right? My name's Amelia, my legal name. Ziana is my middle name though. And it's kind of like my artist name, like a stage name, It's like a moniker. Kind of like, Prince isn't Prince or whatever. He's got an actual name. So Ziana is kind of like my working name. But yes, I think it's really pretty. And I wanted something that felt like a cyborg. Cause it's kind of my thing, Thank you, Ellie Foster. Thank you so much. And thank you, AB, for that super chat. That was a great question, too. I got to play with Scala more. This is the mysticism Spartans warned us about. Yep. Any tips for young people trying to get into the music industry? Network and give everything you got to your music. Do you? And fall in love with music and make music as much as you can. I never really got into the industry of music. I worked in music and I did stuff in music, but really it's because I just made music and then people ended up, reaching me about my music. How do you learn to make microtonal music? It's no different than making regular non-microtonal music. You just give yourself access to the notes. So if let's say you have serum or pigments and you have a synthesizer, just load up a tuning file that's different than what you're used to using and then just enjoy it. Play around, use your ear, see what you find. That's the greatest way to get started on microtonality. You don't need some fancy, awareness of it beforehand. Just pick a cool scale you normally don't work in or a cool tuning system, and then just go to town with your ears and see what they do. And then if you really enjoy it, then you can learn more about it. Manual focus. You go by Z too? Love that. How do we participate in the email lesson giveaway? Good. Luckily chat slowed a little bit. Yeah, let's see here. It's kind of interesting how these intervals make you cringe at times. They're intervals you've never heard before. Are there any tricks to getting out of your own head or overcoming nerves? A lot. I've answered this question probably a dozen or two dozen times on my live streams at this point, but I'll give you a quick rundown. I like to try to kind of disconnect my self-value and self-worth from my voice, right? So if you're getting in your own head or overcoming nerves, maybe you're putting too much into your voice. Like maybe you're thinking your voice, your ability to do it is like going to be a statement about your validity as a person, or like, it has some huge effect over your life. And maybe it does, but that's not going to be helpful for you when you get started. So just think about making sound, shrink the thing into a manageable, approachable, and digestible experience. So it's not an emotional crisis. Oh my God. I don't know what that comment says, but I'll get to that in a second. Oh my God, $100 from, I don't even see it. I'll scroll down. But, in terms of that mental stuff, like that helps a lot. Vocalizing a lot can help you. Oftentimes people might find it helpful to disassociate from their voice. I don't find that, I find it very helpful, but others might find that maybe triggering if they're kind of need to not disassociate from themselves. Also kind of understanding that you don't just have one voice, you have multiple voices. Your voice is a fluid thing. So let's say you go to make sound and something comes out that you don't like. That doesn't mean that you made a mistake. And also, since you practice in private, but you have trouble using it with other people, you should practice for that scenario in your practice room, right? You should imagine yourself walking up to a cashier and prepping what you're going to say. Practice that interaction and then go do that interaction, right? So like, if you're like, hi, thank you so much, like practice that, right? Get a little phrase that you can rely on with cashiers so that once you're out in public, you can rely on that practice that you've done in the past. So that would be something I'd recommend as well. There's a lot of different suggestions there. Learning how to jump start into the sound you want confidently is going to allow you to sort of anchor yourself and root yourself and know that what you're moving into is what you're after. So those are all some different tips for that. Oh, what's this? Okay, someone made a clip. Thank you. Transsim really do seem to be either. This is about guns. I knew it. Into guns. Well, I do love guns. Oh my God, that's such a good clip. Hold on, let me see this. Sure. So I'm a little both. Infernal Blaze says both for me. Yes. I sound so southern. I love guns because everyone who wants to murder me. Okay, that's an awesome clip. Thanks for whoever clipped that. That's great. Let's see here. That's funny. Do you have any favorite piano string libraries? Piano libraries I'm done using. I mean, there's a couple that I like, but I like to use physically modeled pianos. Piano tech is incredible. It sounds amazing and so customizable and so versatile. So piano tech is my go-to for that. String libraries, it depends on what I'm going for. Right now I use Spitfire strings. So that's kind of what I've been making stuff. The name of my FFS surgeon was Dr. Kyo Jampa. He's in LA and San Francisco. Could you do an exercise for residents and how to maintain residents up? Yeah, we'll do some of that. I'm going to bring Clover on in a moment, and we can get into more like technical like voice talk when I bring Clover on as a special guest. Ooh, I'm not warmed up yet, so I'm probably gonna warm up a little longer. Okay, let's see here. Alexis Brooke, I finally got to this. Thank you so much. I really seriously appreciate that. I think that's the biggest super chat I've ever gotten. So that's really awesome, and I'm just so thankful. So thank you, and Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to you. Yeah. See, you are looking stunning. Thank you, Rana. I appreciate that so much. What would you suggest for measuring your resonance? Your ears. I would really recommend learning how to get comfortable hearing resonance and knowing where you are. And then if you do want to measure resonance more accurately, you can use external noise on a phone device. And then, here, let me pull some of this up. I'll give you a demonstration here in a moment. So external resonance on a phone device, and then put it in and modify your size, and then you can see very clearly on the spectrogram where your formants are. So that'd be how I'd measure it, but you should make sure that you can hear it, you know? Camera's focusing on the mic because it knows it's okay. Let me try to fix this. I'm winging it. Is that better? Am I more focused? Okay. Let's see here. Ooh, Camel by Camel. I don't know what that is, but Camel Audio Alchemy. Rest in peace, the greatest software synth ever. What an incredible, beautiful, inspiring synthesizer, butchered by capitalism. Fills my heart with sadness, actually. I think they still develop it, but it was bought by Apple or something, so now it's like an Apple exclusive. I don't know, but God, I love Camel Audio Alchemy. I cannot believe that synthesizer was ahead of its time in every single way. I mean, it had everything. It had spectral, it had additive, it had subtractive, it had VCA, and VCA modeling, it had wavetable stuff, it had more than that, granular. I mean, it had FM. Like, that synthesizer was a software synth that literally had everything. You could import custom filters. It had like 50 filters to start with. It had great format filters. It had okay effects. I mean, incredible modulation and a cool mod matrix. Like, great arpeggiator. That's one of the things I feel Serum is massively lacking, is a good arpeggiator. Like, Camel Audio Alchemy. One of my favorite synths ever. Rest in peace, that software. Let's see here. Z, any idea why in the studio or in private my voice could be so constrained, while seeing live my voice gets a 4 times wider range? Probably that energy, you know? There's a certain power and dynamic and vibrance and excitement that comes when you're live, and maybe you get lost in that and you feel less self-conscious or less guarded, you know, like you're more in the moment, and so your voice can function better. That's what I would guess. As a music major, the term practice room triggered the I was the worst practicer ever in college because I was a percussion student, but instead of practice percussion, I would just go practice piano. Okay, so we focused. You look great. Thank you. So we are going to do a giveaway. Okay? The first giveaway, Merry Christmas. Will there be renewed dates for lessons? It's all on my website. And by the way, I'll plug this again because there's still slots available. We're running out of slots quick. I don't want anyone to miss out if they want to be a part of it. So my lessons are pretty expensive. That's not really a mystery. And Clover's lessons are like fairly affordable. Our group classes are the most affordable, and we are launching a 6-week-long group course and a 12-week-long group course in late January. Those are fantastic. This will be our 3rd iteration of group courses. It's going to be better than ever. The first 2 courses we've learned a lot from, and we're making it way, way, way better. So if you want to be a part of that and be in a group situation, there's 27 people per class. It averages somewhere out to about $70 a lesson. There are 3 instructors for this. You get one-on-one assistance along with like shadowing breakout groups and seeing other people, and you get that sense of community when you're developing and practicing. And yeah, so if you're interested in that, we'll be meeting once a week after the class starts. One of them is a 6-week-long technique seminar that's based on not style, but just, you know, technical components of voice and learning how to control those elements, hear those elements, and integrate those elements. And then the 12-week-long has both technique and style. So we'll be launching some other ones, but those are our 2. I'm going to post it again. So if you want to be a part of the group classes, please do. Okay, now let's see. Scrolling down. The stream makes me feel so better. That's the goal. Oh my God, I love that. I love this Christmas stream. It's been a tradition of mine now, and it will continue to be so. Let's see here. Fun fact, this live stream last year was the first time I ever got called Salia. My life has changed so much since then. It's been fantastic getting to know you in that time, and you've made some amazing progress. Really proud of you, and I'm so glad that this stream was the first place that you could find that sort of that affirming recognition. That's really wonderful. Just join the stream. How does the giveaway work? We're about to do one, and I'll talk about that in a second. Okay, scrolling down. It is now time. I'll get to that question about other stuff. It is now time to bring Clover on, and we're going to do a giveaway. Okay, so let me go ahead here. Yes, Coffee Ears, if you're listening to that, I would still love those domains. I'm going to be using them for the app I'm launching. So that would be awesome. Okay, Clover, join my Zoom. I'm on Zoom for you. So we are bringing on a special guest now. I'll play a little bit of piano while we wait. Oh, I've been making some beats. That's all on this. It's so cool. I set this pattern up so that when I start and play it at different times, it'll like be completely different. I'm glad you like this. This is all live right now. My ears hurt, but in a gender-affirming way. Maybe some more distortion, yeah? Ooh, I got a filter, I forgot. So nasty, right? So, ooh, distort it way up. Yeah, let me see. Let's see what I can do. I love that. Anyways. Okay, we now have Clover. Let's see here. Sound like that. Wow. I'll play some other beats. Let me open up a different one. Ooh, that's some fire stuff though, right? Ooh, save. No, don't save before landing. Don't save. No. All change will be lost. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna open up a different thing here. Okay, so we are now bringing in Clover. Clover. Let's see here. Just one sec. Let me get. Getting a little bit of music. Hello, do you release music anywhere other than your music channel? Yes, I release it on my Bandcamp as well, but Clover. We're gonna be doing a giveaway now. And Clover, I put you in here. You should be able to join and everything. Hello, we're on Zoom now. Hello there. So I think what I'll do is I'll make it so there's 2 of us, so we can each have our own individual cam. 1 second, let me just do this. Okay, so we're now on Zoom. Zoom. Okay. And then I'll have you over here, and I'll have me. Let me just crop me. And go there. And there's that. Boop, boop, boop. And then let me make myself a little bigger. And I'll just go in this corner. And then I'll do that with you now. Oh, whoopsie. Isn't it crazy? I'm actually like getting better at OBS. Is everyone proud or what? Can we get some, okay, let's see here. There you are. Let me make you bigger now. And then I can trim more of the edge of my screen off. Wow, OBS wizardry. The talent though. I know, crazy, right? Crazy OBS magic. Okay, so there's that. I'll put me over here. And then Clover. How's your day going, Clover? Merry Christmas.
Hi, Merry Christmas. It's going good. I woke up earlier than I wanted to. But yeah, otherwise things are good. Got some nice presents. I
What'd you
got this
get?
pullover.
Oh,
I got a pullover. I got some money, which I'll probably put toward laser vision correction.
ooh, love
Um,
that.
yeah, exciting. But yeah, that's mostly it. Beyond, the normal stuff like candy and underwear. So
Any sockies? Any sockies?
I did get socks. I'm wearing them right now.
Good, good. Are you? How are they
They're
comfortable?
black.
Are you
Yes,
loving
they're
every
so
second of
comfy.
them? I
Of course.
love fresh socks. It's one of the greatest feelings ever. Okay, so
They're the best.
there's that, and then I'll put your name above you. Oh, oops. Hello, that's us again. Oopsie, there we go. Copy, paste a Reno. Wait, did that paste? Paste reference. Okay, there we go. And then I can just change this one. Is that right? Did I do it? No, I became Clover when you became Clover. Okay, my skills at OBS have
Uh-oh.
my skills at OBS have taken a nosedive. All right, we're good now. Okay. Yes. So that's wonderful though. Let me look back at chat there. Oh, okay, so here's how we're gonna do our first giveaway. Very exciting stuff. First giveaway is going not reference. Yeah, Joskra, you got it. So for love the live compositing, thank you. What can I say? I'm a wizard or witch. Okay, the first giveaway we're gonna do is going to be a Korg Volca. This is a little beat machine. So we're gonna give away an instrument first. We'll give away lessons here in a little bit. This is it's over there. I can get it and grab it and show everyone, but I'm kind of like, I got headphones on. So yeah, so we're gonna be giving away that. And here's how you're gonna do this, okay, folks? You're gonna email this address that I give you. Let me pull it up real fast. And you're gonna email it with the subject header Volca. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to then filter that email inbox by the word Volca. And only 1 submission per person, by the way. Please, only 1 submission per person, okay? If you do 2 submissions for one thing and I see it, you won't get it because you cheated. We want to keep it fair, the integrity of the game. Let's see here. So basically, here's how this is going to work. You're going to send an email with the subject header Volca to TVL giveaway. And then after about a couple moments here, I'm posting it in chat, the email and everything. Volca is what you'll be putting in the subject header, okay? And then you will send it to this email address. And the reason why I'm doing this is because it's actually really hard to do giveaways with like giveaway software unless you like pay for them or there's all this stuff. So this is a lot easier. So everyone's gonna email Volca to this email. If you wanna enter the giveaway, email the word subject header Volca. It can be a blank email. Just that, okay? And then I'm gonna leave that open for a few minutes, and then I'm going to filter the inbox by those results, and then I'm gonna do a random number generator. So if 50 of those messages came in, then I'll do a random number generator from 1 to 50, and whoever was, whatever number it lands on, gets it. What is the prize? A synthesizer. I can go and grab it really fast. Hold on, let me pull my socks up so I don't look like 1 second. So, okay, 1 sec.
Oh, hi, Chloe. Merry Christmas. Programmer sucks. Nobody tell her I said that.
Okay, folks, so this is our first giveaway, all right? This is a Korg Volca. It is a little beat machine and a little keyboard, and you can do different stuff with it. So if it's a great entry-level piece to get into music, if you have an interest in music equipment, this will be awesome for you. Is it only for America? I mean, let's say this one can be over international, okay? I don't want to like discount people over national. I'll eat the shipping fee. That's cool. You know what I mean? People already donated like $100 on the stream, so that should take care of shipping costs anyways. So yeah, this is gonna be this first giveaway. There's gonna be 2 of these given away and different ones, and then there's also gonna be 2 Korg monologues that are given away, or 3 maybe. Also some lessons. So if you want voice lessons, we are going to be doing that giveaway today as well. But this will be our first one. This is a Korg Volca, and it's really awesome. It's a great starting piece for someone who's interested in music. You know, it's a small little device, kind of portable. I think it's also battery powered if you want it to be. There's a 9-volt plug-in, so you can plug it into a wall, but also it's battery powered, and that's really cool because you can go and like take this and sit down and like jam with it and stuff. Okay, so there's that. Thanks. And you know, feel free to enter this. Like, let's say you're not interested in music whatsoever, but you have a friend who's trans. That's the key on, notice I said that's the key, right? You have a friend who's trans who is into this stuff, or someone who you think wants to get into music but perhaps isn't fortunate enough or not in a place to have different instruments and different equipment. That's what this is for. Hopefully this goes to a person who will enjoy it a lot, you know, and doesn't maybe have the means to access instruments. Of course, feel free to enter if you have the means to get instruments too, but I just hope that, you know, this can make an impact in someone's experience. So there we go. All right, we'll leave that open for a few minutes. So what have you been up to, Clover? How's the day going?
I just had breakfast with my nuclear family, and it was nice.
Did you wear a hazmat suit? That sounds like a lot of radiation. Get it? But
no, we're all vaccinated, thankfully. So yeah, we you know had breakfast. I have 5 little sisters and 1 little brother, so that was all fun. One of my sisters is not always my sister. She's recently
part-time,
you know, been exploring gender fluidity. So yeah,
gotcha.
I'm really happy for them. Yeah,
that's awesome. Let's see here. Okay, currently doing a giveaway for that. Yes, folks. Okay, we'll keep this open a little bit longer. Remember, just to reiterate once again, in case you're just joining, we're doing a giveaway for the synthesizer, right? It's the Korg Volca. You simply send an email to the address that I posted above, TVL giveaway, right here, and you simply make the subject header Volca, like this, and we'll be giving that away in just a second, just so everyone can hop on board with that. Did you sing it all around the holidays? Did you do any carols with the fam?
No, I'm the only person in my family, my immediate and actually somewhat extended family, that sings. So yeah, no, I sometimes sing alone in my room for the holidays.
Do you want to sing for us today? You're working on that one piece.
Maybe
when you know, not you don't have to like right now, but like maybe in a little bit if you want to sing for everyone. I know there's that beautiful piece that you shared. That'd be so wonderful and just fantastic. I might do a little Christmas chant. I might do a little Christmas music too. The Powler. That's funny.
Oh yeah.
Hey, don't hate pale people. Let's see here. Sophie was a big Octatrack user. Didn't know that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, what I was doing there before was, that was on the Digitact. This stuff, ooh, whoa, that was so loud. What was that? Hold on. Let me do this. Like this stuff. This is on the Digitact right now. And then I've got it going into the analog heat so I can distort it. Yeah, I remixed telepop music for this beat. Isn't that sick? Oh, I'll put pronouns on chat for everyone. I'm glad you guys like this beat. I've been working on this for a bit. It's a telepop music remix. Ooh. Okay. Let's see here. Let me go ahead and make this pronouns. Boom, ba, boom, ba, boom. You like that? Ooh, you like that? This is all analog right now. Or, you know, like the Digitact's kind of digital too, but you get it, right? It's on analog equipment. Let's see here. I'm glad you all like that so much. So yeah, that's a little beat I've been working on. I've been slowly working up a live set that I can do with just the Digitact and the analog heat, and maybe, you know, maybe the pulsar as well mixed in there too. But I'm glad you guys like that beat. And yes, I got the pronouns on chat there. So now everyone, Z, I didn't know you used they in addition to she. Do you have any preference for one or the other? Gender's a bit of a meme. I like she mostly, but I sort of feel like my experience as an individual is fundamentally that of like a non-binary individual, because I've lived both life paths, you know. I mean, I would definitely say I didn't have a typical, you know, boyhood or whatever, but I just feel like my body and my experience in life is just, even if I sort of, I identify as like sex binary, like, you know, I think I'm like female or whatever, like it's kind of a weird thing to talk about, but I kind of have like a binary sex reference for myself. But in terms of the gender experience I've had in living, it's I don't really feel like I just feel inherently like a non-binary being, you know. And I don't even feel like gender's that but yeah, so, you know, yeah, it's a bit of a weird thing, but, you know, it is what it is. I'm happy where I am now, and I feel comfortable in my body and skin, so that's really all that matters. Let's see here. I love your music. The Witchcraft track on Bandcamp is amazing. I'm so glad you think that and you like it. That's awesome. Okay, let's do it. So we're gonna go ahead and do this giveaway. All right. Ooh, lots of people. Okay, so here we go. Let's do it. Let's drop it. So there were about, let me get an exact amount. Volca. Okay, here we go. So there were 50, okay, there were 90. So there were 90 submissions. So now what I do is I run a random number generator from 1 to 90. Wait, did we just get an extra one that popped in? Nope. Okay, good. All right, so now we run a random number generator from 1 to 90. Number generator from 1 to 90, and I'll pull it up on the screen so you all can see it. that I'm not scamming. No scamming here. And I'll put it over my face. Can you all see that? Yeah, you can see that. All right, here we go. Oh wait, let me get this part on. Okay, here we go. Out of 90 people, this is a giveaway for the Korg Volca, and let's see who it is. 51. Okay, so the 51st person that submitted would have been, let's see here. Okay, so it's 50 in each tab. That makes it actually easy because then I just have to go to this one. Okay, the email, I won't say the email, side account. Whoever that is, I'll send you and say, you won. Message me back with your information, and if you don't message me back, let's say in a little bit or whatever, then we'll re-give that one away. But I want to make sure that you got that, so I've sent you an email back that says you won. So there you go. Okay, 51. That's a cool number. Okay, there's that.
Congrats, 51.
Congrats, number 51, indeed. Okay, and then just checking this. Wonderful. Okay, and I'll be looking for your email back, side account, and I'll give you a couple minutes to get back. If not, though, we will re-roll. Sometimes people come in and enter a giveaway and leave, or they don't pay attention. So, did they post in chat? Did they say they won? Oh, mouth. Okay, so that's me, I think.
Somebody...
Cool. Yeah, get back via email so we can confirm that. That's awesome. Who got
Congrats,
it?
Mouth, a very important part of our work.
Yes, mouth is very important. Gender is quite literally a meme. Yes, I've talked about this before on streams, but based on the biological description of what meme is, through meme theory, Richard Dawkins, circa 1990s, gender is literally a meme. So, yeah.
Judith Butler is quaking.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's not important or whatever. You know what I mean? So if anyone hears me say that, that's not to say it's not important or whatever. You aren't. It's just yeah, it was me. I'll respond right now. Congratulations. I hope that you enjoy it. I hope that maybe it can get you inspired musically and give you a new perspective on stuff, okay? Yeah, so just email me back since you already confirmed in chat. Just email me back with your address, name, shipping info, and then I'll get that sent out probably within 2 or 3 weeks. I have ADHD, so getting to the post office, I'm probably going to have my brother mail it. He doesn't know that yet, but he does a lot of my adult so you gotta send some mail, so he'll be mailing that out, so wonderful. Okay, love that. Also, I love that clip on Twitter. That actually kills me, Sylvie. That's so funny. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna retweet that actually. Okay. Good. Oh, yeah. There's a message back. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. So I see you've got it confirmed, mouth and chat. Now send me your info, shipping stuff. Obviously, I'm not going to leak that, but I need it to send you it. So let's see here. I cannot mail things. Yeah, I'm not a mailing person either. You know what I mean? I transitioned from mail. No. Hey, that's pretty good, right? Yeah, I can't mail things. I transitioned. I can only female things. No, okay. Do you go by they? I've gone by, I go by she primarily, but, I've had they on there for 2 years. It's kind of whatever. I would prefer people call me by whatever they see me as visually, And I just feel like, I said this earlier. I feel like I fundamentally exist in a non-binary state, even though if I don't want to, say I totally want to be binary female cis person, right? I'm not. So it kind of just is a weird head trip a little bit. Yeah, it's let's see here. Oh my God, could you imagine going to the post office just once? Sounds exhausting. No, I can't imagine that. I never go to the post office. I hate the post office. Snail mail is awful. Okay, good. Now I figure maybe we can do some voice questions. I'll let Clover talk about some stuff if Clover wants to do stuff. I'm gonna drink some water. I have not drank water all day, so. Well, thank you, S. Yeah, so that's certainly the goal. I know. Shh. I didn't warm up and I didn't drink water.
Okay, I can forgive the not warming up, but we've talked about water.
It feels so
Come
yummy.
on.
It's so yummy. Yummers.
Listen, okay,
Yummers.
this is what I
Okay.
say. If you start to drink water and that water is the best thing that you've ever tasted, you're not drinking enough water.
Oh, Clover's
Um,
Clover's quiet. Let me turn you up a bit. Talk, Clover.
Hi, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll
Okay.
probably be talking at about this level.
Should be good. You look
Um,
about the same volume as me.
okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, so anybody got voice questions? Anybody want us to run through anything with regards to voice? What do you all want?
Also, on the topic of water, there's been multiple times in my life where I'm so dehydrated that when I drink water, I can literally feel it go into my fingertips. Like you can feel the water circulate throughout your body when it starts to circulate. The first time I ever had that feeling was when I had to fast before surgery, and then they put the IV in and they started giving me water before surgery, and I could feel all of a sudden this cold feeling go up my arms and fingertips. And ever since then, when I'm super dehydrated, when I drink water, I can still feel that feeling. It's crazy. Hi,
Oh,
Teresa.
hi, Teresa. So, uh, do we have any tips for people with a bass voice? Yeah, so I guess my biggest tip would be don't let the label of bass get in
Yeah.
your way. Don't let that become a psychological barrier for you. It's Having a bass voice generally means that you have a very androgenized voice, so very affected by androgens. Um, and that generally means you have a larger voice, right? So literally the instrument itself is larger, there's more mass,
Oh, you lagged.
and
Say that again. You lagged. Or maybe I lagged.
in general, it's a lot easier to use less of what you have than more of what you don't. Oh, uh-oh,
You're lagging a bit. It might be
am I
me.
back?
Am I lagging? Is stream lagging or just Clover?
It's me.
Okay, go
It's me.
ahead. You started lagging
Am I back?
when you started. Yeah, you're good now. Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, you can use less of what you have, right? It's a lot easier to use less of what you have than more of what you don't. So don't feel like that's gonna get in your way. Like if you're worried about, okay, can I change my vocal tract to be small enough? If you can swallow liquid without asphyxiating, yes. Um, if you can create a hooty falsetto-y sound, you can get more than light enough to feminize your voice. It's so possible. So just don't let the label of bass become a psychological barrier for you.
Yeah, I'll also add to that. You may find it also very useful to, start interacting with your voice with pitch first off, just really getting comfortable and fluid with like modifying your pitch a little higher. I find that one of the things, if you identify as a bass voice, like Clover said, typically it indicates a bit more androgenization. That doesn't always necessarily mean the vocal tract is larger too, but typically when someone's like, oh, you have a bass voice, either your vocal tract is really large or your vocal folds are a bit heavier or you're used to using them in the lowest part of your vocal range. And what can happen is if you have this behavioral like pattern or like habit of being very low, it can complicate the process of voice feminization because like you have a tendency to always want to default there. And a lot of the behaviors that we do around resonance modification actually get a lot harder the lower in pitch you are. Not to say that it's hard for you because of that, but if you are at lower pitches, it's more difficult typically to get the modifications that we want. So I often find with people who are kind of bassier or lower voices, really just getting comfortable with a higher pitch area and sort of starting to establish that as like a different mode of their voice or like a different space that they can go into behaviorally makes the process a little easier as well. But that would be my piece of advice there. Good. Let's see here. Okay, we're not lagging anymore, right? How did you go about finding good vocal role models to
Fingers
practice
crossed.
speech patterns? Is it better to imitate someone else or find your own voice? Imitation's fantastic. I mean, no matter what, you're going to find your own voice in the end, you know, unless you do a tremendous amount of imitation and micro work towards like acquiring someone's entire like speech habits. Here's a link you can use. This is a playlist that can get you started on maybe what you might be looking for passive absorption of like feminine voices. So this is a playlist I made, and once again, you should make your own playlist like this, but in case you need a place to kind of get started or a place to sort of start considering, here's a playlist of feminine voices. This is a bunch of feminine voices in very different environments. There you go, you're back. Lots of feminine voices in very different environments, different backgrounds, you know, but they're all speaking in a Western feminine style. And so I like to sort of listen to sort of general things like this. Here's a link to that playlist if you want it. So, yeah. Do you have anything you'd like to add to that as well about how to find good vocal role models and so forth?
Yeah. It would be just additional, adding on to what you said. Look for people, unless you want to sound like you're from a different area. Look for people with your general regional dialect. If you're really looking to get a feel for stylistic stuff, and if you speak more than one language, you're gonna have to do this for each language that you speak. So just prepare for that.
Absolutely. So, you know, when you think about ear training, you can think there's kind of like 4 different main like types. Let me see here. I mean, there's a couple other ways you can frame it, but love that Savannah was first. I love her voice so much. Yeah, I know, it's like my favorite voice ever. Okay, it's not how I want to sound because I like sounding pure and super clean and really high, but I love her voice so much. So, you know, you can think that there's just several different ways that we can go about ear training and interacting. There's like active immersion, there's active like non-immersion or like focused active listening, there's like passive immersion, and then there's like passive focused listening. You pretty much want to avoid passive focused listening. That's like where I'm doing like a voice exercise and you're not really listening to it, you know? That's kind of like, it's useful, but it's probably the least useful. Active focused listening is very important. That's like where when Clover and I are doing exercises, you're really listening. You're trying to mimic along, right? That's like focused, small scale listening. But both active and passive immersion is very important for the process. Active immersion is where, you know, you have sound going on in the background and you're saturating your ear with the targets that you want or qualities that you want, and you're paying attention to it. You're thinking, reflecting on it, maybe trying to imitate along with it. And then passive immersion is where you just have that going on in the background and you're not really paying attention to it. Both of those are very important and very impactful, and they both happen on a day-to-day basis, which is ultimately how we end up with the sounds we have, right? If you were to move to a different country and you were to live there for 10 years, suddenly you'd start sounding different, right? And it's because you're both actively and passively immersed in this culture. So the same thing happens when we're trying to change our masculine or feminine of our voice. Speaking several languages. I wish I could speak more languages. I hope that there's a time in my life where I have a whole bunch of spare time to just learn languages, because it takes a lot of time and focus, but I don't really have that right now. So, do you ever get to where it is second nature and you don't have to focus on voice? Yes. At this point, my voice is second nature. I mean, obviously my voice has like different presentations. Like, you know, if you catch me when I'm like super sleepy, like I'm gonna sound like I do now, but sleepy. If you catch me when I'm like, you know, super in a different headspace, like, you know, voices change. They always are fluid and always flexible, and everyone's voice constantly changes on a day-to-day basis. But yes, my voice is behaviorally normalized this quality. I'm not thinking about doing anything when I'm talking to you right now. If I wanted to try to go back to my old voice, I would become an active process where I have to think about doing an older, like a more masculine sound, and it takes a while for that behavioral normalization to occur, but it's very cool. And yeah, that can absolutely happen. Do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
Um, it's good.
Normalization in general. Yeah, it's a pretty general question. Think about it this way. If you couldn't normalize the voice that you wanted, it wouldn't be hard to change your voice now. Because your voice is a normalized behavior, and the fact that it can be challenging at first to change and stay away from your old voice is because it's normalized. And it's nothing special about your initial voice. It's just a pattern that you've got behaviorally grabbed. Okay. Let's see here. I have to take a message. You can answer questions.
Okay, one thing that did pop into my head to add on to normalization though is uh, let me pose this idea to you. You probably have a really good idea of what your voice sounds like right now, of what sound is your voice. If you were to hear a different sound come out of your mouth, you would go, "Oh, hey, that's not my voice. Let me go back to this." So if you're aiming for normalization, you need to have a similarly solid grasp of what your new voice is going to sound like. You're going to need to be really familiar with it. That way, if a different sound comes out, you're going to be able to go, "Oh, that's not it." And I know I know what that should have sounded like. Um, so, ways that you can start to build something like that, just beyond using your voice in that new way, are to actually record and listen back to yourself, especially saving clips that you particularly like and studying them, trying to mimic those clips. That way, you can really develop that strong, solid memory of what this new voice is. Uh, and defining that place to sort of sit at makes all the difference in the world in terms of actually being able to sustain a voice.
Absolutely. Is Clover as good at throat singing as Ziana? Like it's no big deal? I'm not sure.
Probably not.
Probably not. I do a lot of throat singing stuff, and I mean, Clover's got great resonance control, but I've done a lot of that sort of, format tuning stuff in a sort of focused way. I also tend to think that maybe I have a better idea of how the harmonic series sounds than you, perhaps, maybe just a little bit, smidgen, because I kind of worship it and
Yeah,
spend all my life.
I've got
I mean, you've got
I've got
it too,
the
but
first few harmonics,
yeah,
but yeah.
for sure. I love to just sit around and imagine the harmonic series in my brain. Let's see. Let's see here. Voice question. I feel I've finally reached. I keep getting this exposure notification because I was in California. They keep asking if I want to
Oh
sign if I want to
yeah.
sign up for exposure notifications. Well, I don't live in California, so no. Let's see here. Could you do an exercise for resonance and how to maintain resonance up? Yes, I think that's wonderful. There's lots of ways that we could do it. So whenever we're thinking about resonance, one of the things that I find that confuses people is there's not a very good way to subjectively describe how resonance sounds. So we kind of have to create one. And so we typically use the language of larger, smaller, like of your voice. So for instance, we're both going to make a sound here that's neutral, and then we're going to make it larger, then we're going to make it neutral and make it smaller. So you can hear this big or small effect. So I'll just say E, 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 E.
E E E E E E.
Ooh, a little cool. Okay, I like that one. So that's how it sounds when we modify size, and we can do it. And that's really what you're trying to listen for when you modify resonance. We can go super fancy on it, but basically, when we think about what resonance actually sounds like, it doesn't really have a discrete sound because a single resonance is it kind of sounds like this. I'll go ahead and just show you. We'll start at the bottom and then we'll do some exercises. Hold on. I just really, since you've asked that question several times and you've been very patient, I want to go ahead and really address this for you. So basically, when we combine the way our vocal tract modifies and forms resonance with sound sources, our brain kind of hears it as vowels, sort of, not always, but generally speaking. So the vowel noises you hear are what your brain's interpretation of those resonances are. I'm going to go ahead and show you what I mean. So let me just launch this off the window so you can see this detached. And let me just put it over me. Okay, can you see this this little filter here? Yeah? So watch. When I move it around, this is technically, if we try to think, the goal of understanding how to control resonance is to understand what it sounds like. If we go and we think to ourselves, how does resonance sound? Well, this is a resonance. So let's take a listen. So there's that, and then I'll move it around. Let me put it in the same place really quick. And also let me turn the distortion off because there's distortion on. Okay. So here we go, moving a resonance around. This is what it sounds like. Doesn't really sound like a human voice, right? Now, it's kind of hard to give that a specific description. It's more like a kind of sound, right? Well, the vocal tract creates more than one resonance. And when you start to put more than one resonance on a spectrum like this, all of a sudden your brain interpolates these as kind of vowel-esque noises, okay? So when you try to learn to listen for resonance, we kind of are listening to the sort of vowelness of a sound, right? So like if I move the resonances here, your brain hears it as E. It doesn't really matter what sound I use to do that with. So like I could use electrical wall noise and you still hear the vowel E. Now, what we're after when we modify the gender of resonance or the sex aspect of resonance is a very particular transformation, a very particular sound pattern that happens with vowels, okay? And this vowel pattern is what we can think of as like larger or smaller. So like if I make this larger, hear how now like it sounds like E, but it got like larger, okay? So this pattern of size is really what we're after. And to hammer this point home, how, you know, you really need to listen to the quality of the vowel, I mean, I can even take a piano and I can play a piano sound and put it through these resonance patterns here, and all of a sudden your brain now hears a piano. Oh, or it does if I put it in the right channel. Now a piano is saying E. If I turn the resonances off, okay, now, so very basic demonstration there on basics of hearing resonance. Now, when Clover and I demonstrate things, the language that we're trying to use, we're trying to teach you a certain movement of those resonances. And the easiest way for us to explain how that sounds is as size, right? Perceptual size of the voice. Does it sound larger or does it sound smaller? So all the exercises we're about to demonstrate, I want you to try to listen to them through that lens, and that will give you an easy way to start working on your resonance. Okay? Clover, would you like to lead us through some resonance exercises? Whatever you want.
Yeah. First, let's do some hearing stuff. So, I want chat to listen to Z and I do some voiceless resonance, and I want you to tell us. We'll both do 2 demonstrations, and I want you to tell us which demonstration sounds like it's coming from the larger space or the larger instrument. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Which of those 2, 1 or 2, sounded bigger?
All right, then we'll have to wait a little bit for responses.
There's a little bit of a delay, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So let's go ahead and do voiced in the same demonstration. So hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Yes, everyone's saying 2. Second was big. Absolutely. Also, before we move more on this ear training, absolutely, everyone got that right so far. 2 was larger. It's that axis that we're trying to learn to hear, which is really what's responsible for how gender changes in a resonance space. Now, someone asked this question, I think is a really great question, really exciting answer I can give to this. Someone asks, so are the sounds and their assigned meanings arbitrary? Well, I mean, in a weird way, yes, every sound you've ever heard is technically arbitrary, right? Like what we perceive as a masculine and feminine voice is a collection of patterns that we hear in society that we deem masculine or feminine. But to apply this specifically to this idea of large or small, is large or small arbitrary? No, not really. When we build language, subjective language around sounds, we try to find language which aligns the most to people's hearing experience. So for instance, when I asked which one sounds larger or smaller, everyone in chat said 2. An example of a bad description of resonance would be if everyone had a different answer there. Good descriptions of subjective sounds like heavy or light, high or low, large or small. Good teaching models, good subjective descriptions should be apparent. They should be self-evident, right? And it almost takes advantage of this almost boba kiki effect, where like we do have this strange tendency to hear things in somewhat predictable ways regardless of a person. Not always, but mostly. And so models of teaching should be built around language which most optimally taps into that like natural tendency to like describe something that way. So, and that's a lot of what we do when we're thinking about making a teaching model more effective in voice, is thinking what language can we anchor to the subjective experience of sound in a way that's accurate, predictable, and has great results. Because ultimately, learning to hear is the guide to teach you to how to do. So the better we can get you to hear the thing, the sooner you can do the thing. Okay, let's do some more resonance exercises.
Yeah. All right. So this time, let's do more of a transformation. So chat, please feel free to mimic this. I say let's go from a medium size to a large size. We'll do unvoiced first and then voiced. So hello, 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 hello. All right. Hopefully everybody was able to do that pretty successfully. And then in a voiced context, hello, 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 hello.
Hello, 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 hello. So once again, we went from smaller to larger. Could everyone hear that perceptual shift? How what we were saying was still audible, right? The meaning, the phrase that we were uttering, it still had its context. You could still hear we were saying hello, but it sounded larger or smaller. That is the effect that we're looking for in resonance modification. Also, someone asked, is it possible to modify your resonance without modifying your pitch or weight? Yes, absolutely. Now, there's some fancy interactions of how perception might play that might change the way you hear that a little bit, but we'll talk about that in the future maybe, when we talk about fullness perhaps. But yes, it is possible to change resonance without changing pitch. I'll give you a quick example. So I'm going to play a pitch really fast here, and I'll keep this pitch going, and I'll change size. 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So now I'm larger, and now I'm still larger, but I'm still at the same pitch, or I'm a little smaller, and I'm still at the same pitch, and now I am a lot smaller, but I'm still at this same pitch, right? So we can definitely change resonance without changing pitch. Notice how I was sounding larger and smaller, but the height of the sound, how high or low it was, remained the same. Very good.
Yeah. So that kind of leads us into one of my absolute favorite exercises, or explorations rather, for exploring control of this expression of resonance. Let's all try and maintain a pretty static, light high sound, right? So we can use that same pitch that we were just at. All right, and let's all try and start really large. So we'll probably end up with a pretty hollow, dopey, yawny sound.
Let's go a little lower. I just blindly picked a note.
Good call.
Yeah. Let's go here maybe. Actually,
cool.
Here.
So,
One.
Okay.
One. Okay. One. All right. So we'll start with this kind of sound.
and I want you all to try and stay on the same pitch, try and stay in that nice, light, more gentle sounding voice, and go from that large, hollow, dopey, yawny sound, and try and balance that. Try and create a more typical sound. All right, so we'll do a transformation that way. Tone again, please.
Hello, hello, hello,
Hello, hello, hello, hello, hello, hello, hello, hello, hello.
Hello, 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 hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, did everyone hear that? How both Clover and I stayed at the same pitch, but we were able to modify that size starting from that kind of hollow sound. She isn't doing a larger voice, just ones that sound like a yawn. Well, that is a larger voice. What you understand a yawn to be is a voice that is still light, but a voice that is large. So I didn't increase my vocal weight when I went larger because vocal weight isn't part of size. If I wanted to get rid of the yawnness,
I would keep the same kind of size, but then I would try to add the weight back into it, and now it doesn't really sound as yawny.
So what you're perceiving as a yawn is a compound thing, right? A yawn isn't just a larger size. A yawn is a larger size that's also lighter. And when we're doing these exercises here, we're trying to model the lighter sound because we want you to start this exercise being lighter. So we were just changing size there. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a great point, Natalie. Natalie says, I mean, think about a yawn too. It's when you open a big space and open your mouth wide. It's big. Yeah, we literally are hearing the size of the instrument.
Absolutely. And we can always think, let's see here. Do you want to DM me that recent image that you created, one of the models that we can pull up for fullness so we can kind of talk about that?
Yeah, give me just a mo.
Ooh, Lyra says, I finally get the timbral difference between size and weight. Could never decouple those
good.
before.
I'm so glad.
I love that. Yeah, thinking about it as fullness really helps. Let's see here.
All right. Which kind of image are you looking
Just
for?
the most basic one if you want, even the gray one, it's whatever. I just kind of want maybe the 2-axis. I think it's the easiest to pick up real fast and doesn't have the most stuff right off the bat.
All right. Let's see. We've got... Let's do... those. Okay, and those are loading.
Yeah, I'll pull those up and we can talk about that. You know, in our previous live stream Clover and I did together, we talked about this concept a lot. It's very important for everyone to understand. But, you know, it is this idea of fullness where, you know, we can think it's like a combination between size and weight, right? So it's kind of like there's different sort of combination. I'll go ahead and pull this up here.
I just sent a lot of them. I didn't know exactly which ones.
Yeah. So I'll go ahead and pull this one up first. I'll do the single polar ones too. Okay, so we can kind of think that, you know, weight and size each kind of have their own different subjective descriptions, right? So I'll put weight over my face. Oh, let me adjust the size of this. Okay. So we can think that weight typically has this effect. It sounds light or heavy. Lighter sounds are smoother, gentler, flutier. They're more like a sine wave. Typically they're perceived as more feminine, and typically they're perceived as less influence of androgens. Heavier voices are perceived as rougher, more aggressive, brassier, sawtooth-like, masculine, and more androgen exposure. Size, on the other hand, is a little bit harder to describe the sound of. It's a bit more... It's a bit more vague, so we can think of like a small size typically is younger or shallower, scaled down. It's tough because it's like it just sounds like size, and these two things combine together to form a different set of sounds altogether. I'll pull up the one from. Let me go ahead and pull. Oops, let me go here. There we go, and I'll pull up this one, and then I'll pull up the other one that you sent really fast. And so if we decide to kind of think of these as like different spaces, or sort of if we overlay those on top of each other, if we've got, you know, large size, small size, if we've got heavy weight, light weight, it ends up creating this kind of space of voice that we can move around inside, which is kind of a little bit like, let me just share this, boop, doop, doop. Okay. Can I just go slide share? Okay, there we go. Sorry, just trying to navigate the stuff. We can kind of think of it like this, just a bit. If I pull this one up, oop, boop, boop, boop. Trying not to. So we can kind of think of it a little bit like this, and we've talked about this on stream before. But so when we move around in the space, what you were all perceiving as yawn-like is this underfull space down here. A combination of being lighter and a combination of being larger. It makes us kind of sound hollow, kind of dopey, giant, yawn-like. You know, when someone was saying, oh, Z, you don't sound masculine. Well, I wasn't really trying to sound masculine during that. I was trying to increase my size. And since my voice is already feminine and light naturally, if I just increase size, I end up sounding under full, right? So let's go ahead and modify some of these. So the exercise that Clover was really demonstrating here a second ago was this idea where you start light and large, and then you try to just simply shrink the space and stay light, and then you end up more feminine. So let's try that again. So I'm going to take a sound and you can mimic it back. We'll say blue, 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 blue.
Blue, blue,
Blue, blue, blue, blue, blue.
Exactly. And all we're doing here is moving from this quadrant down here to this quadrant up here. And you hear how feminizing that is, right? It's because we're already both light. That's why we sound hollow, right? And then we're simply modifying the resonance. What were you going to say, Clover? Go ahead.
Check out Natalie Jennings says the intersection of size and weight is fullness. It's not just fullness, though. It's also androgenization.
And I'll pull that up. So we perceive this kind of relationship as different degrees of androgen exposure. So think of it this way. The larger the size is, while the heavier the weight is, the more masculine it's going to sound. The more androgen cues are in your voice. And, you know, the lighter you are, while simultaneously the smaller you are, the more feminine your voice will sound, right? Androgynous voices exist in this space. I mean, there's lots of ways we can create androgynous voices. But in terms of suggestion of androgen exposure, you can actually think, you know, androgynous voices that sound like you can't really sex the voice based on the sound typically emerge from this kind of middle zone between different size and different. Is there a doc or something with all these graphs on it? We are making that right now and making it in a very accessible format. At the moment, this is all stuff that we talk about during our group courses. So if you would like to have access to the stuff, feel free to join our group course. All this stuff will be freely available, of course, eventually once we finish our next project that we're working on. But right now, also on the server, these graphs are posted on the Discord server, which once again, if you would like to join that, you can check out our Patreon here. And the funding currently for the Patreon is actually going towards the development of a free learning app for trans people. So that's currently where all the Patreon funding's going. So if you want to contribute to that, and you want to gain access to some of these resources before they're published and out there for good, feel free to join our lovely community. And once again, since we're talking about this stuff, just to plug it, if you would like to join our group classes we have coming up, we have a 6-week and a 12-week group course. There are 3 teachers that teach that. There are 27 people in each group, and there's the link for that in case you want to join that. It's going to be much improved. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a couple of people saying that they were struggling to understand fullness. So think of fullness as the relationship between how androgenized your size sounds and how androgenized your weight sounds. So if one of these sounds like it's more or less androgenized than the other, your voice is going to sound mismatched. We expect to hear certain relationships between size and weight. So fullness is a balance of typicality, right? So if your voice sounds typical, your size and your weight are probably balanced. However,
if your voice sounds really atypical, then these two qualities very well may be off.
Or
So-
if you have the opposite of that and you sound like this, now I'm a lot heavier, but I'm a lot smaller. And you can hear I kind of have the opposite thing Clover had going on, where Clover was kind of hollow and like, you know, boomy and yawn like. I'm kind of buzzy and brassy.
yeah. So check this out. I'm going to try and stay at the same weight and sort of demonstrate imbalance, balance, and the opposite imbalance. All right, so starting
Starting here, this is a more underfull sound. This is imbalanced. It's atypical. So I'm a little too large for my weight, or you could think of it as a little too light for my size. All right. So if I change my size and I bring this into more of a balanced sound, hello,
hello, hello, hello, hello. Now, this voice sounds more typical. All right, if I were to overshoot and make my size go too small for my weight, or keep my weight too heavy for my size, that's going to sound like this. Hello,
hello, hello, hello, hello, hello, hello. And now I'm speaking with the other atypical balance here. My size does not sound as androgenically developed as my weight does. So there's something about this voice that sounds really, really off.
Yep. Wonderful demonstration. Now, so if the question there for everyone is, okay, so that voice sounds a little bit off, and it sounds a little bit off because it's too heavy for how small it is. Can you show us what it might sound like if you took it heavy like that, and then you simply lightened it up while you kept that same small size? Oh, we're lagging a little. There
Yeah,
you go.
okay. So, hello, hello, okay. Hello, 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 hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And I'll do the same.
Hello, 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 hello.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'll do the opposite.
So if I'm a little hollow and I simply just start to
Reduce the size a little bit, then now it sounds more full, more normal, because it's balancing those features.
and if I start hollow like this and I keep the size up, but then I get a lot heavier, you can hear now it sounds like more full. It doesn't really sound as like cartoonish.
Right? So when we think about fullness, it's the intersection between size and weight.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and just mimic that last one too.
So, starting off, kind of under full and getting heavier. Hello, 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 hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can hear, okay, this voice sounds just generally more masculine. It sounds a little bit more affected by testosterone.
Excellent. Yes, Clover's voice is very dynamic. Clover is my bestie. We've been working together now for about 1.5 to 2 years. We developed the model together. We teach the group classes together. We publish together. Both Clover and I are living proof of our model, right? We teach people how to do this. The fact that we can both do this and do it well shows what we're doing works. So it's very great. Let's see here. Let's see, any other questions? So that goes back to that first question about how to practice resonance. I mean, you got to know what you're listening for. If you don't understand the sound of the thing or what you're trying to listen for, it's not going to be very obvious for you. You know, it's not about doing a specific exercise over and over. It's about knowing the sound quality so you can get the most effect from it and guide and direct your voice how you want it to sound. Very good. Over full voice is literally
Waluigi.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah,
Wah.
it is, absolutely. If you were to do that voice and then lighten it,
Wah.
Luigi, it's kind of a little bit feminine. I mean, I feminized it a little bit more when I did that, but absolutely. Great. Heavy weight and small size sounds like a smurf. Definitely. You know what else? In the trans community for a very long time, and the voice community in general, tons of people have described that kind of voice as nasal, right? We talk about this every time we talk about fullness, but oftentimes, you know, there's like feminine, there's trans feminine people who are like, I just sound so buzzy, or trans masculine too. Both patterns exist in both patterns of the population. But oftentimes people are like, I sound so buzzy, I sound so nasally. And the problem is they either need to reduce weight to get more feminine, or they need to increase size to get more masculine, right? So, and it's interesting because both of those problems occur for different reasons. In the case of a trans feminine person, they start with more weight, so when they just shrink size, they sound over full. So they need to lighten it out. In the case of a trans masculine individual, typically the vocal folds tend to get bigger, but yet maybe the vocal tract doesn't expand as much, or behaviorally they shrink the vocal tract back to kind of what they're used to having it. And so they end up with a smaller vocal tract with larger vocal folds, and it sounds buzzy and over full or nasally. Okay? Very good. And of course, Clover has lessons too. Everyone here loves Clover's voice and loves how dynamic it is. You can
So
study.
flattering.
You can study with Clover. Absolutely. Clover, you can book Clover from our website as well. And Clover is in our group classes too. We both guide that.
I was
Clover-
not born
Yeah, I was
with the
about to
gift
say
to
that. I was about to
zest.
say
I
that.
worked for a long time and did a lot of self-study to get where I am.
Yep. No one is born with the gift of having the ability to modify the voice. It is a skill. It is an ability that you develop and nurture and practice, you know?
Absolutely.
It's cool what you can do, but I don't know how. I'm 50 years old and my voice isn't as flexible anymore. My brain doesn't get it. It's like train and it's like train endless to drive a bicycle but does not work. Well, do you feel you have clear auditory recognition of what you're after? Because if you do a bunch of actions and a bunch of practice, it'll feel like your voice is broken, you know, or even if the function of your voice is slightly impaired from age, you know, you should still be able to hear the thing. And if you can hear the thing, I mean, that's how we learn in the first place. I don't really believe in this whole like you can't teach an old dog new tricks, you know? I've worked with a lot of older individuals. I mean, I've worked with some transfluent people who are in their 70s and 80s, and they could still make progress on their goals. So, I mean, it might be a little more frustrating for you. It might be challenging to figure out where to get started or how to develop the hearing for this process, but you're definitely not hopeless, and, you know, your age doesn't prevent you from getting a goal that you want, or even if maybe you don't end up at exactly what goal you wanted, it doesn't prevent you from making progress towards what you're after. So Lisa
I'm
says
having a sneezing fit. But
'cause you're tight.
your brain stays plastic as long as you can form new memories. You can learn this.
You know, and Lisa says, I learned at 64, you can do it. I agree. Lisa has done such an amazing and incredible job on her voice, and she's come such a long way. I'm very proud of Lisa. So, yeah, she's a great example of it right there, too. Yeah, so it's interesting how, you know, it can definitely be more challenging with behavioral stuff, but if you really want that, you know, you can get it. Let's see here. Exactly. All singers have excellent voice control. I believe everyone can have excellent voice control, right? We have to develop it. No one's born with an incredible singing voice, you know? When we see like young children who are like, whoa, they're singing prodigies. They've been practicing, you know? They've been grinding. They started singing very early, right? I have very rarely, almost never, there are a couple examples of like prodigy where it's like, you know, they get in a head injury or an accident and then suddenly they wake up and they have this new like skill or something. There's a couple examples of that, but for the most majority of people who are skilled at something, they have a tremendous amount of history behind them that shows the work they put in, you know? And that's one of the things that can make trans voice a little hard is like, you know, you have to put the work in. There's not a trick or a silver bullet or a little strategy that you can do that just takes care of it for you. You know, it's a lot of work. I worked every single day on my voice for years to get it to a feminine place and keep it there. And it wasn't easy. I mean, Clover, how long have you been working on your feminine voice for, Clover?
Once upon a time when I was really little, I was watching Harry Potter at my grandparents' house, and I told them, hey, check it out. I can sound like Hermione. And they said, no, you mean Harry. And I said, no, I can sound like Hermione. And basically since then, you know, passive work, but active work, really only the last couple of years, maybe. So you can make lots of gains really fast.
Were you actively working on Fem Voice before I bumped into you into the wild?
Not really. It was only ever passive stuff.
Gotcha. Yeah. That's so cool. You came such a far way. Someone asks, what's Clover's YouTube? Technically, this is Clover's YouTube. Clover doesn't have their own YouTube, but they are part of TransVoiceLessons. Clover and I together are TransVoiceLessons. So I've invited Clover to do some videos for the YouTube channel. Hopefully those exist someday.
They will one day.
I'm a little drunk, but your voice lessons changed my life. Ataraxia, that's so wonderful. I'm so happy to hear that. That's really so sweet. How did we meet? That's what someone asked. That's a great question, Plum the Gray. Well, Clover and I, you wanna say it? I mean, you can lead the story.
Yeah, so once upon a time,
By the way,
we were in a Discord.
Clover's like my best friend, and if someone wants to try to get in the way, you girls can back up, okay? Clover's like my bestie. Okay, go ahead.
We're besties. So once upon a time we were both in a Discord server related to voice training, and Z started typing something about resonance, and I was like, hey, I really appreciate that you use resonance the correct way. Like you actually know what this word means. And Z said, yeah, there's only one way to use it. And that was how we met.
That would have been in 2017, I think.
I think so.
And then we were kind of on the periphery of each other's interactions for maybe 2 years. And then we really started talking more and more and connecting more and more. And then, I asked Clover if they wanted to join the team. And they said
like several
yes.
times, and I thought it was a joke the
Yeah.
first two.
I was like, no, it's not a joke. I don't think there's anyone else qualified enough at this point. Although I think I have another teacher that is going to be joining us too, which is very exciting. We're trying to build a big collective of great educators who are the most educated on this topic and the most skilled in the world. That's definitely the goal we have. But no, I was blown away by Clover, and they had picked up and sort of piecemealed information and put it together over the years and had a good sound, and we're making progress, and we connected, and it's been awesome since. And I'm so fucking thankful that I have Clover
Me
in my
too.
life. I feel so I felt like when I was by myself, just alone, I couldn't. I don't know. I just didn't have a. I don't know. We're like, I feel like we are kindred spirits. We are
For sure.
What's the word? Flames. Twin
flames.
We are twin flames. So it's awesome, and it's great to have that. I think Clover and I, when we talk about things and do discourse, we vibe really well and bounce off each other and push against each other in like a healthy way, and it's really great.
For sure.
Yeah. So everyone, hearts in chat for Clover.
This size and weight stuff, we probably debated for like at least 12 hours a piece on these, just deciding like, what do we want to call it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I absolutely would not understand voice the way that I do today if Z and I didn't work together and compare and contrast ideas and workshop things. And Z's introduced me to some things that I've done and explored on my own, and I wouldn't have even thought to look at those things otherwise, and they've changed the way that I've looked at voice. So yeah.
And the same goes for you. My understanding of we're a thing and that we're besties. We're not a thing and that we're dating. We're just. I would feel the same way. I feel like there were a lot of things that I found out on my own with voice, and I feel my understanding and picture of voice and vocal learning in general has been greatly more complete and more holistic since I met you, and it's given me perspectives on things that I had blind spots to, and it's just been very, very, it's just been very awesome and productive. So there you go. Well, there you go, everyone.
Extremely productive.
That was so sweet and wonderful. Oh, I smell.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
I smell food. I wonder if my brother's cooking.
Yum.
At some point, I've got to go cook a pizza because I haven't eaten any food all day. Whenever I do these live streams, I usually fast and order food. But since I'm now in the middle of nowhere, ordering food's not an option. So I'll have to. Wow.
Especially gluten-free food.
Yeah, I know. In case you guys don't know that, I have to eat gluten-free because I got celiac disease. Ugh. Okay, let's see here. I have to eat something whole and fulfilling because then I'm going to eat a caramel ice cream bar. Yes.
Yum.
Oh, good. What are the ethics of adopting a different native accent when you've lost your own? I mean, I don't really think it's that ethical. I mean, I think as long as you're not like colonializing or like profiteering off of like a different culture or accent, especially one in a marginalized position, I think you're good. I think if you like adopt that style and it really becomes your default and and you show respect to it, I don't think there's an ethical problem there. Damn, girl, what's your words per minute? I can peak at 170 words per minute. My average is about 130 words a minute. So, yeah. Actually, there was one day where I got a new keyboard. Sorry, I interrupted you, but there was one
No,
day where
you're
I got a
fine.
new keyboard, and I actually was on my server, and people asked me to do some type racing, and so I actually, right in that moment, I did like a 155 and like a 165. So, yeah, I've been a fast typer. I've been typing 120 words since I was like 9 years old. Go ahead, Clover.
Zest, I won't impersonate Emma Watson today. It was a lot easier when I was a child, and I haven't done it except for literally one lesson in almost 20 years trying to imitate specifically Emma Watson. So that would be a flop.
Aw, Natalie, thank you so much. Amazing Christmas cheer, fascinating voice theory and explanation of concepts. Thanks to you both, Z and Clover. Thank you for all your hard work, inspiring, and look forward to take classes with us. We look forward to having you in our classes as well. Thanks so much. What were you saying, Clover? Sorry, I interrupted you for that.
Oh, no, you're totally fine. Drev says, Clover, can you do that heavy sound again? It was quite similar to my vocal obstacle. Can you explain the configuration? Which one? Give me more description.
I think the buzzy one, but we can wait till they reply back.
Yes.
No, I've never tried the Dvorak layout. I don't type like normal anyways. I don't use all my fingers. I use like 3 fingers. Someone asked, what are your favorite gluten-free snacks? What are some things that you were surprised to find out have gluten? I was surprised to find out that soy sauce has gluten, teriyaki sauce. I was surprised that older envelopes, when you lick them, they have gluten. So you have to make sure if you're a celiac, and you can't just go licking envelopes willy-nilly. I've found some blunt wraps that have gluten and the sticky thing, so I avoid those. Other stuff that's weird that has gluten. I mean, I kind of use more than 6, maybe like 8. I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's not consistent. It just depends on what I'm doing. Yeah, there's gluten-free soy sauce for sure. Let's see, what other gluten-free stuff? Gluten-free snacks I like. I really like Butterfingers. I like plain Lay's chips, Flamin' Hot Cheetos, Andy Capp's Flamin' Hot Fries, or not Andy Capp's, Chester's Hot Fries. Paydays are gluten-free. Hershey bars are gluten-free. Reese's Cups are gluten-free. Popcorn is gluten-free. There's a lot of chips. Most kettle chips are gluten-free. Don't they make glue from horses? Fine for celiacs, bad for vegans. No, gluten isn't glue. Gluten is from wheat. Anything that has wheat, rye, or barley makes me sick if it comes anywhere in my mouth or intestines. So I can't eat anything bread. I can't eat grain, like wheat. I can't eat rye bread. Like I used to love Gardettos. You know those little brown salty pieces in Gardetto
Those are my
bags?
favorite pieces.
Those are literally rye chips. Those are
They
literal
are.
death to me. If I eat one, I will be sick for like 3 weeks. So yeah, it's awful. But those are some of my favorite snacks that come to mind. Also, some gluten-free beef jerky. I like that. It's about all that comes to mind right now. My brother's making me gluten-free pizza right now. I got Sennheiser HD 650s for Christmas, and Witchcraft sounds incredible through them. Thank you. I appreciate that. Will this stream be available to rewatch later? Yes. Also, did that individual get back about you doing the buzzy sound, what they wanted to hear?
I haven't. If they did, I missed it.
Oh, hey everyone. If you hear me right now and I'm coming through your ears, hit like on this video. Okay? Please do that for us. It would mean a lot. It helps us out a lot. So hit like, smash that like button. I know everyone always says that, but it does make a difference because the algorithm really likes likes. It's kind of like a thing it likes. It likes liking things. How fascinating. Thank
This
you all
is
so much for
true.
that. Good. Any other voice questions or anything?
$420 likes? That's a
Aw.
fun number.
Thank you. See, we got like 20 or 30 from that right there, and that actually does make a difference. Oh no, we got 80. Oh wow, I just
Whoa.
refreshed. We got 80. See, that's what I'm saying. Smash that like button. It's crazy of how many you haven't liked that yet. I know it's easy to forget. Okay, I meant the thicker. It was heavy and dark sounding, so maybe it was a more masculine quality that feminized.
Oh, like that one. hello, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Trev? And also, what do you?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
What is it that you want to know about it? How to get out? How to get there? How to get away from there? And what are you finding specific difficulty with?
They said, yes, wonderful. Yeah, so let us know what you want from that as well. I'll go ahead and...
This is like, this is like the most like masculine I can get these days. It's kind of sucky. Sometimes I can get a little bit better. It's really difficult for me. So I'm going to
slowly change, and I'm gonna modify my voice a little more. Peer, part, port, pop, pool, per, put, per, push. It's so hard for me to get that weight back, you know? My masculine voice always sounds too hollow.
Yeah, that is one of the biggest things that people will lose access to in feminization. There are a lot of things in voice. If you don't use it, you'll lose it, and you can regain it. But yeah, if one of the first things to go for most people who are doing voice feminization is the heavier end of their voice. It just becomes this really kind of uncomfortable thing because going to those heaviest places actually takes more muscular effort. So if you don't use it, your vocal folds go, all right, well, we'll just chill and kind of not do that anymore.
Someone asks, can you show which part of the oral area is changed to alter someone's R1? Okay, so there's a lot there to unpack, but I'll just kind of answer real quickly. Actually, to modify resonance, our whole vocal tract moves a lot. But when we modify R1, it's actually not really about your oral cavity. I mean, it plays a role for sure, but it's actually a lot more about what your throat does. So the throat kind of gets smaller and narrows, the larynx tends to raise, the tongue tends to reshape space a little bit more. I have a video showing that, but I'll just go ahead and just really fast for the sake of today. It's Christmas after all. I'll just go ahead and show you the back of my throat. Of course, you know, I just, it's my favorite thing, of course, here to do on my channel. But no, okay, I'll do it really fast. Watch. It's like back there, right? It's not something in there. You will see the tongue raises up too and stuff like that, but that's not really like what you're like focused on, you know?
Minigan says, does pitch factor into how it can dictate weight? I always find I have to speak in a higher pitch to lower my weight, and absolutely, yes. So the same biological, physiological mechanisms that go from motion to acoustic signal to perception that affect pitch also affect weight. So yes, absolutely, you will find that pitch plays a role in determining weight.
Absolutely. Oh, nice chord ratio there. I love that. That's one of my favorite YouTube usernames, 20, 30, 33. In case you all wonder what 20, 30, 33 means, it's this sound that I use in a lot of my music. It's this scale, or this chord here, right here. That is 22, 30, 33. Okay, just want to share that. Let's see, what's people saying? Socus, it's giving me a very cray. What dialect of Latin do you know any Etruscan? I certainly don't. Maybe that question is for someone else. Do you have any general tips for vocal underperformers to make voice training easier? I remember you were planning on making a video about that at some point, but that's my main problem. Definitely intend to make a video with that at some point as well. It's been the last like 2 months or so I haven't managed to make a lot of videos or edit very much just because I got sick in October and fell really far behind. So I'm mostly caught up. I'm on kind of winter break right now. But tips for vocal underperformers or underdoers is what you mean. Use your voice a lot more, you know? It almost
Yes.
really doesn't matter what you do. Like, we just need to get you vocalizing, moving basic pitch exercise around, trying to just sustain a sound for longer periods of time, trying to play with volume shifts. Like, it almost doesn't matter. Playing with a straw, doing semi-occluded vocal tract exercise or softies to help you start to get some of that. It almost doesn't really matter what you do. It's just about use your voice and interact with voice more. But exercises like softies, singing into a straw, doing lip trills if you can do those, humming, singing in general, producing any tone, all that will be very beneficial for you, and you should do it frequently.
Yeah. Let's see. Somebody was saying, sorry, the Solace's message about Latin that I think she accidentally tagged me in through me. I'm not a Latin speaker. Drev asked, I want to get away from that dark sound. I like a light, agile, bright male sound. I don't like the warm tone of my voice for singing. Essentially, I like a tenor sound more than a baritonal sound. So
Oh, cool.
you would want to both get smaller and lighter with your voice while maintaining a masculine size, and probably not going as small or light as you would for full-on voice feminization. But you are looking for de-androgenization here. So it is the same process. So instead of changing your pronunciation, your cadence and whatnot, and going from like hello 1 2 3 4 5 to hello 1 2 3 4 5, right? We don't want to change up our style really. We want to change these more basic equilibrii around which our voice revolves. So you'll go from a heavier, larger sound.
I usually like to work on weight first, so you would work on revolving around a lighter weight, go to a higher pitch. Usually that helps out with decreasing weight. And then do that exploration that we did earlier, where we kept weight pretty much the same, and we went from this hollow, dopey sound to a more typical, balanced sounding voice. Hello,
hello, hello, hello, hello, hello. And that'll allow you to take on a more tenor-esque timbre to your voice without full-on feminizing, because you're just not going that far in the de-androgenizing direction.
Lovely. Increasing loudness while maintaining low weight is definitely a struggle. Well, it's a bit of a paradox, but yeah, belting kind of helps with that. I don't know, just pushing more, being light, going higher. It becomes a bit of a game about what pitch you're at, because you can't ever get your maximum volumes, at like a medium pitch while being as light as possible. You have to recruit some weight increase during part of that. Otherwise, it just doesn't. How much can we change the range of our voice? Quite a lot. It depends. It's like, it's kind of an interesting question, because a lot of times when people think they have a vocal range, that's not really their vocal range. It's kind of a little more nuanced than that. Let's see here. Okay, I think we're gonna do another giveaway. Okay, giveaway time. Now this time we'll do a voice lesson giveaway. So we're gonna give away a ticket to our 6-week-long group course. Okay, we have a 6-week-long group course coming up in January, which is 6 weeks of technique practice, voice practice. Like I said before, those group classes are 27 students, and we have 3 instructors that are involved: me, Clover, myself, and Hearth. And so we're going to give away a slot, a seat in that course. So that's really exciting. And here's how we're going to do it. We are going to do the email thing again. So now what I want you to do is I want everyone to send an email to this email address right here, okay? How exactly do you change weight in your voice? Well, you learn what it sounds like, and then you take actions to create those sounds, and then now you know how to change weight in your voice. If you're talking about biomechanically, it's a pretty complex process of how the vocal folds interact, essentially creating more tissue engagement and kind of more resistance to the sound, and then more energy is put into the vocal folds, which transmits as more movement, which then saturates the air with higher harmonics. But once again, that second answer doesn't really help you do vocal weight more or less, right? The first answer, learning how it sounds, is how you do it, because we have to develop how it sounds first. Okay, so here we go. So everyone, you're going to email this, and you're going to email it with the thing group 2. Okay, so subject header group 2. If you would like a slot in our 6-week group course coming up. Hello, Nebula. How have y'all been? Quite good. Just
Hi,
taking
Nebula.
some questions. Playing a little bit of music. Yes, email again. Are these classes in person or virtual? They are virtual. They're on Zoom. Big groups of people. So yes, you will email tvlgiveaway@gmail.com with the subject header group 2. And we'll keep that open for a little bit.
Yes, you can enter in multiple giveaways. Just don't enter multiple emails or multiple submissions to the same giveaway, please. The header is group 2.
Yep.
Is vocal weight synonymous with open and closed quotient? No. So open and closed quotient are essentially measurements of how long or the ratio of how long the vocal folds are in the open or closed phase during vibration. So that's biomechanical description. Then there are acoustic descriptions. So you'll go from biomechanics like OQ, CQ, then you'll get into more acoustic signal descriptions, and there you might say, okay, the nearest thing is a combination of fundamental frequency and spectral slope. And then even that is not really actually vocal weight. Vocal weight is a perceptual phenomena. So you're looking at least 2 translations there. And if anything, skew quotient is probably more impactful than just open or closed. So yeah, no, they are different things and they're useful in different contexts.
Yeah, like if you were to be like modeling, if you were to be punching numbers into a computer to get signals out, open quotient, closed quotient, skew quotient, those are going to be pretty useful because they are measurements which then you can feed into a thing. You can also give spectral roll-off to a machine too, and that's, once again, allows you to bypass it at one level. One of the things about voice that's really fascinating to me, and I love to talk about this, I really want to make a YouTube video on this, but is how one of the things that makes voice kind of tricky is how there's kind of parallel truths that happen at the same time. There are sensory truths, there are acoustic truths, and there are kind of biomechanic truths, right? Sort of like, I like to use pitch as an example for people to understand this. Like when I ask somebody, what is pitch? They typically say, pitch is frequency. Well, no, not really. Pitch is actually a sensory experience. It's a subjective experience of high and low. And high and low, correlate strongly to frequency, right? Like they're pretty pegged closely with each other, but there's situations where they aren't the same, and we can create situations where they aren't the same. So pitch is actually a sensory description. It's subjective, and that corresponds to, an acoustic description of fundamental frequency, and then that can correspond to a biomechanical description of how fast or slow the vocal folds move. Right? So there's kind of these multiple levels of stuff going on. Like when it comes to weight, it's like, we can say vocal weight is a sensory perceptual description. It corresponds kind of to spectral slope, which then corresponds to the biomechanic actions of the vocal folds. Thinking on the biomechanical level is 2 levels removed, like Clover said, from your experience, from what you will be doing. And thinking on an acoustic level is kind of 1 level removed. Thinking acoustically or thinking biomechanically can be fun and I think biomechanic thinking is probably the least useful, at least when it comes to like super accurate biomechanics. I think some somatic guidance and some of that can be useful sometimes. But like when you're thinking like surgically exactly what the body's doing to achieve the thing, it's not really that useful for our control scheme because we don't interact with our body that way. We interact with our voice through sound. And so the subjective experience of how we experience sound ultimately trumps all, and that guides us to changing the other things. So what do you think is the largest difference between your lessons and traditional voice training lessons? There's a lot of differences, I would say, especially if you're going to the NHS.
Probably that
Probably resonance.
the auditory training model we use is pretty proprietary. It yeah, this is stuff that we have largely worked on just between the two of us. And yeah, that I guess that would be the biggest difference, is just the actual paradigm through which you would be
the
taught.
whole approach, yeah. I feel like SLPs typically approach things from more of a somatic sensory thing. Also, SLPs tend to not do ear training over acoustic patterns that make an influence over sex differences. Also, SLPs tend to be cis on average, and they tend to not actually modify their own voice. Also, they tend to not really understand what resonance is, or maybe they'll understand what resonance is, but they don't have an effective model to teach the modification of resonance. So they usually use somatic descriptions or placement theory, or, Sandy Hirsch's eification of vowels, all of which are pretty inadequate treatments for how we can modify vocal gender. I'm actually publishing an article on this very topic soon. It's a sort of critique of the institutional sort of structure. The way I like to describe it is the average SLP standard of care model is an observer-based approach. They aren't participants. They observe people go through the process of voice modification. They observe people who are trans trying to do this, and then they try to figure out things and help guide those people, but they themselves are not participants in it, usually. And so that creates a really important distinction. So I would say another big aspect of, the model that Clover and I are developing and are working towards, codifying more in depth, is that we are both participants. We're not observers. We observe our own participation and then learn from that and extract lessons. But the auditory model that we use, a lot of the sort of language that we use, like the way that we use weight. I mean, fullness is very much, between Clover and I, a very proprietary kind of description. You literally won't go anywhere else on the internet unless people have learned from us and they talk about fullness, right? Like, this idea of intersection between size and weight is something that Clover and I kind of found sort of on accident when we were really thinking about how we can teach weight and how we can teach resonance in a more optimal way. And we kind of found this auditory roughness description was sort of the way that they would interact. So there's honestly a lot of things. I think even the way that we approach pitch modification is very different, because if you go to an SLP, on average, they won't talk about this relationship between vocal weight and pitch. They'll talk about head voice, and they use the term head voice or chest voice to refer to vocal weight and pitch as like a singular thing, whereas we like to kind of make you aware of weight as its own kind of acoustic, or its own sensory experience linking to an important acoustic feature, and pitch as its own thing as well, so that we can sort of de-entangle them and understand how they relate and how they work to form loudness and other aspects of the voice. There are a lot of differences. I would also say the way that we approach style learning is very different. The way that we would approach like prostatic education and different things like that, the way that we think about ear training, there's a lot. So those are some of the main differences. I'm excited to share the article in us. I'll definitely let everyone know when that's out. It's currently going under editing right now, so that's cool.
So somebody said, I'm just scrolling through some of these comments. Somebody said, I got a voice teacher recommendation who taught trans women to speak with their falsetto voice, and that can be bad. It could also maybe be useful in specific contexts. So generally, falsetto is a very gestalt sound. And that teacher is accurately identifying, like, okay, yeah, there is something that is, in falsetto that is in the right direction. And that difference is a difference in vocal weight. But, oh, you're fine. That difference is a difference in vocal weight. And if they don't have the language or the model with which to further break it down, then it's bad. If they do have the understanding and the tools necessary to break the sound down further than that and sculpt the rest of your voice rather than just saying, use a falsetto sound, great, cool. But unfortunately, most don't, because registers are treated as almost the most basic or one of the most basic building blocks or features of a voice when they aren't. They are gestalt.
Definitely.
I have an Instagram that I don't use. Sorry. Is it weight or resonance that affects the location of the passaggio? Both.
Okay, I forgot we did a giveaway. Let's take a look at the results. How lovely. Okay. And I just want to take a moment before we do this giveaway. I just want to thank everyone for being here. It really means a lot. Thank you for all the super chats. Thank you for all the amazing questions. Thank you for all the great feedback and the love that we're all getting. So let's do this. Let's do this giveaway. Okay, so let's see here. Group 2, and someone says fingers crossed. I'll keep my fingers crossed for you there, my friend. Okay, so we got 98 people on this one. Okay, so here we go. Let me just go ahead and just move this window around. Oh, there we go. And then I will once again bring the number generator up. Okay, so there's that. And let me detach this window. So out of 98 people who submitted, and this is for group class seat for the 6 week, which starts late January.
January 23rd.
All
It's a
right.
Sunday.
Tis a Sunday. Let's see here. Oh wait, it's covered up by my camera. I can't see it. Okay, there we go. So we've got that 1 out of 98. All right, everyone. Fingers crossed. Let's hope someone who really needs it gets it. Of course, anyone who gets it is welcome, of course. But let's see here. Oh, bells are fun because they're very enharmonic. Very beautiful. I love that. This synthesizer here, you can't see it. It's the iridium. It's actually amazing for creating like bells like that are enharmonic and creating hyper like harmonic stuff and all kinds of weird transformations of timbre. Okay, here we go. Giveaway for group classes starting right. Wait, let me just double check, make sure no one else sent the thing in so that there's not more than 98 real fast. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's exciting. Okay, hold on. Maybe we should get some music. Hold on.
Oh.
I need some music. Hold on, I need some music. Or a drum roll or something like that. Okay. Gotta build some drama, you know? Okay.
Of course.
So here we go. Drum roll, people. The number is... Wait, I clicked it. It didn't do that.
Hear the drum roll.
Oh, you can't. Wait, that number didn't work, right? It's still gray. The number comes up black when it works, right? Just making sure I don't want to scam number 3. But it looked like it moved and then it didn't finish moving. So I'll be doing another generate. I'm going to do 2 test generations, okay? Just 2 real fast to make sure. Oh, no, it was 3. Okay. So whoever the third one was, we'll go with that one because that was actually what it rolled at, right? Did everyone see that? It went to 3, right? I'm just making sure because it barely moved. Just want to make sure. I'm not trying to scam. So type in chat. Does everyone agree that number 3 was what it was? That was the first one that actually got rolled during the drum roll, right? Yeah, see, people, okay, it did indeed. That's what I thought. Just making sure. I trust Natalie very much. Thank you. Okay, so let's see who the third person was. This is so exciting.
3's in chat.
Oh, wonderful. Email firesped 18215. I would read your name on the account, but I think it's a dead name, so I don't want to dead name you. So yeah, firesped 18215. You are our winner for the group course. Are you in? Say hello in chat there, and then send me a message with your.
Congrats, Amelia.
Amelia? Oh my gosh! Well, my name's Amelia too. Totally not scam. Wonderful. I love that. Congratulations. You'll have 6 weeks of group courses with Clover and the crew. That's so wonderful. You're firesped. Excellent. So I'll send you a message that lets you confirm you won. And then a little bit later when I go and deliver all the gifts and everything and giveaway stuff that we're doing, I will send you a coupon code that you can use for the 6-week group course, and then you can enroll in that, and then you're a part of it. Okay?
A coupon.
A coupon. A Koopa Troopa. Zia biased. Yes, of course. I only picked an Amelia. That's funny. That's cute.
Drev asks, so voice type is all determined by how much or how little we use weight and how small or large our source larynx is. No. Close, but no. So weight is, you could think of it as deriving from source behaviors in the larynx. And what we hear is size, right? How large or small the instrument that is filtering or resonating. It comes from the filter, right? It comes from your actual vocal tract, the columns of air through which the sound travels.
We can also say that there is a small part of that, which is androgenization as well, right? Like, for the most part, you can functionally shape-shift your voice into whatever archetype you want, but there is a slight influence from the physiology there, which definitely plays a role, not a huge role, but it's definitely a role. And then, as Clover said, we can think of weight as being more based on actions that your vocal folds do, and then the resonance being your vocal tract shape. So how do you join the giveaway? Right now, a giveaway is not going on. We'll be doing another giveaway, let's say, in 30 minutes or so. So far, just to review, we have given away this Volca synthesizer, and we have given away 6 weeks of group classes. The next giveaway is going to be, I'll go get it if you'd like to entertain the crew. Let me pull my socks up so I don't look like a. One sec. Okay, so I'll go get the next giveaway.
All right. Folks, I really don't know what to say. If you don't mind, could you pull up the fullness diagram again? I can send a link to that, probably. If you'll give me a moment, I will try anyway.
Okay, our next giveaway is going to be another musical instrument. Because I'm a musician. Ooh. I actually find there's almost nothing better that you can give away than education, like voice lessons, or music instruments, because both of those allow you to interact with sound and start this journey of sound creation or influence your sound creation in any way. And I just think that's so beautiful and so wonderful. I just love being a part of that. So the next thing we're giving away, you guys ready? We are giving away a Korg monologue. Okay, this is a mono synthesizer with sequencer. It's got a lot of different features. It is analog. Also, the filter on this is awesome. I think the filter's a little digital, but I actually prefer the filter on this synthesizer instead of the mini log. Okay, so we're actually giving away 2 of these. Okay, there's gonna be 2 winners for this. We'll do the giveaways at different times, but we're giving away 2 of these. I think overall today we're giving away like $2,000 worth of stuff. So far, we just gave away like $600 so far, $650 worth of gifts so far. So this one, we're giving away 2 of these, and we're just getting started here today, folks. So how exciting. So if you've ever wanted a synthesizer.
Yeah, so exciting.
It is exciting. It's so exciting, Clover. Can you believe we're getting away synthesizers? People, I hope someone out there finds a synthesizer.
I can't believe that.
I hope a synthesizer changed someone's life out there. Someone gets a little nerd knob turning, falls in love with sound. That's really what we're after out here. We're trying to just get people to fall in love with sound. Look at all the wows in chat. I know it's beautiful, right? Now this one's mine. You're not getting this one. I was thinking about giving away mine, but I never sell instruments or give away instruments that are mine because they're kind of like my own little babies. They're my friends. But I have two new ones back there that I bought that I'll be giving away. So, yeah. Is there region restrictions for the giveaways? I think no, because the super chats, right? My whole goal is the money that we get from TransVoiceLessons, whether it's the Patreon or from the YouTube, really should just go back into it. So since people super chatted so much already, I think we can handle international shipping. Yeah. I think so. Yeah, should be good. If not, I'll eat it. I'll eat the price. I don't really care anyways. You guys empower me to do all this cool, crazy stuff. So it's whatever, Let's see here. Ooh. I can barely pick this up. My boobs are sore. I really want to like stretch, you know what I'm saying? But I can't. Stretching's not an option right now. Oof. Clover, give me a back massage. Ah, it hurts. Okay, let's see.
You're a little far away, my friend.
True. Oh. Little Christmas times here. Yeah, there we go. There you go, folks. Little Christmas time is here. A little improv. Someone asked, how'd I get the beat like that? Oh, I just made it. You know? Just made it on my little digitact, and I noised it up and gave it a bit of lo-fi vibe with the analog heat. Whew. Okay.
No, shaving the laryngeal cartilage will not necessarily damage your voice, but we do have a survey that is
Ooh.
showing that damage is probably severely underreported.
Yes. Currently, we have 116 responses from the community survey, and basically 23% of those confirm having some long-term or chronic vocal impairment after chondrolaryngoplasty or the tracheal shave procedure. About 9% think they possibly could, but they're unsure. And then, the most startling number from this, in my opinion, or the most startling aspect of this survey, in my opinion, is really this, which I think is just like shocking. And when Clover said underreported, that's the most safe conclusion we can draw, right? We can't say, oh, you're at risk or whatever, but like definitely underreported. And this is crazy. So, when asked, do you feel you are properly informed of the long-term vocal risks by your surgeon? 38% of people said yes. 33% of people said no, long-term vocal risk wasn't mentioned at all. And 28% feel somewhat long-term complications were briefly mentioned but not well specified. That is really, really crazy that almost like 60% or around 60% of people feel they were, someone's like, how is that acceptable? Agreed. So that's the biggest thing. Just when, if you go into it, that doesn't mean you're going to get, any damage, but just be aware of the risks. We want you to be educated and informed to make decisions. Exactly. Not mentioned at all in literally 1/3 of these reports. Not mentioned at all that there could be any vocal risk. That's crazy. So that's really, see, Lori B says, yep, wasn't mentioned at all. When we see, at least 25% of people here in our survey out of 116 people, which, by the way, even though the survey was clearly going to have bias based on the community that we collect the data in and everything, 116 is not a sample size to scoff at. There are conclusions drawn from research in the field right now that are where vocal surgeries are based on that have 15 to 30 sample size, right? So we have a pretty substantial sample population at this point, and the fact that, at least 25% are vocally injured from that surgery, and then you see like 33% weren't mentioned there were risks at all is really quite startling stuff. So Clover and I are going to work to publish that. We're going to try to get the sample size up a little more, and then we'll be talking about that and probably working with the data analyst to help collect and parse out some really interesting revelations there. For what it's worth, I had no change to tracheal shave. Please fill out our survey. Regardless if you had change or didn't have change, we're not interested in, in bringing people to the survey who did or didn't have. We want everyone that who has had a tracheal shave or what's called a chondrolaryngoplasty. We need your help. We need you to come and share your story, whether it's a good story or a bad story, whatever. We want the least biased, most clear picture of it. Here's a link to our survey, in case in case anyone wants to participate. This is a link to our tracheal shave survey, okay? And the more people we can get to fill this out, the more impact we can make when we publish on this, and we can really start to spearhead the conversation for surgeons around mitigating these risks. Why is this happening? We need to educate people and inform people that this does happen. So, go ahead.
Our honest preference would be that we made this survey for no reason, and nobody exactly. Nobody ever has problems with this stuff, and it's totally safe. Unfortunately, it's just seeming like that's not the case. But more input is going to give us a better idea of what reality is. So please contribute.
Please contribute. Please spread that to different communities. If you're in a trans space or community, or you have a friend who got a tracheal shave, please pass this along to them. The more sort of like we said, the more sample size we can get, literally the more helpful it's going to be able to make in the long term. Raising awareness for surgeons and different doctors, raising awareness for trans people, understanding what complications tend to occur so that we can understand and give that information to surgeons to figure out maybe how they can mitigate that. I mean, there's really so many things that it can be beneficial for. So please fill out that survey. It won't take more than 3-4 minutes, and it's a really important cause. So, yeah. I wonder if Samantha Lux offered her story through this. I wouldn't know. And if she had, I wouldn't reveal, anyone's data or whatever. But I can't say for certain. Hopefully she did. Hopefully everyone who's had a tracheal, that's all I can say is hopefully everyone who's ever had a tracheal shave fills out this survey. So yeah, because it's really important work. So I'll make a follow-up video on it soon, talking about some preliminary stuff. Like I said, I have a bazillion video ideas. I need, it's hard for me to edit them while I also have a full workload of teaching. And well, once this article's kind of out of my hands now, I'll have to revise it or do some editing to it or revision to it when the editing gets back. But once that's out of my hands, there's another article that I'm engaged on right now with an awesome team. And so once these articles are out of my hands and they're up in the ether getting edited and published, then it's a really big relief, because that's eating a lot of my time right now. And it's kind of time that you all don't get to see that I'm using, right? Like when I make a video, people can see, oh, like, Z's doing this thing, putting this time in and making this resource, right? But when I'm working on publications that have to go behind the scenes and take multiple months to get through processing and stuff, you don't see it, you know what I mean? And I like to create stuff that the community can really see. But hopefully this work that's been going on behind the scenes, both with Clover and I and with myself, hopefully it makes a big impact. So, and then you'll all see it in the future. So, yeah. Water is so good. Oh my gosh. I was kind of enjoying jamming. I really want to play some Lumatone, but I got to sit over there to play it because I don't have it right next to me. But I'd rather play Microtonal. Maybe a little bit more distortion. Make this sound a little more Christmassy. Ooh, too distorted. A little more lo-fi. Whoa, that's an interesting sound. Oh yeah, Clover, sorry, I don't know if you could have heard that jam I did earlier. Sorry, I just launched right into the jam.
No, I could hear it, yeah.
Update the WPATH standard of care. So I'm kind of involved with a team right now who have been doing just that. So I contributed less to it than others because I was working on this paper or whatever, but a bunch of our friends and colleagues actually, we all got on a call together for a couple of nights in a row and stuff, and really worked to develop a set of feedback for the new WPATH criteria, and hopefully they'll take our suggestions to heart. And then another colleague that I would say I work alongside with in some capacity, we've been they sort of spearheaded. I planted some suggestions, other people in the group planted suggestions, but mostly they kind of took care of it, and they made new suggestions for ASHA, the American Speech and Hearing Association. So hopefully some WPATH and ASHA recommendation standard of care gets updated. Also, I directly critique the standards of care from WPATH in the article that I'm publishing soon, and primarily for the reason, that it describes the main thing I went on, and that there's a lot of things you could talk about, but the main thing for me is that, WPATH describes the primary providers of care as being SLPs, and that's really weird because it's not if you're an SLP or not that makes you qualified to do this, it's if you can do this, right? So being an SLP doesn't mean you can't do this, and being an SLP doesn't mean you can do this. The standards of care and the primary service providers need to be based on some quality assessment that we can do for people who have skills and proficiency in teaching others to modify the gender of their voice. Yeah, the feedback, the WPATH feedback thing document was cool. Hope it makes a difference. Definitely. I really hope they edit some of it too. Some of them are super troubling. I agree, Katrina. What's your thoughts on Dr. Powers? He's my doctor. I mean, he has some pretty controversial things. I know he takes a lot of hot takes that, are
I don't stand behind any of his takes or anything like that, but he is my doctor, and I'm, on working terms with him.
Riley asks, why do you think the trach shave negatively impacts voice so much? Isn't
There's
it
a
just
covering.
removing the protruding bit? Shouldn't there still be cartilage left over the vocal cords? Is it just done heavy-handedly? And like Chloe says, nerve damage is one possibility, and it's a major possibility. The nerves are very shallow under the skin. This whole area matters a lot. There's more than just blood that flows through your neck. And the muscles that control your voice are numerous and small and somewhat fragile. So if your muscle is not healed properly, if it's not set up to heal just right, you can see that you lose function in your voice. You have over 100 muscles that are involved with every vocalization that you make, and a lot of them are right here. I believe it's 30 muscles connect right here to your hyoid bone, and that is right in this area. So there is high potential, really, for even skilled surgeons to make a mistake in this area.
I'll also say, if you're interested in some other reasons, I actually made a video on this. I talk about 4 possible complications of it. So that's a video on our channel if you want to watch that. It's about tracheal shaves and introduced that study. I mean, based on what we can see from observation, the big risk is if you get what's that called? Posterior, I can't remember off the top of my head. So there's subcutaneous tracheal adhesion, which is a bit of a problem, not a massive problem. And then there is this other risk that is really, really, really spooky. It's basically, let's see, I forget what it's called. But it's pretty well known. So anterior commissure detachment. Basically, it just means kind of like what Clover said. The front of it's shaved down a little bit too much, and it actually causes the vocal folds to lose their ability to tighten as much as they can. So it tends to present with hoarseness, with bowing of the vocal folds, loosening, and impaired vocal function, typically lower pitch. I've seen a few students with patterns that present like anterior commissure detachment, and that's definitely the spookiest. It's a known risk, by the way. In the literature, there's like Spiegel's the one who posted. Okay, so Dr. Spiegel is the one who created 2 pieces of research that say there's a 0%, out of a study of 120 people, 0 had vocal damage. When in reality, the way that they phrased it was like ridiculous. So there's no way, based on the questionnaire that people were given, that they could assess if the people had vocal damage. So it's kind of an unfair thing. But he had like 2 papers, like one had like a sample size of like 120 and one had like a sample size of like 80. He says, oh, no one had an impact. But in that paper, he mentions anterior commissure detachment as like a huge risk. So you have to be careful of that. Subcutaneous adhesion seems a bit more rare, but I've seen some people who feel they have patterns of symptoms that you can't really say, and then just the acute stuff as well.
I believe if anybody is familiar with the trans YouTuber Eden the doll, I believe that she had that attachment right to the skin, and so
The subcutaneous adhesion.
Yeah. So whenever she tried to use her voice, her internal anatomy was constantly being yanked by her skin. It couldn't move like it needed to.
Yep. So there's a couple risks. There's that one, and then there's that other risk, which I personally believe, there's other risks that don't just fit under those categories. That's certainly a risk of those 2 different things. But also, I think there's just some other complications that can occur. Like Clover said, there's tons of moving parts in the voice, and you can disturb things a lot of different ways that you can't necessarily predict. So, yeah. Isn't the reason Dr. Powers hasn't published his studies because his house literally burned down? Yeah, that is a true fact. A true fact, yes, indeed.
Ooh.
So it's kind of sad, honestly.
Now my larynx is red because I pinched it.
Oh my god. Ooh, that's pretty, isn't it? Drev, thank you so much for being here. You guys are such a blessing and truly understand the power of voice. I speak for both of us, I think, when I say voice has profoundly changed our lives. So
Yes.
It's hard not to know the power of it. I mean, gosh, it's crazy. So thank you for being here. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you all. Do cigarettes change a lot my voice at any term? Yeah, so absolutely. Smoking can definitely change your voice. The heat from smoking, especially, can cause those really sensitive tissues of your vocal folds to undergo some changes. They can get dried out. The tissues can become less pliable because of repeated damage, and so that can make your voice sound more hoarse or even gravelly. Your vocal folds won't vibrate as cleanly. So yeah, that is something to look out for. Thankfully, you also should be able to heal most, if not all of that, depending on how long and how much you smoked by stopping. So, if you're looking at like cigarettes, I won't say dip because, love your teeth. Try to find a way to stop smoking. But if it's like weed or something, maybe eat your weed. That's what I do. By the way, actually, that's just only in Minecraft to do that. That's not a real suggestion.
Oh, I've talked about acid on the stream. You're good.
Okay.
But in Minecraft. Acid in Minecraft, yeah.
Right.
I'm very open about psychedelics. I really don't think psychedelics should be shamed. I think that, they should be encouraged to have very responsible usage, but I remember growing up in the 90s, like, that's right, oh my God, you're going to do that. It's going to kill you. It's going to ruin your life. It's going to destroy you know what I mean? It's like, it's really not that big of a deal. I mean, treat it responsibly, be very careful with it. I mean, I'm really excited to see the therapy that's coming out with MDMA and trauma therapy, or psilocybin and trauma therapy. I really think there's profound therapeutic benefits for psychedelic usage, especially in controlled and responsible ways, to really maximize the therapeutic effect of it. And I think that we should be open about that as a society, and as long as it's responsible and, discussed in a way that's respectful, and I think it's a great thing, yeah.
Natalie said, I think so many people would benefit so much if voice training was just available as part of education or healthcare. All folks can benefit from exploring voice, and I know that Z and I both heavily agree with this. Ideally, we get taught about perception and controlling your voice from a pretty young age, and it's, just something that people can do. But in the shorter term, not necessarily short term, one of our major goals is to propagate what we know, so that, at least the trans community can help itself. And, we don't have to look outside our own community for this help.
Yep.
We want it to be a common knowledge.
My my viewpoint on the application of this stuff and what we're really doing here, I've always had this perspective. I view voice as a form of technology. It's a form of communication technology that we're all taking part in. And it's pretty shocking to me that as we have come into this sort of modern age, dystopic, pre-cyberpunk dystopia, very boring corporatist space, as we've come into this space, we've seen rapid revolution and disruptive technology in basically all fields, right? I mean, the way that we communicate, the way we get our information. You're watching us on a live stream right now, If we would have gone back like 50 years ago, we'd have all came in the same place and done this meeting. It would have been weirder, right? And actually we wouldn't have, because we'd have been at home with our families on Christmas. So, the way that we even interact is so different. And I believe that humanity is extremely ripe and due for this advance of speech becoming a modifiable thing that we can all modify. Just like, people go to the gym, right? I look at the information Clover and I is creating as sort of like the future gym structure for anyone who wants to change the sound of their voice, right? It's a form of technology. It's a form of cognitive technology, and by creating more efficient models that allow people to learn voice more quickly and more accurately and more tangibly, we're essentially designing technology. And I believe that technology has a profound ability to change the way that we look at voice in our society, and that can create a form of disruptive technology. I don't think that voice modification is just for cis or for trans people, right? I think there's tons of cis people people who would want to change their voice, some who might want to sound more masculine or more feminine or sound less like XYZ or more like XY. There's no limit to it, right? It's like we can all modify our voice, but we're all taught early on that like we perhaps can't really modify our voice, and our voice is like some example of our true identity, quote unquote, which is really crazy because that's like telling someone who just deterministically falls into some pattern that they're just that way forever, right? Like we don't tell people who just happen to naturally develop some kind of form of mental illness or some form of physical illness. Oh, sorry, that's just how it is. That's your true identity. That's your true self. No, we say, is there an aspect about yourself that makes you uncomfortable or you don't like? Well, let's create strategies to help change that and rectify that so you can have a greater quality of life. And it's so funny, not funny, it's really sad when transphobes come to my YouTube channel and they post these things like, can't you just accept yourself? It's like, what are you even talking about? I have accepted myself, Like doing self-improvement doesn't mean, you didn't accept yourself. Like it's a very strange thing, and it just highlights the way that the average person views voice as this trueness of your identity, when in reality your voice isn't some true expression of your identity. Your voice is an accident. You were just born you were born at a certain time in a certain place in a certain family, and you acquired all these patterns of behavior. And there's nothing innately more about those patterns that make them you than the fact they just happen. And it's just like it's so fascinating. I think about it like I just think about it like that. We can use it to self-improve the world. And I really am looking forward to it. I don't think the model that Clover and I are developing and working on codifying is really kind of universal. It's not just for trans voice stuff. The primary application we do with it right now is for trans voice stuff because we care the most, we care tremendous about the trans community because we are trans people. But like, and I think there's such an important need of care there, but this is eventually going to develop into a singing model, into a voice acting model, into a trans voice model. Really, the sort of barriers between those dissolve when you start to think about, voice in the way that we're thinking about it. So it can be applied to anything. And oh gosh, Pietro Farrugia, I love that message. Voice is the arena, especially in the disembodied virtuality of the post-COVID world. Couldn't agree more. Gosh, that's a great quote. I agree. And that's really the power of trans voice, right? Is let's say someone's just getting started on their transition, or they'll maybe have to wait in the NHS before they can start hormones, or maybe, they really need some surgery that they feel will help their quality of life improve, but they can't access that yet. Voice is accessible, or we're working on making voice increasingly more accessible. And that allows you to instantly start, existing as your preferred gender and alleviating dysphoria in online communities instantly, right? So it's very powerful stuff.
Yeah. Let's see. It was I can't remember who said it, but it was something about using your voice to basically self-actualize, and I cannot agree more. This is such an important aspect of ourselves because this using your voice is the only way that you can take up more three-dimensional space. It is a way in which you are imposing yourself on the space and time around you.
Mm-hmm.
Good night.
Yes, good night. The keyboard sounds like an episode of Mr. Rogers.
I think I'm lagging.
Won't you be my neighbor?
Am I back?
Yep. Oh, I love that song.
Yeah. I mean, I'll say that, for myself, I've used this model very successfully with my own singing. I know several people who have at this point, and the way that we've designed it is not to even really be something that is just specifically for like voice feminization or trans voice. We based it just on what a voice is.
Yeah. How perception works, how auditory learning and voice learning works, and what voice is at its parts. So absolutely. I mean, I know, like Clover said, multiple people have, what is this message here? Multiple people have applied it to singing and stuff. I know I certainly have. I actually, there's so many insights that have came from this discussion and thought of this whole voice feminization stuff that's like makes way more sense than when I was trying to do singing a different way, you know? Particularly fullness. I mean, fullness really cracks the code on like how singing really kind of works, you know, at least to me, at least. I feel like I was always aware of it, but I was kind of missing one variable, you know. It's kind of like, yeah, resonance is very important. Got to keep my resonance small enough when I go high enough. But now it's like understanding fullness as it relates to singing, it's like so powerful, because really when I was practicing feminizing my voice, the primary thing that I was hunting for was hollowness, right? When I would sing and I'd feel that it was too hollow, it's like, well, I know that that's not what I'm looking for, so I need to raise my resonance. So I understood the space and how to get away from the problem, but it was interesting to me how, you know, after sort of codifying that further and understanding more about it, you know, we found that weight is implicated too. It's not just resonance or weight, it's kind of both, and how they intersect and the gestalt they form, timbrely, and the auditory roughness they form. So very important. Yeah. Oh, I had my chat open. Voice is logos. What Clover said about Tatum's your voice. Thank you. Thank you so much for your videos. I'm closeted, so I try to practice whenever my parents are gone. The videos really help. That really means a lot. I can't wait to make more. I need to make more videos. Need to do more stuff. So speaking of fullness, did you ever find the link for the diagram?
Yeah, I can pull that up for you. I went to go find it, and then I got
the
distracted
Google
with
Drive
that.
link. Yeah, hit.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, hit that. Bye, Minigian. Bye. Thanks for being here. Does anyone remember what's that device that allows you to practice singing at home? Like, it's called a belt box, I think. Is that correct? A belt box, shout box, something like that.
A belt box. Yeah,
they're kind
I
of.
have one.
Are they good? What do you think about them?
Belt box.
Are they good? Oh, you're laggy, but you're good. You're not laggy. You're just behind.
Okay, yeah, they're nice. They're okay. I mean, they're not optimal practice, I'll say that. But, you know, they work to muffle you some. So if you need to be muffled, it works for that.
Love that. Someone asked a question I really, really, really want to answer, because it's a question that's up my wheelhouse. Someone asks, what does gestalt mean? You keep saying that, both of you keep saying that word. I'm only familiar with it as a D&D campaign where you level 2 classes at the same time. Okay. So gestalt is this idea, simply put, that the whole of something is greater than the sum of its parts. It basically means that even if you try to account for each little variable, the end result is more than just those variables, right? And we see this, there's actually a whole field of psychology based on this. There's a bunch of other different stuff. But, you know, the way that we use it in voice is to refer to the fact that the effect is transformative, right? We can think there's vocal weight and there's pitch and resonance and blah, 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 blah. But when you go to do the thing, there is so much more than just that. Those are present and they play a factor, but there's a bigger thing that emerges, right? It's kind of like, I like to think of it sort of like sentience, consciousness. You know, we understand that there's electrical impulses in our brain going around, and we understand that there's some chemicals and stuff, right? But what it ends up creating is a lot more than just some electrical components and some chemicals, right? It creates this emergent experience. So a gestalt can be thought of as like, you know, the fact that the end result, you can't account for every variable that made that thing. And even if you could account for every variable that makes that thing, the end result ends up transforming those variables into something distinct and on its own, which is more than those variables. So, yep. It's nonlinear. Yes, that's a great description of it too. The beauty of a work of art. Ooh, love that. Yes, I agree. We definitely appreciate art in a gestalt way. Gestalt is the fifth element. You guys are super green. What are you guys talking about? We're talking about voice. We're just doing question and answer. We played some music. We're doing some giveaways.
If you want to think about that adage, you can't see the forest for the trees. In that adage, the forest is the gestalt.
Definitely. Love that. Yep. And that's actually a great example too. I love that. It's like, because the trees, a bunch of trees aren't necessarily a forest. You know, at a certain point, we describe it as a forest and it becomes more than that. I assumed it was the name of a person who first came up with the double class campaign. Oh, no. It's got a lot of great utility. Understanding this, you know, it really comes down to the difference between bottom up or top down versus bottom up. I mean, that's not exactly, but it's interesting because I think this happens to a lot of like experts in different fields, whether it's art or whether it's music or whatever. There's always this position where someone, like, you know, they try to learn every feature. Like they try to do a very reductive approach and reduce the thing down to its tiniest parts, right? But then everyone usually has a moment where they get hit straight in the face with it and they realize, wow, okay, so I've reduced it to all these parts, but that's not the thing, you know? We're left with something else when we reduce it, and the reductions are helpful, but they are simply models. Wonderful. Okay, we're going to do another giveaway. Your conversation on the model of vocal timbre is furthering me to try and do more formal secondary research on social perception of voices and try to synthesize it in publicly accessible ways. Sounds awesome. Do it. We're doing research like that too. There's also some great research that was published last year on that topic, and you know, it's definitely a sort of burgeoning field, so definitely get involved. Any assistance in contributing to that would be great. Let's see here. Emergent property. Yeah, that's usually how I describe it, but emergent to me is the most important, but I don't know if students necessarily always get that one right off the bat, but yeah, emergent properties. Let's see here. Okay, so we're doing another giveaway, okay? Here we go. Someone asked me what I use to generate my beats. Well, I make all my beats, right? They are not generated. I use a digitact, or I use my computer, or I play them, drum set. There's lots of different ways, you know? So it just depends on what the vibe is. I've got some here that I was playing with earlier. Right, so just some different things. Okay, everyone, I'll play a little music for us once we start this giveaway. So this is a giveaway for the Korg monologue. So what you're going to do is you're going to send an email to the TransVoiceLessons giveaway email right here. How do you enter the giveaway? No worries, I'm going to answer that for you right now. And don't worry about being redundant for that. It's an important question. Okay, so here's an email address, okay? You're going to send an email to this email address with the subject header mono, okay? And that's it. That's all you do. You don't have to put anything else in there. And then we're going to do a random number generator. We're going to figure out who the winner is. So subject header mono to this email address, and that will enter you in a giveaway for our Korg monologue. We're going to be giving away 2 of these. And I'll probably do them both at the same time, or maybe all caps, doesn't matter. It's not case sensitive. I'll play some music while we wait for that.
I'm gonna go tinkle. Okay, bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Winner will be chosen in just a moment. Someone asked what the giveaway this time is for. So far we've given away a Korg Volca, which is a little synthesizer. We've given away voice lessons. And then this time we're giving away this. Oh, sorry. I should have leaned over. I forgot I have boobs now. Sorry. Okay, we're giving away this. You may have missed the voice lesson giveaway. We'll probably do one more voice lesson giveaway as well. If you want to win this, all you have to do is email tvlgiveaway@gmail.com with the subject header mono. Ooh, that's a nice little tap machine. A drum? No, it's a synthesizer. You don't tap on it. I mean, you could tap on it when you play it like I'm doing, but... Ooh, okay. You want some tapping? I'll get you some tapping. Hold on, let me get a little tap tap. You know I like my tapping. Let's see here. I need to sit it down a little bit so I can get some more verticality out of here, you know? It's a nice percussion instrument. That's the beauty of percussion. Everything's a nice percussion instrument. Ooh. Whew. Well, you know, I was a percussionist first. That's what I studied.
Riley asks, do you think that trick shapes can be altered to be done safely, or is it just an inherently risky place to operate on?
I would say I think it's an inherently risky place to operate on, but I do think they can be
I would
done
agree.
safely. Yeah, I mean, we can
Also agree.
see there's enough people that get it done without damage that clearly there's something going on there that can be done safely. But yeah.
It's more just that the current claims in research are not really encouraging looking into improving that. It's
Yep.
just like, yeah, the way we're doing it now, nobody ever has anything bad happen to them ever. And that's even
We
if
know
you look
that
at their
that's
own
false.
data, you can see that's actually not the case.
Yep.
So yeah, it's about advocacy more than anything.
All right, I'm gonna jam out here and then we're gonna finish this giveaway. Can y'all hear that metronome? It's too slow though for what I was wanting to play. I think I'll take it up to about 2:15. Can you talk on beat? Yes, I can talk on this beat. I can probably rhyme it while I do it, and I can tap it, and I that's hard to do. Can you talk on beat? I can't talk this fast though. Okay, a little bit of rhythms. Now let's finish this giveaway. Desk giveaway. Sounds like a nice instrument. No. This desk is too important for me. Okay, let's see here. So yes, I used to do a lot of tapping. It's actually, I love sharing my tapping. So yeah. I love that someone put Mononoke. I love that. Princess Mononoke. Okay, we are now closing the giveaway. There are 92 people this time here for the giveaway. Let's see here, and let me get our little random number generator. Now I'm in a tappy mood. Kind of want to do a drum stream. Go over there and play some drums. That would be kind of noisy and hard to control the volume and hard to reference monitor. Okay, let's see here. So I'm gonna go here and then number generator. Out of 92 people. Okay. There's this. And we'll bring it on over here. So it's starting on 4. Got 1 out of 92. Let's see where it lands. So this is for a Korg monologue. Oh, drum roll. Let me get that drum roll going. We got to keep the drama high, you know? Okay. Here we go. And the winner is number 92. What are the odds of that? I mean, I guess they're the same as any other number.
1 in 92.
Yeah, they're one. True. Shut up. But no, that's kind of crazy. Very rarely out of 92 people is it the last one. It looks like this is a Russian person. So a Russian friend here, Vosentenov at mail.ru. You are the winner. So I'm going to message you and say, congratulations, you won a Korg monologue. Congratulations. And then I'm going to say, please send me your mailing information. Okay. So there's that. I sent you that. Please get back to me. How cool is that, everyone? So we've got that. I'll be giving away another one of those. Should I just give the other one away right now too? Yeah. Sure. Yeah, I think so. Okay, let's do it. Let's give another one away. So we've got one there. Let me get that random number generator again. So
1 out of 91.
It is 1 out of 91. That is correct. Actually, I think someone tried to sneak in right last moment, so it might be another 92. A 92 banger. Woo. Okay. Nope. Okay, we're good. So now we've got 1 out of 91. Okay. Same thing. Let's go ahead and do it. And this is for another Korg monologue. I'm giving away synths and instruments because I just love giving away the gift of music to people who might not be able to have that on their own. Or people who've never really got into it, and then they have one, and then all of a sudden they start playing, and it's really exciting. So, yeah. And of course, it'll come with a power adapter and stuff. So, okay, here we go. The number is the winner of the second Bing Bong Bye. Bing dong 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 ring. Okay, here we go. The winner is the winner, the winner is 50. Wow, look at that
50.
transition into relaxing Christmas music with the mailing thing. That was crazy, actually. What a weird and perfect transition. Okay, 50. You're the winner. Let's go ahead and see who that is. So it's 50 per email window. So it's going to be the last one here. This is Corey Vandersluis. Vandersluis. Corey, you won. Congratulations. Are you here in chat?
Congrats, Corey.
You won, yes, Corey VDS. Oh, we've answered some of your questions too. Wait, weren't you just posting? I love that. It's cool when someone really active in chat wins too. Also, I just saw that you say you've never won anything before. Previous winner. I can't read your name because it's Russian, but I'm so happy that you've got that. That's so cool. Let's get a little dance. That's right. Throw it back.
Congrats, Corey.
Oh, let me get this picture off you. Clover, you're covered up by a random runner. Ooh. Yeah, that's right. We're getting down. Winning. Oh, I just realized it's Saturday. Do you know what that means,
That's true.
everyone? Do you know what that means, everyone?
I don't think I know what it means.
Definitely the first time to win anything on a live stream. Well, I'm so glad you did it here. Okay, guess what, everyone? This is my thing. I get to watch the new Dexter tonight. I've been obsessed.
Ooh.
I've been obsessed with the new Dexter New Blood. Has anyone else watched it? Dexter New Blood. I love it and I'm super addicted. And tonight at midnight it will go live so I can listen to it again. Or watch it. Watch the new one. Yes, I'm big vibing because I realized this is a great stream. Everyone's having a great time. We got perfect transitions going on a trans channel, a voice transition channel. We got perfect auditory transitions. It's very fitting. We got new Dexter. It's already Sunday here. Well, maybe I'll turn my VPN on there and go watch New Blood before it's 10 p.m. I don't think they release it at the later time zones. It looks like they release it on Eastern time at midnight. Oh, didn't get a confirmation email. Let me send that real quick to you. Yeah. Okay, so there's that. Also, our Russian friend, I wish I knew how to pronounce that. Please send me a message back. I messaged you for your mailing information. You can send that later, no rush or anything because you already confirmed that you're here and everything. But yeah, so just send that so that we can get that over. I watched Lex on your recommendation, but I was skipped. You watched Lex? I think it's Zeph actually, Z-E-F. But yeah, that show is crazy. Was I right? That first season is like, what is even going on? Okay, everyone, it's time. It's time. You know what time it is?
No.
How did everyone feel about the new Matrix?
I haven't seen it.
I have. I've been going through a recovery. I got boobs on, so they're popping off today. And
True.
during my recovery, I watched the new Matrix. What do y'all think about it? If you had to rate the new Matrix 1 out of 10, someone says low-key liked it a lot. Haven't seen it, but really want to. Haven't seen it. No, I'm not going to spoil it. No worries, Riley. If I were to ever do spoilers, I'd make a big warning before I do it. No spoilers, though. No spoilers. No spoilers, anyone. It's simply a 1 to 10 for it if you've seen it. Oh, it was good. All the nerd hate is delicious. I agree. 8 out of 10. 9.5 out of 10. Wow. Okay, I'm not going to spoil anything, so don't worry. I'm not spoiling anything. And if anyone spoils anything in chat, I'm going to give you a mean finger wagging. No spoilers. We want our friends and our friends here to enjoy it without them being spoiled. So, I'll just
I heard
say...
they wear sunglasses.
I'll just say this about it. I understand why a lot of people hate it, but I found it really enjoyable. I found it fun. You know, it was great to go back into the universe of the Matrix. It almost didn't matter to me what story was told, just the vibes of being back in the Matrix, you know? Yes, there's gonna be another giveaway. But yeah, so I thought it was great. I mean, I didn't think it was the greatest thing ever. I mean, it seemed pretty obvious to me. Like I said, I'm not gonna spoil anything. It seemed pretty obvious to me that, like, going into it, Lana wasn't intending for it to be like this crazy, you know, high level intellectual art like the initial ones, right? I don't think that was the goal. And I think with that in mind, it's great. It was fun. It was enjoyable. That's all I'll say. Also, the action movies, or the action sequences, they weren't as cool as the old. You know what I mean? Lana said she felt weird because people have been imitating and copying the Matrix for 20 years, so why would she try to imitate herself? So, I don't know. But yeah, it wasn't as good as the original, but it was really cool. I enjoyed it. Oh, there we go. Love that. Can you give away like an instant ideal voice package? Like the winner can press a button and skip voice training and have that ideal passing voice.
If we could give it away, we'd be out of a job.
And that would be wonderful, actually. Then I'd go and make music. Then I'd go and make music rather than teaching voice. Where can I watch the original Matrix movies? I don't know, but you know what's blowing my mind is a lot of Zoomers have not seen the Matrix.
I am the oldest of the Zoomers, and I have not seen The Matrix.
The original, you've not seen the original.
Yeah. Sorry. I know, I'm a bad tran. I need to watch it.
The Matrix is like one of the greatest movies ever. Easily. It's unbelievably good. It's unbelievably good. You're old, Z. Oh my god! I can't believe you say that to me. How dare you? I am. I'm getting there. I'm not old. You know what? I've learned to appreciate my age. I have a lot of friends who are older, and I've sort of come to understand that me making jokes saying, "Oh, I'm so old," kind of isn't really fair. I am a young adult. I'm getting into my low, yeah. So, oh yeah. Someone asked how old I was. Did they ever guess?
I don't know.
In order for me, I have a rule. In order for me to tell people how old I am, you got to guess first. That's the rule.
I'll tell you all this.
42?
She's older. She's older than she looks.
42? I'm actually very offended about that. I can't look at chat. I'm actually dying on the inside right now.
The numbers are all across the spectrum.
Oh my god. Oh, you said I'm old. You shouldn't have told them I'm older than I look. Because now everyone's going to guess older, and that's going to make me think it's because of how I look.
No, it's because I told them. Somebody guessed 80.
Damn it, I'm 86.
Really good voice for an 86-year-old.
I'm 86.
Oh, 94.
I'm 30. I just turned 30. People never guess at IRL though, so you guys got a tip that I'm older than I look. I also have talked about it here before, but I'm 30. Feels pretty good actually. I was dreading it at first, but now it's kind of like I actually think my 30s are gonna be the best. I feel like they're my new 20s. You know?
Yeah.
I look better at 30 than I ever have. So that's cool. I feel better. I'm more comfortable. How old was I when I started transitioning? Someone said when you said you started transitioning at 24, I was like, wait, you're not 23? Yeah, no. I started transitioning when I was 24. Well, I started medically transitioning at 24. I came out at 23 though, you know? So, and I am very religious on my skincare. Tretinoin, I'm going to start doing red light therapy on my skin each day.
Tretinoin.
Yep, I'm going to start doing red light therapy on my skin every day because it's very important. It seems to be some preliminary research showing that it's quite good and effective. So I'm going to stack up the tretinoin, the red light therapy, sunblock,
Sunblock.
maybe some metformin.
Metformin. Oh my.
Maybe. Trying to live forever, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Start at 8:38, never too late. Agreed. Okay, so I got pizza. I need to go eat. Okay, so I'm gonna be right back. You can entertain them, and I will go and let me change our header too. Let me put the Christmas tree back. That Christmas tree is so bomb.
Formaldehyde? Oh no.
Oh dear.
Cursed skincare.
Add a Christmas tree. Not on top of us. Oh dear. Oh dearie dear. Wait, why
The
is that
secret
like,
voice potion.
Why is that? What? It should be behind everything right now.
The secret to my hair is genetics. This just happens. I brushed it today.
Mukbang. They want the pizza mukbang. Here we go.
I do condition and I try to only wash my hair like 2 or 3 times a week. And I let my hair air dry. I don't use heat. That's about it though.
Merry Christmas and happy holidays. Wow. Hey, Merry Christmas, everyone. If you celebrate, if you don't, happy holidays. If you don't celebrate holidays, I hope you're having a great day. I know I'm having a great day. Nervous as hell to see how your hair grows out as you grow it out. When I was 20, some people thought I was 24, but I also had... When I was like 22, people always guessed I was like real old because I had a beard. But can you imagine me with a beard?
You showed me.
Yeah, but it doesn't look anything like me.
It really didn't. Completely different person.
What other giveaways are there going to be? I'm giving away another Volca, probably another voice lesson thing. I don't know. We'll figure that out. Is it vibes? We'll probably do that though. I'm shooting for about a 5-hour long stream, so we're coming up on that. I might do a little longer. I've done 7 hours before. Depends. Once I eat, I'll probably get a second wind. I'm not really in any rush because the only thing I got planned for tonight is to watch Dexter. You bet that. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get that awkward moment when cis girls ask you what you use for your skin and you say estradiol. Be right back.
How's everybody tonight? I hope everybody's having a good day too, John. I hope we're all doing well. Hi, Chloe. Do we get a Christmas song? I don't know. I haven't really sung today, so it would probably sound a little weird. Oh yeah, of course. Thank you all for having me. Good, I'm glad you're doing good. Come to Brazil? I've never left the United States. Yeah, everybody go crazy, please. She's gone, Riot. Completely agree. If I can think of something to sing, maybe I will. Come to the Ukraine? I have a friend in the Ukraine. Her name's Alona. She's a sweetie. We haven't talked in a while. I need to shoot her a message. All that audio stuff just lying there. I know, she's got a treasure trove, right? How do we riot? I don't know. Go crazy. What kind of trans person do I identify as? I am non-binary. I'm fairly agender. I don't feel a strong sense of it, but what I do feel is it's fairly androgyne. So smack in the middle. Come home with a suitcase of estradiol. Ooh. I know. I need to steal her Lumatone. No, please don't post an SFW before she gets back. That would be bad. Oh, it is cold there, Aziz. It is very cold. Is this my normal voice? Yeah, this is my daily wear. I have seen your new hair, Chloe. It's so freaking cool. I love it. I know, it is so nice. I gave your picture a little heart react. Did you know burgers aren't real? I didn't know. I've been misled. Oh, good. I believe, I don't know if it's a Neumann U87, but yes, she does use a Neumann, I think. I'm pretty sure. Ooh, for med school? Are you in for a ride? Is that a big commitment? Good luck.
Hello, I'm back. I heard someone talking about my mic.
Hi,
this is
yeah.
not a Neumann U87. U87 is crazy. It's not like a crazy expensive mic.
Is it like 3,600, I think? It is a Neumann though, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I have the Neumann, what's it called? Let me just get it pulled out real quick so I know for sure. The TLM 102, so not quite the crazy Neumann. I might get a crazy Neumann. I mean, you know, I originally bought this mic and it was a huge upgrade. And now, I mean, I'm currently going through a Rupert Neve preamp and a distressor. So my voice is going through a crazy preamp and a crazy compressor. And so I think it's about time to upgrade my mic to be on those levels, but I'm not really trying to burn that money at the moment, you know?
It's a lot of money.
It is, but it's awesome. I've wanted those kind of preamps and stuff all my life, and compressors. I love the way the distressor sounds, especially on a snare drum. It sounds crazy good. I don't mind using the software ones, like they sound great too, but
Yeah.
it's just like, since I do voice work, having an analog compressor always on my signal chain, it just makes it a lot easier.
That does sound awesome. Chloe said, I love the idea of wearing a voice since it almost becomes like something you can change like clothes, and I totally agree.
Someone
Rocking
said
the
mukbang.
SM7B. Oh, estradiol. I usually pronounce it that way, Chloe, but then I heard Z pronounce it estradiol, and so I said estradiol. So I was self-conscious. My will was weak. I bent.
How come no one names their kids Rupert anymore? Same reason no one names their kids Wilma anymore.
Wilma's kind of a nice name.
I like it. That sounds bad.
Yeah, I like Velma more though. It's a warm sound. Velma.
What about Gertrude? I love Gertrude. I have a trans friend named Gertrude, and I think it's so dope that she named herself that.
Gertrude is... It's a fun name. I would want to call my friend Gertie.
I'd be like, hurdy-gurdy.
Oh, that's a fun instrument.
This is the first meal I've eaten all day. Eaten. Ate? Eaten is what I said. God, I'm such a rural Midwestern.
Ha.
Sometimes I hear such a flare of, like, southern kind of rural Midwest come out in my voice. It's crazy. I don't like it, but it was a lot less when I lived in the Pacific Northwest. And then now that I've been back around Indiana, I talked to my brother and I'm talking to my like local friends, and they all have this super Midwestern rural thing, and it's like it comes into my voice. Ziana's pronunciation of estradiol is correct. Love that. Love being right. It's funny.
Is Gertrude cottagecore? I think it can be. It could also be
Oh
like
my God.
mountain villager core.
Gertrude actually bangs for cottagecore. That's great. That's such a good. If you're into cottagecore, name yourself Gertrude. Easy. What do you think the most cyberpunk feminine name is, besides Ziana?
Besides Ziana. I don't know, probably something like Roz. Like Rosalind.
Roz, yeah. Like spelled like R-A-Z? Or
Yeah.
R-O-Z?
Yeah.
All right, everyone. Put your feminine cyberpunk names in chat. Trinity. Clover doesn't understand that joke.
What?
Trinity? You know who Trinity
don't.
is?
I don't. Oh, is it
From the Matrix.
Matrix? Oh. How about that? Riley said, I always think it's really cute when people slip into southern sounding accents. If you listen to Z or myself for long enough, you'll notice it happen. This accent that I speak with is fake. I made it up when I was a child. I'm from Alabama, and Z's called me out a few times when she notices I say something particularly Alabama-y.
And I sound a lot more West Coast until you get me excited, or you get me you get me just going, like talking really fast, you know? And then I'll say things like, oh yeah, there's like 2.5 things there, you know? 2.5 is one of the most like clear examples where my Midwest accent comes out, because I don't say 2.5, I say tuna. 2.5.
2.5.
Yeah, I hate it. Every time I catch myself doing it, I'm like, oh, I did it again. It just happens though, you know? Aw, Faith Stevens, happy holidays, Z Clover in chat. Aw, thank you. Ooh, Psy would be a great cyberpunk name. Reina, love that. Androidica, love that. I love, oh yeah, okay, X Ash or whatever. Yeah, that one's definitely up there. Maki, that's cool. Delta's cool. Emma, Trinity, the Wachowski sisters won this game decades ago. We can't top it. True, Trinity's one of the most iconic cyberpunk women in the whole universe of cyberpunk. Deajda, Glitch, Vi. You know what's interesting is Glitch is it used to be my online handle for everything. Glitch.
That's cute.
Yeah, so Glitch and another name. So I do have a non-binary name. I don't know if we all know that. I use it kind of in my music as a narrative thing, but I also like this name for cyberpunk, Vis, like V-I-S. I use that as like, it's like my pen name, you know, like, so yeah, X-12 is Elon's kid's name.
Not Cyber Twink. Get out of here, bro.
But yeah, I love this. I love that name. It's I would probably use that name if I didn't use Amelia or Ziana. I would use Vis for sure. Vis Divina.
How do you get rid of it? What I did was I practiced actually speaking the way that people in cartoons speak. Because they aim for, you know, generally a very vaguely North American sound. Oftentimes what you'll get is Vancouver.
Vancouver?
Yep.
You know what's so weird? And thinking of let me push you over here a little bit more. Thinking of dialect in general is really interesting. Like, it's no surprise, I think, to most people here in chat that whenever I try to do my most masculine voices, they tend to just be Southern voices. And I think it's because that dialect switch, right? Like, it's hard for me to shake off the speaking style that I normally use unless I go really far away from it, which is like those really like, you know, over exaggerated Southern sounds.
Yeah, yeah. I think that Southern dialects in America also tend to have a really strong gender disparity between them. So it is interesting. Because I do the same thing. If I want to sound really, really like maximum masculine, absolutely, I'll go toward a Southern sound as well.
Someone said it sounds like this pizza's burnt.
It's just crunchy.
Definitely not burnt. It is gluten-free though, so maybe that changes your perception of how the crunch factor relates to the cooking quality. I actually used a pizza cooker because I eat a lot of gluten-free pizza. Let's see here. Contest between, there was one other thing I want to say. Someone asked, what was it? This definitely sounds like a genderless video game protagonist. That's why I like it. Let's see. Someone asked a question that was interesting. I'm a Southern trans woman. I'm in the slow process of going traditional and casual goth. I really want to remove my Southern accent. How do I get rid of it? Well, you're going to want to sort of really listen and acquaint yourself with the sound qualities that you want. I mean, I think a teacher would be very useful in that, just to kind of model you non-Southern sounds if, you know, you wanted to take it that far. But really just a lot of listening and trying to, you know, I would recommend trying to exaggerate the Southern qualities, go like maybe word by word, sound by sound, and small local things. Try to exaggerate it, try to work away from it, try to hear an example of someone's voice that you like the sound of and try to mimic closer towards that, and that will start to give you this pathway. When I think about, there's lots of like technical descriptions you can make for it, but it's the same as any sort of voice learning you do. You know, you need to have a clear auditory idea of what you're trying to avoid and what you're trying to go towards, and then experiment with them and see how they work for you. Someone had a question though at first that popped up that made me, on the topic of locations and accents, once you have the basic tenets of voice gendering, where does one go for accent modification? It's pretty much a similar process. In voice feminization, I like to think that we mostly think on the macro levels. We think on macro levels, and then when we think about style, it gets a bit more micro. But when you're thinking about accent modification, really thinking about the way your co-articulatory actions occur, the way that your articulation occurs, the way that you form sounds is really, really beneficial. So for me, accent modification becomes a little bit more fine-tooth, you know, it's a little bit more micro zoomed in, and then trying to contextualize that in a more macro whole kind of idea. But once again, a lot of listening and experimentation will help you the most above anything else. But I do tend to think of accent modification as being more zoomed in. I've worked with people who've modified their accents, and I've had some great success. You know, some other ones that are a bit more troubling, some that are really successful. It depends on how like committed someone is to trying to really change those day-to-day behaviors, right? You have to really try to, like, whenever you can, modify the articulation. But it helps to kind of do one sound at a time, right? So like, let's say their R's are very colored, you know, it can help first technically exploring different R's, hearing different R's, opening up the palette to those sounds, and then trying to pick, you know, or find the quality of art that they really like, then learning how to co-articulate that through other vowels and co-articulate that along the rest of the speech, and then eventually work towards integrating that in their day-to-day. So I like to focus on a few key things. When I'm working with someone on accent modification, one of the first things I do is I take a phoneme inventory where we go through and we look at all the primary different phones that they would produce, whether they're isolated, co-articulized, it doesn't really matter, but I'm listening for different features of their voice and taking note where the ones that they've made deviate the most from their target. And then those become like sort of focal points of technique, which then are used as sort of nexi or nexuses to kind of contextualize the rest of the voice through in a co-articulatory way. So I hope that's helpful for you. It's definitely a bit weird to say, like, if you're trying to learn it on your own, just listen and play around, find a sound you like, work towards it. but you can definitely get pretty microscopic with it. My R's are terrible, so it's interesting you picked this out. The R sound. Excuse me. The R sound is incredibly individualistic. It's such a, there's just so much detail to it, so much nuance, so much richness. You can have so many different expressions through R. That's where a lot of dialect difference occurs. It co-articulates with everything in a really interesting way. It's just a cool sound. With accent modification, voice models are also a big thing. Voice models are a big thing for everything you do with voice, you know? Whether that's a model that you specifically go and like look at that you like the sound of, or someone showing you a technique they want you to try to do, acting as a model, right? But the ability to sort of hear what you're after is really the sort of basis for modification.
Yeah, Chloe, all the time. So Chloe said, so I'm French, but I do most of my voice training in English, and as a result, my French-speaking femme voice has an English accent. Is that something that you find happens with your foreign students? And yeah, absolutely. If you are modifying your voice, you know, you are learning to use your voice in a certain way. And if you're associating feminization with an English accent, you're learning to use your voice that way. So when you then pronounce French phonemes with that way of using your voice, you're gonna have that English accent. So yeah, you're gonna want to relearn or practice an explicitly French accent for your femme voice, sure.
Yeah, what we can also see is that people who speak a second language as their primary, like let's say you're German or you're French, right? And it's like your mother tongue, but you speak English a lot. If you learn voice feminization through modeling like Clover and I are gonna do, we're American English speakers, you know? So you're really hearing these like patterns coming through that. So it can influence you a lot. It's always recommended to listen and find examples. I think Clover even said this earlier. Find examples of local voices, local dialect, you know? And that can really help, like, you can still develop the good technique through like imitating us or like using us as models, right? But then try to contextualize that back into that local dialect. And you'll find that a lot of the technique translates, but you'll start to hear some nuance that maybe you weren't aware of before. So, and passive and active ear training are important for that. Z, when you were trying to feminize your voice, what are the top 3 masculine sounds you should work on? I think about it more generally than that. It's not necessarily local sound. That's more, you know, I try to work on, first off, I think one of the things that's easy to overlook is like, you should try to at least be able to fluidly speak in the pitch window that you're shooting for. You know, I see tons of people, not because I think pitch is super feminizing, but I see tons of people who, they go to feminize their voice, but they just drop in pitch and it instantly acts like a trigger that resets all their behavior. So let's say they have the ability to modify resonance or the ability to have other good stuff going on, right? Like when they have this drop event and pitch occur, it's like it resets them back to their old sound. So, you know, I think the most important thing, learn how to modify vocal size, learn how to mostly interact with weight. And then the other most important thing I would say is listen a lot to voices you like the sound of, or average women's voices in general, so that you can kind of imagine those sounds so that you can work against them. I'd say those are like the 3 most important things. Listen a lot, gain some control of size, gain some control of weight. And if I tacked on another one there, it would be try to become very fluid and comfortable speaking in the different pitch area than what you're used to doing, because it'll help you sort of as an anchor to kind of bring these behaviors in to more normalization.
And one thing that's just kind of adjacent to that, a lot of us have psychological barriers to the idea of intentionally sounding feminine. And we can't get rid of that barrier for you, but what we can say is you kind of do need to attack it. Don't be afraid, or if you are afraid, commit to doing it. Of sounding intentionally feminine. A lot of us have this anxiety that like, oh, if I have to do it on purpose, it's not real. But that's just not the case. And if you keep doing it on purpose, it becomes habitual. It becomes passive, not on purpose. So, but don't let that hold you back. It is probably one of the number one things that really prevents people from getting a nice feminized style to their voice is that fear of or anxiety over intentionally sounding like a feminine speaker.
Yeah, just to share a little anecdote about that. During our last 12-week group course, there were like 27 people, and we asked for a show of hands of how many people are like, anxious about like sounding feminine, or how many people would feel like a hesitation to like try and sound really girly, for example, as like an over-exaggerated quality. And I mean, it was the majority of people, pretty much the only people who didn't raise their hand during that were people who have already progressed through voice feminization, some amount. It's really profound. I mean, it's hard to shake off the social conditioning and social pressure that we get throughout our life, right? Like as we grow up, everyone says, no, you're not allowed to be feminine. If you do this, they'll bully you, or they'll call you a name or whatever, or they'll call us an insult or a slur. And it really kind of molds our understanding of what we feel comfortable doing, even if it's like a more subtle or passive effect. And it really does make a big difference. So if you start to feel like you're holding yourself back because you're afraid to sound feminine, it really requires to look internally there. Thank you, kind of Skylar, and thanks again for the super chat. You were the first person that super chatted. It really means a lot, so thank you so much.
Tana said, I'm totally in that camp trying to break that barrier, and one of my biggest pieces of advice for that would be to embrace the feeling of exaggeration, because guess what? If you're really feeling hesitation and you try to exaggerate, you're probably not going to accomplish as much as you think you will. So embrace that sensation of exaggerating, and also embrace that you'll probably kind of suck. That's okay, and it's important. The idea that we have to be good at it right off the bat is destructive. It is very destructive.
Trying and sucking means one thing. It means you tried. Also, Michaela said that is such a cool idea about trying to overshoot. That's one of the advice I would also give to people who struggle with pitch. Oftentimes what it feels like, I'll be like, okay, I'll be with someone and I'll say, okay, now go to a higher pitch. And they don't even move that much higher. They move a tiny bit. And I'm like, okay, go a little bit higher now. They don't move at all. It's like, okay, now go way higher. And they move like that much, The way that they've calibrated what the pitch range upwards is like is really wrong. And so helping them think, go an extra notch or two can often also help in that pitch stuff. Really, any feature that you have like a habit around, you can kind of try to do that.
As far as like breaking free of habits, because your habits do have gravity, breaking free of that gravity of habit, something that is really, really useful as a prompt for me, and something that I tell my students to do all the time, is I'll tell them to mimic me or to mimic another person, regardless of what feature of the voice it is that they're mimicking, and I'll give them this prompt. If it's me, for example, I'll say, okay, I want you to mimic what I'm doing here, and I want you to exaggerate so much that it hurts my feelings. I want you to hurt my feelings. And it's goofy. Obviously, they're not really gonna hurt my feelings or hurt the feelings of this person who they're watching a YouTube video of. But having that prompt of, I want you to exaggerate that much, can be really, really, really useful if you're one of those people who is experiencing a tough psychological barrier.
Here's an interesting one. Someone said when you raise your R1, does that automatically raise the pitch? Okay, so we talked about this earlier. Instead of thinking necessarily about raising your R1, think about making your vocal tract, think about making the sound perceptually smaller, a larger or smaller sound. We talked about this a lot earlier. No, it does not automatically change your pitch. We did a lot of different demonstrations. We can do a couple more. Let me just grab and lower the distortion. So here's a pitch, and I'm just gonna modify my resonance and say this pitch. Okay, so I am talking at exactly this pitch right now, and I'm getting a little bit larger. Here I am, and now I'm a little smaller. So it doesn't have to change your pitch. Okay, I'll do some more. You can follow along if you want, Clover. We'll just do some different sounds. We'll see.
Yeah.
Ra 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 rare.
Ra 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 rare.
Pet. Now I've got some mucus from eating pizza.
That'll happen.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Pet.
Tear. A little higher now. Share. And now a little lower. Breathe. Sabrina says, it's like y'all got resonance and cutoff knobs attached to your throats. We do! We do! Yeah, exactly. It's so funny. Yeah, people are always like, I'm so used to hearing Z move her voice all over the place, but when Clover does, it's like, whoa, it's crazy. It's so funny to me how it's like, because I can't do masculine voices anymore, people are like stunned by like the fact that you can have a like androgynous and masculine voice and then also feminize. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
Etch.
Peer. Yeah, so all of those were examples of moving resonance without our pitch moving. So whoever asked that in chat, yes, you can definitely move resonance without your pitch moving. Do you have any tips to help strengthen your voice once you found a pitch range? Strengthen your voice can mean a lot of different things, so it's kind of hard to strengthen it in what way? Like timbrally, like reinforce it, make it stronger sounding, or strengthen it in terms of its behavioral, like sort of normalization, or there's a lot of different things that you could maybe say there. Thanks for answering my question. I literally just realized that I've been confusing resonance with pitch forever, but I get it now. Thank you all so much. Love you both. Love that. Yes, hearts out. That's awesome. So great. Now I've got mucus. It's annoying. Like, you won't get there without years and years of work, but we can get somewhere. Yeah, we can always get somewhere.
Yeah, and what I like to say about all of this too, to make it like a little less scary.
Gosh, Owl
Thank
Rancher.
you, Owl Rancher.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
What I like to say about all this too, to make it less scary, is that, you know, we say, hey, we want to learn to hear this, we want to learn to pick this out, and really we should be saying we want to learn to recognize this because we're not learning to hear new things. We're learning to hear, or we are learning to recognize things that we already hear. If we couldn't already hear them, they wouldn't be making a difference in how we perceive a voice.
Fill it out sort of like chest voice versus falsetto. Well, then you're probably thinking about vocal weight, right? So
Probably.
it would depend though, because I guarantee you're also slightly thinking about resonance too when you make that answer. It's kind of
Right.
Yeah, I would have to hear your voice to kind of give you. But in terms of reinforcing it, I mean, typically trying to think about maybe getting a little louder will help you, because that will typically trigger you to want to increase weight. Oh, thank you for giving us a like. Also, some exciting news: two extra people filled out our tracheal shape survey.
Ooh,
New data
that's
points.
awesome.
Love that, new data points. All right, we're going to plug some stuff here real fast. It's been a little bit since we plugged. First off, first link here is the tracheal shave survey. If you've had a tracheal shave, fill out the survey. Yeah, awesome. Second thing we will plug is the booking. Of course, if you want to book any lessons with Clover, because Clover does private lessons and I do private lessons, and we also have group lessons, there is our booking page right there. So feel free to hop onto that. And then, of course, if you would like to support what we're doing with this whole thing via Patreon, feel free to do that there. Those are our plugs. I won't plug again for a while, but got to do that. Let's see here. So the next group classes are on the 24th of January. Yep. And
23rd.
23rd. And the 12-week one is actually kind of getting close to sold out. The 6-week group courses there's still quite a few slots there, so you can get in for that. And just so you know what that's like. Oh, hello. And just so you know what that's like, basically, bye, Lori. Yes, I saw that. Basically, just so you know what that's about, the 6-week course is, covers all the primary elements that involve like sex modification of the voice. There's 3 instructors. Everyone gets help in breakout groups. We have different resources that we'll send after. And actually, this time around, we have a bunch of new stuff we're going to be doing. We're migrating to like an education portal thing, and it's going to make it a lot easier for us to kind of do homework and grade and give people assignments that they can practice on and get feedback through. So really looking forward to that. And then the 12-week one is like the 6 weeks of technique at first, and then 6 weeks of style. But there's also some individual, like full-on individual sessions that we'll have spattered throughout that as well. So it's like a whole class. One's 12 weeks, one is 6 weeks, 3 different instructors that you can rotate. So you get to work with me, you'll get to work with Clover, and Hearth as well, but Hearth's not here to represent. But yeah, so feel free to join.
Shoutouts to Hearth. We love you, Hearth.
Hearts out, indeed. Let's see here. I'm super interested in the new to me knowledge of there being 2 different major resonances. Now I'm trying to figure out what voice Yeah, so there are definitely like 2 major resonances. I mean, they connect. Would you say the 6 weeks is appropriate for someone who hasn't started any voice practice at all? Yeah. I would actually say that's probably better than the 12-week, maybe. Maybe not, but I feel like the 6-week is going to really allow you to kind of deal with the basics and stay on the basics. You know what I mean? I think it'll leave you off pretty like focused there. Joe says, I highly recommend the 12-week course. Thank you, Joe. Also, wonderful job. It was so awesome getting to know you and work with you in our last classes. You did amazing, and it was so great. So yeah, I think the 6 weeks great. We're going to try, we've sort of been dialing in. We're probably going to launch a 4-week long vocal boot camp for people who haven't done any vocal practice and are underdoers, right? Something that's very focused on super practical voice application, not really feminization or masculinization, but just let's get your voice in shape in order for you to start to use that. So definitely be on the lookout for our sort of underdoer voice boot camp. But I would say the 6-week will also be quite effective in helping you with that too. So, yep. Let's see here. Do you still have the scholarship for Transfield of Color? Yes, actually, we have all that saved right now in funds. What we're going to do is we're going to update the website soon with a scholarship page that has all the information requirements available for that. So we've done some stuff with trans youth stuff, and we still have all those funds, so they haven't been touched. All that educational opportunity is going to be there for you. We just want to try to figure out how to create like a scholarship application process that's quite, fair and transparent, and everyone knows kind of what we're looking for and what we're not. So that's definitely part of it. And I'm glad that you brought that up again. We definitely want to continue doing that. That is a pool of funds that have been donated by previous students, previous patrons, and we hold on to that and save it, and then we offer educational opportunities. but I don't really know. It's hard. So we definitely need to spend some time doing that soon. Oh, we got someone in the background.
It's my birthday balloon.
Oh, I was like, there's someone over there.
No.
You're such an inspiration for all of this. Thank you. I really appreciate that a lot. I couldn't do half of what I do without the community being so amazing. So I'm really thankful for the community and the awesome support that everyone has sort of done and given. So thanks. And that's, yeah. I can't wait to show you this next project Clover and I are working on.
It's exciting.
It's so
I'm
exciting.
so excited.
It's so exciting, actually. That reminds me, I need to finish the server stuff tonight when I get off this stream. Yeah, I tried doing it last night. I was so confused. There's so many buttons and things to press. I don't want to mess it up. Okay.
It happens.
Hi, RB. Welcome.
Hi,
Tried to hold
RB.
out for the next giveaway, but it's late here. Oh, we can do it before you go real fast. If you want to stick around for 3 or 4 minutes, we can do another giveaway real quick. Is it the book? It is the book, but the book's like an app, and the book's also like not an app, but the book's kind of everything, and it's just wait. It's gonna be crazy, and it's under development now and everything. So we have our lovely full stack developer doing it. Okay.
Yeah, we do provide training for people under 18. But
Yeah.
yeah, definitely, walk it through with your parents.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
For booking, once again, let's say your parents are like, yeah, we'll support you. We do have a trans youth scholarship thing, but that's not, the details need to be more formalized so we can spread that around more. But ideally, we'd prioritize people who don't have access or necessarily familial support. So, if your family wants to support you and stuff and you can take lessons, you can just go to the booking page and talk them through it or whatever. What book? Our voice book. We've been working on a voice book for almost exactly a year at this. Well, I've been working on one for like 3 years, but then it came so many different formations and developments, and now it's like, so Clover and I have been working on this book. Jenny Kwan, I love seeing
Jenny.
you. Hello. I hope you're so well. Gosh, it's so great to see you in chat. I hope you've been really well. Gosh, I love that. Fills my heart to see people. Do you guys need help setting up with a website? I would love to volunteer. Hey, we definitely have developer needs. Now, with that particular development project, we have a full stack developer who I hired, so they're an employee right now. But, there's absolutely stuff that we could use your help for. So definitely send an email to transvoicelessons@gmail.com, or better yet, maybe a Discord message, because I feel like my emails are a catastrophe right now because I was super sick and then got over. Anyway, so do you do teacher training? Yes, I do train teachers. I believe Clover would train teachers as well. I don't know if they've trained. I mean, they've trained some people who went on to teach, so absolutely. And yeah. I would say that the group course that we're doing is actually a great environment for a teacher.
That would probably be the ideal, because you would be exposed to so many other voices actively learning.
Yeah, and seeing how maybe we would offer feedback or suggestion to voices maybe that are struggling or excelling, and how to handle like different levels there. Let's see here. So yeah, do you need any editing help? I do. So here's the deal. With editing. I have a sort of former student who tried out. I did some editing with them. They were just a little bit pricier given the fact that I make really long videos. And the other thing is that I find it really hard to find an editor, because I feel like so much about my videos is the way they're cut and presented, right? And I'm not sure a general editor could do that. However, Bandana Girl, if you're an editor and you want to go through my live streams and cut together like really cool, like 5 to 10 minute long videos for my live streams that can make it out as videos, I will gladly pay you to do that. I would love that so much. I need an editor who can go through. I've done hours and hours of live streams, and there's some things that totally can work as standalone videos. Add a couple visuals to it, make it a little more engaging, add an intro, outro, just like kind of what people do with Twitch, right? Where they do like a Twitch stream and then maybe they'll cut it up and take like 5 to 10 minutes of it and make it a YouTube video. That would be so incredibly helpful for my YouTube channel. Not just to grow because it's using that content that I've already made, but also because there's stuff I've said in live streams that's really good content that I don't know if it will get out through another way. So if you're interested in editing for me, please send me an email at transvoicelessons@gmail.com. The other editor I was working with, they did a pretty good job, but the combination of my main videos being quite long and the fact that they were trying to do it like per minute, which I don't mind that, but it was just kind of the way it went out. And then the other thing like that was the fact that my like formal big picture videos, I feel like it's just hard to get an editor to do that because so much of it is I know the material and I know how it needs to be presented, you know? So I don't know if I'll ever be able to find an editor that can do that. I hope I can. But if you'd like to start and we can do some like small editing like that where it's like cutting together like highlights or clip reels or whatever, please message me. I really need you. So yeah, that goes for anyone. So gotta go. Everything here super appreciated. Thank you. William Welsh, of course you can ask a question. Had you said a Discord message was better? Yeah, how about both? That'd be super pog. So an email to transvoicelessons@gmail.com. So here's my main email. Or better yet, how about you email my personal email? Or one of my emails. Email me here. If you have development skills that you want to volunteer or whatever, feel free to email it there. If you're an editor and you think you could do like a cool thing where you like, you know, create videos out of my old live streams and stuff, send me a message there. That'll actually be better than Discord or the business email because I don't get a lot of traffic through that email at this point, and so I won't lose it, you know? Question, I know you're primarily Northern Hemisphere English focused voices. Do you individuals have experience working with feminizing an oceanic voice? New Zealand, Kiwi, North Island? Yeah, actually I've worked with several people from New Zealand and worked with a lot of Australian people. There's usually 1 or 2 Australian people in our group courses each semester. So I do. There's some subtle difference thing. I mean, the key is, once again, the broad ideas, the main components are going to be the same, but then it's going to involve you having to do a bit of local practice as well, where you're thinking about, you know, listening into your local culture, sounds, and women in your local culture while adapting some of the more broad techniques to your voice. Thank you for emailing. Yes, and there's my personal email. Oh yeah, I said I was going to do a giveaway, but there was someone who was trying to go, so I'm going to start that process real fast. So we're going to do another giveaway. It's for another Volca, okay, which is the small synthesizer here. I don't want to stick my grubby pizza hands all over this, but it's for another synthesizer here. And we'll probably do one more lesson giveaway before we wrap up the stream too. But we're going to do one more synth giveaway. And here's what you're going to do. You're going to email. Oh, don't forget to like the stream if you haven't liked it yet. If you're new, feel free to hit that like button. It helps us. Aww. And that was so sweet. Everyone that got one so far sent a big thank you message. Thank you. Gosh, thank you for being here. Y'all are what make it work and make it happen. Okay, so here we go. So in case you haven't done the giveaway yet or you just popped in, let me turn on some Christmas music here. Okay. So here's the email for giveaways. Email this with Volca 2. That is the subject header, okay? So you don't have to put anything in the body. Just message Volca 2 to tvlgiveaway@gmail.com and you will be entered to win a Volca synthesizer. And this will be, we'll do one more giveaway after this probably. Oh, there's also some software. I don't know, I have to look that up and do a bit more information with that. So we're gonna do one more lesson giveaway, but that's gonna be a comment giveaway. So after I finish this stream, when I hit end stream, it'll take about 3 or 4 minutes, and then this video will go live on the channel. All you have to do is leave a comment below that. You can say thanks for the stream, or just put a heart, or really anything, and that will enter you in the giveaway. And I like to do this because the algorithm will then bump the stream to all my subscribers. So it's a way to also do a giveaway while at the same time promoting this in the algorithm so that it can reach as many people as possible. So and actually I just got done working with one student who was actually the comment giveaway winner last time. She might be in chat here, but it was so awesome working with her. She was someone who's been working on her voice for a while and was really discouraged, and she didn't really have the means to, you know, access voice training, and she managed to have some awesome voice lessons, and we did a great job with her voice. Great masterclass, guys. Thanks so much. Thank you. You're still shocked you won the mono? I'm so glad. Yeah, so you drop a comment once the stream has ended under the video. Yeah, and that will be open, let's say, for 2 days. How about that? That's a long period of time. So it'll be open for 2 days. But we encourage you to comment within the hour after, because then the algorithm goes crazy. We like that. That lets us reach more people.
Yeah, what question did you have? And also, so sorry for anybody's questions that we've missed. There's so much to talk about today.
So much. There's so many exciting things happening behind the scenes that we're developing and working on and driving towards. It's so exciting.
Singing fiddly while staying full in a femway over the break region of E4ish. It's really hard not to just belt mask or lose stability and break. Your control of size is going to be so paramount here.
Yep.
So keep it small, and as far as stability goes, if you are hi Androidica.
Oh my god. You're crazy. You're all crazy today. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Androidica's a great student. But yeah, you're gonna want to make sure that you keep your size small, okay? And as far as stability goes, actually, I would recommend, as a singer myself, having gone through this stuff, sustain that note and sustain it as stable as you can. And don't do that for an hour a day. Do, just a few minutes a day, and make sure you get enough sleep. And over time, you will find that you are more and more and more able to remain stable. Thank you, Squirk.
Androidica and Squirk, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and do a little demonstration here with this E4 stuff, okay? Because, I mean, I don't really hear like a lot of people sing super light above that. I mean, lighter. But when I start to cross that point, it feels good to get a little bit of weight back in there. Not necessarily belting, but it feels really, really good to bring that back in. And I'll demonstrate that again. I'll demonstrate some of that in a second once we finish this giveaway. So here we go. Let's do it. Let's cut it. So remember, Volca 2, we've got a bunch in here. Let me go ahead and pull it up. We've got 63 for this one. If anyone wants to hop in, the odds are forever in your favor this time. Okay, here we go. Random number generator. We're cutting it at 60. Wait, let's see if there's any other people popping in real quick. Okay, here we go. We've got 64 people. Someone snuck in right in time. Good timing there, Katrina. Okay, good. So here we go. Oh, someone else snuck in. Okay, last call. Volca 2 to TVL giveaway if you want to win the Volca. Oh, I see you snuck in there, Andrea. Welcome. It's good to see your name too. I hope you're doing really well. Merry Christmas, happy holidays, and happy day if you don't celebrate any of that. Oh, someone else snuck in. See, I'm glad I called it out. We got some stragglers. The odds are getting worse for you all, folks. Okay, here we go. And we got another sneak in. Okay, calling it here. Boom. 68 people. Oh no, we got you. Whoever just snuck in, I see that. Make test battle. You snuck in, so you're in it. 69 people. Haha, 69. Okay, here we go. Random number generator getting started. Out of 69 people. Okay, and then let me close that. Oh, remember, once again, tracheal shave survey. If you've had a tracheal shave and you haven't filled it out yet, come on down and fill out the tracheal shave survey. Okay, so there's that. That was fun. That almost felt like a game show host. Okay. All right, here we go. So we got 69 possible people. Okay, someone joined. So I see you just snuck in there, Alex. I'll add you in. Okay. 70 it is. Here we go. Let me get the drum roll going. Okay, drum roll. That drum roll's banger too. Okay. Okay, let's see here. And our last giveaway like this, we're doing another giveaway after the stream, but our last musical giveaway, actually we're gonna give away some software too that someone donated. I'll have to remember to do that. Okay, so here we go. We've got 70 people for a Volca. See, E4. I do like to get a little heavier. Here we go. Wait, is everyone ready? Here it goes. It's gonna happen. Just joking. A little longer. Okay, for real this time. No, I'm joking. Just joking. I'm just teasing. You guys like that? Bingo.
I haven't
10.
been able to hear it the whole time.
10. I know you haven't, Glover. Oh, well, oh, you couldn't see that. Sorry, 10. There you go. I can assure you it was fire. Okay, let's see here. So there's 10 out of 70. Mission accomplished. Nice. Did everyone like that? That was super banging, right? Okay, let's see here. Stop with the anticipation. I almost want to like repeat the track. Here we go. Okay, here we go.
Oh, because it's over my face. Gotcha.
Yeah. All right, here we go, folkies. Out of 70. Number 10. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ella Maurice, you are the winner of the Volca.
Congrats, Ella.
I'll send you a message. Ella Maurice, welcome and congratulations on the win. Let's see.
Anticipation.
Please send your okay, and Ella, I just sent you a message. Is she in chat? Did she post? It's cool seeing people who are like, oh, I just won, I never won anything before. That's dope. Do 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 ba I use red switches. I don't know much about them. I just bought this prefabbed keyboard. It's so cute. Isn't it so cute? It goes with all my pink cables and everything. I sort of live in a studio that's completely black and white and then pink. So it's kind of the life.
Oh, yay. Hi, Ella. Good job. Or congrats. And good job.
Good job, yes.
You
Good
sent the
job
right
on-
email.
Yes. Good job on hacking RNG. All right, and remember there is let me pull up this stuff here with software. I don't know what the software is. That's why I haven't talked much about it. So there are 3 licenses for Live 11 Lite. What is this? Live 11. I'm not sure. I think it's a DAW thing. Live 11. Oh, it's Ableton Live. Who wants Ableton Live? That's cool. Dang. Okay. So we're giving away 3 serial keys for Ableton Live Lite, and I want to thank Ellie and Mara for donating this to us. So it's really awesome that we get to make it even more hype. So Ellie and Mara donated 3 different keys for Ableton Live Lite. That's actually really cool. Dang. Okay. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So here we go. I guess we'll do some more of those. Okay. Now we'll do it the way we've been doing it because it's kind of more hype instead of like post them in chat, first come first serve. That's kind of like anticlimactic. So if you want Ableton Live Lite, oh sorry Dolly, there's still a chance to win voice lessons. Okay, so now if you would like to win Ableton Live Lite serial, you're just gonna type this, okay? You're gonna type ABL1 to to TVL giveaway. Okay? So let's see.
Ableton?
Yo, okay. So here we go. So just ABL1, we're gonna do some more giveaways. Ooh. ABL1 to that. Okay, folks. And I'll play some music while we wait. Ooh, I kind of want to play Pulsar. I've kind of been wanting to play Pulsar all day. Ooh, I might not be able to. Yeah, I can. Wait. I was going to have a lot more music on the stream, but Clover's been helping me through, so a little bit less music since we've got so much ability to dialogue and stuff. But I would love to play some Pulsar. Oh, take care, sleep well, okay, Color Me a Satanist. For the E4 thing, would you focus on trying to keep M1 light up there or thickening M2 and bring it down? Both. You want to be able to have the ability to do both. But you also don't just have to keep that light M1 up there, like so that's lighter, that's the E4. But it's a lot heavier if I get or it's a lot easier if I get heavier. I would practice both. I would practice your falsetto down there light. I would practice your falsetto down there heavy. I would practice your M1 there light. I'd practice your M1 there a bit more reinforced. And I would try to connect, try to connect it. It really, for me, what I decide to do in that space, it really depends on what the composition asks for, Sometimes being an M2, M2 there is a little weirder for me. I would pretty much always sing that place M1 unless I need it to be like really like gossamer and chill, but oh, Clover, I could share my audio to you in case you wanted to keep up with some of the audio stuff I'm doing. Just
Oh, I can hear when you play.
Oh, but you couldn't hear the
I could not.
Well, that's the same as when I play. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, no, it's not. I see. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Oh my God, I almost forgot about one of the most important holiday traditions. If anyone here needs an honorary dad for Christmas, my dad's got everyone covered. Okay? So I'm gonna call my dad real fast. I call my dad every live stream. I do every Christmas live stream. Hopefully, let's see what he's up to.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic.
Okay, he'll probably call me back. He always answers. Oops, hold on, let me send him a text. He's probably doing something, probably chasing some girl around. I swear, he's such an old boomer. He's just always, talking to like 5 women at once on the beach in Florida or whatever.
Rapscallion.
We'll give him a call in a second. Abandoned by Z's dad too. No. Nope. He's probably, like I said, he's probably chasing after some women. Yeah, he's like a hound dog. Literally, he's crazy. But he's sweet. Hi, C's dad. We've been trying to reach you. Yeah, if I was a scam caller, he would have answered me. It's amazing. I feel like my dad falls for scam calls all the time. He'll get like a random text message like, "Congratulations, you won $1 million." He'll be like, he'll call me and go, "Amelia, honey baby, I won $1 million." Dad, no, you didn't. Okay. Let's see here. That was a real Christmas experience. Oh my God, that's funny. No. I usually use Premiere to edit my videos. Let's see here. Okay, this giveaway, ABL1, right? We got 3 keys for Ableton Live 11. That's actually crazy, to be honest with you. So that blew my mind. I didn't realize that's what those keys were for. We got 61 people in. Is anyone wanting in? Anyone want to learn how to do audio production? Last call, ABL1. Do you think habituating to fem? Do you think habituating to fem? Oh, you're good. Full attribute then records me. Yeah, I typically do think that name that I can't pronounce because it's like Japanese character or something. I do typically think that. Tuning in late, just want to say Merry Christmas. What you do in the community you have here is amazing. I was just clicking through. Aw, Tom Winspear. I gave you a huge shout out earlier. People asked me how I got into microtonality, and I shouted out Winspear plectrums and Winspear gear. I shouted you out, and I mentioned how we're sort of currently planning a 29 tone Neji guitar. So I kind of teased a little bit of that. So we'll have to sync up and talk about that here soon. But thank you for stopping by and wishing well. You were clicking through. What is that on your phone for the minor thirds ear training? It's a tuning app that I learned about from Stephen Weigel called Intonal Tuner. It's actually a tuning application, and so it actually has a tuner, so you can set whatever intervals you want microtonal, and then it will give your whatever reference pitch you set it as. It'll show you how close you are. It's actually very sensitive. I don't really use it for this portion, but then the second portion form it has, you can click and it will play whatever ratios you want. It's the only mobile app that I have on my phone that I can put ratios in. So I can basically just punch a bunch of ratios in and always have a ratio generator on my phone. So I can practice, like for instance, this would be a 22, 26, 30, 33. Ooh, beautiful. So it's very useful. I put a couple different tunings in here. It's called Intonal, E-N tonal. And yeah, I've been practicing Reimagining. Also, super happy holidays to you, Tom, and your family. I hope your children are doing wonderful. I hope that the wife is doing absolutely wonderful. Tell her I send my well wishes and my happy holidays and Merry Christmas to you. It's been so amazing watching your family grow over the years. So thank you for being along for this crazy journey. It's actually wild. It's called Intonal, like so. I think it's for Apple maybe, and some, I don't know. But I've been training this 34 note Reimagining. No, I don't use a desktop version of that. What I use on desktop for microtonality is Scala. Scala is a fantastic application for computers, which is totally free, and I just love it. So Scala is what I use if I need to do ratio generation on my computer really fast. Also, there's some other things. Infinitone can now do that stuff. MTS-ESP can do that kind of stuff now. There's becoming more technology for it. It's very awesome. Haven't played my instruments in a long time. Okay. All right. ABL1. Whose guitar is microtonal by its fate? I don't know. Who is guitar? Sorry, the apostrophes are confusing me. So who is guitar is microtonal by it is fate. I'm not sure what that means, but I'd love to know what it means. Okay. Let's see here. So ABL1. We're good. We've got all of our people here. There are 62 people. We're going to go 3 keys now.
It's so funny. You keep saying, "Who wants to learn about audio production?" And I keep thinking, if you're learning about this through Ableton, you are doing it trial by fire. If you can make it through that, you can make it through anything.
Fair. I always felt like, I don't know, dolls are how I learned kind of everything. So what can I say? Oh, 63. You got in there just in time, Jessica. You didn't miss the last one, I think, but I got you with this one. Okay, here we go. 63, 3 keys. And once again, I want to thank Ellie and Mar from the community, TVL Discord community, for donating these 3 keys here for Ableton Live 11. So big shout out to Ellie and Mar. Thank you very much, both of you. Okay, here we go. So we've got that, and first one to win a key. I'm just going to email you the key straight away, okay? So you don't have to confirm anything. First one is 34. I love that number. 34 is one of my favorite numbers. 17 times 2. I just love that. I just love when primes get factored a little bit. Okay, everything's a prime that got factored, but you know what I mean. Really love it.
The number generator form is my true contribution to TVL.
Here we go. So we've got how many on this page? That would be, okay, so up 34. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Tana Larson. Okay, you just won one of the keys. So I'll be sending you that. Yeah,
Congrats.
so here you go. Congrats. I know you said you'd love to give that to your friends, so you can send that over to your friends then. Congrats to them and you. So I have gone ahead and I'm going to send you that now as a key. There it is. Alton 11 light. Boom. Sent to you. Now we're going to do another. Let me turn some Christmas music back on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What's this for? This is for Ableton 11. We have one more giveaway after this, which will be the group class. So I gave away 2 monologues. I gave away 2 Volcas. We're giving away 3 keys for Ableton Live Lite. And then we gave away 1 seat for a 6-week group course. And then we're going to give away some other lessons to a commenter after the stream. So that is our giveaways. Let's see here. Okay, here we go. And the next one. Click the random number. 60. Let me go and dig on that one real fast. Okay, 60. So that would have been 1, 2, 13 is how many's on the first page. Okay, so 13. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, and 60 is Montesinos Gonzalez. Welcome. I didn't say your first name because I don't know if it's a dead name or not, so I just didn't want to dead name you. So welcome, you've got that, and I'm gonna just go ahead and send you this key here. Thanks for participating, and thanks for being here, everyone. All right, we've got one more. Here it is. Just kidding. Gotta build some suspense. Drum roll, please. Okay, here we go. Sometime, and the winner is... Woo! I don't know. Who is it? Who's it gonna be? When's it stop? 62? Is this rigged? Okay,
Hey guys,
60.
How you doing? So, what we're going to do today is we're going to
I was
talk
like, what
about...
is that? I'm like, who's that? It's from the video that came after. Okay, 62 is gonna be ABL1. Get back there. 62 is Eva Pepperell. You have won.
Congrats, Eva.
Congratulations. 62, what is 60 and 62? Rigged. Oh, okay. Thank you again, Ellie and Mar, for those awesome keys. That was awesome to give those away. Okay. All right, so that's sent to you as well, Eva. Woof. We did it, folks. We did our main giveaway today. Isn't that sweet?
Woo.
Now I think some music. Some more music I think would be nice. Dexter. Dexter comes out in 3.5 hours, folks. The new episode. I think it's episode 8. I kind of want to play some microtonal music. But I don't feel like going back there. You know what I mean? It's kind of far away. Ooh. Here we go. Let's see if this works. Yes?
I am probably gonna go.
Yes.
Thank you so much for having me for this Christmas.
Thank you for being here this Christmas. You were an absolutely wonderful guest to have here, and you made it very enjoyable, and it's always so fun to work with you. Always such a pleasure. Okay?
You too.
Everyone, say goodbye to Clover.
Goodbye, everybody. It was so nice hanging out with you all today, and I hope you all have a great holiday. And thank you for all the compliments. There are so many. But yeah, it
Oh,
was
you got
really
so
nice
much.
to
You
meet
got
you
so
all.
much love. It was wonderful.
Really, really. All right, take care, everybody.
Bye, everyone. Well, bye,
Bye.
Clover. Sorry, not everyone. I'm staying here, everyone.
Bye.
I'll be here for a bit longer. Bye, bye. Alpha Feeder saying, okay, folks, now we're going to turn into a music time, some other vibey stuff, and then I'll wrap up, a little bit more music. Oh, let me just fix this little display. Boom. And then here I am. Hello, it's me. Let me shrink myself just a little bit. Okay, there's that. Okay, and I think that's the edge of it. Nope, okay, it goes all the way out to there. Why does it seem like the bottom's cut off? Oh, because the bottom is cut off. I see. Okay, now I can get rid of that. How's Z's left eyeball? It's kind of funny. My eyes. They're green, and I have a little brown spot. A brown spot in my eyes. I can get rid of my name. I think most people know my name. Yes, I think the new Dexter's incredible. Not only do I think it's redeeming how it ended last time, I think it's some of the best that Dexter's ever been, honestly. It's amazing. I think the freezing cold setting works so good for Dexter. Like, I just love the environment of Dexter and the idea of that show being set in a cold place. I just think honestly, it feels amazing. I love the new season. I cannot wait to watch the new episode tonight. That's pretty much what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hop off here, eat some food after I play some music here, and then gotta go. Take care, okay? I'll play some outro music. We'll probably stick around for another 15 minutes. I think I'm gonna make some. How do you see this? Oh wait, I'm not trying to show you my boobs, but we are trying to show you this down here. Oh, here we go. Some beats. We're gonna make some beats, folks. Okay. This is the Digitact. This is the Digitact. This is the Analog Heat. Both are very cool. And we're gonna make some beats from scratch, okay? So you can see how I like to make beats. So we're gonna do some beat making. I'll keep taking questions and stuff too, but we're gonna do that. Gotta get going. Yes, it was so wonderful having you here, Nessie. I'll probably do some music for a bit and then wrap up. Let's see. Let's make a brand new project file. So we're just gonna go load project file. Something brand new all together. Save, don't save. Save changes. Yes, okay. So now we've got a scratch project here. Okay. Those are like the defaults, right? So first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go drag some samples in here. I've loaded a lot of different samples onto this thing. Let's see, samples. I've loaded a lot of different samples onto this as I've been working on it. There's some stems that I made. So I cut up some Alicia Keys tracks, okay? And we've got a couple of those. So I'm gonna go ahead and got that. And then I got some Supremes. Then I got some Bill Evans. Thank you so much, Rose. It's wonderful to see you. So I've got some Bill Evans. I'm going to grab that. I'm going to grab some of this Alicia Keys stuff. Those are going to be our main. I'm going to load those into the project. So we got 6 of those. You should get a Fight Stick and use that as a controller. That'd be sweet. Okay, so here's that. Yes. And now we're gonna go ahead and get some kicks in here, we're gonna go ahead and get some drum stuff. So let's see. It's a nice kick. It's a nice little clap. Some hats. Now I don't like that hat. I've used that too much. It's a nice kick. I don't want that snare. Nice kick. 808. Gotta have that. Maybe I'll take that just in case we need it. A rim shot's always nice. That's a nice little dun 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 like heartbeat kick. Some samples I made. Microtonal stuff. We're not gonna be using those because we're not doing microtonal beats right now. Well, we will, but not that way. Here's some microtonal choir I made. Oh, by the way, Angelina, I'm gonna make 30-minute lessons available soon. So I know you've been asking about that for like, it feels like months. Ooh, that's such a fat kick. I think I'll grab it. Nice little shake. That's cool. Oh, it's my dad. Hello, Dad. You're on live stream with a bunch of people, so don't say anything crazy and don't give away any of your personal information. Hi, how are you?
Hello, honey. I love you. Merry Christmas.
I love you too. Merry Christmas. I called you so you could tell Merry Christmas to everyone in chat as well, like you did.
Hello, everyone in the chat. How's everybody today? Daddy loves you all.
Yes, we're doing great. We're about 5.5 hours into our 3rd annual Christmas live stream. I gave away a bunch of synthesizers. I gave away some music equipment, gave away some lessons. So we're just having a nice time, and I'm making a little bit of music right now.
Awesome sauce. I'm just enjoying the day at the beach.
You're out on the beach right now?
I just came in from there. I'm in my hotel room right now here in Daytona Beach.
Love that. How's your day been so far?
Good. Had sweet and sour chicken, and I've got your mother's ashes were dumped at the ocean, and so was Butter's. I sent you a video clip of it.
Oh, I don't think I got it. Really?
Yeah, it's on there. Yeah, I sent it to you on Messenger and on text message, so you got 2 of them.
Okay, I'll definitely check that out. That's
Yeah, it
really...
was real nice. And we went to the dog park, and Noah had fun at the dog park today.
Aw. Well, I'm sure he's good at the dog park.
Yeah, he had fun. Me and Shay Shay had fun. We're having a nice time for Christmas.
Good. I'm glad you got someone there with you. You can spend it with. Mark and I had a nice little morning. He's with some friends right now celebrating Christmas, and I'm here doing my stream. So it's been cool over here.
That's beautiful.
Yep, I'm just making beats and stuff right now.
Awesome. I've been watching football, but now we can't find the football game. There's one somewhere, but I don't know if it started yet or not.
You could probably Google it.
Yeah, I'd probably watch it on my telephone or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've had a nice Christmas, haven't we, honey? Yeah, we have.
Aw, I love that.
It's good.
Oh, they say, oh, your dad is so wholesome. Merry Christmas, disease daddy. Merry Christmas, disease dad. Oh, sweet. They say you sound like a sweetheart. Oh, your dad's cute. Holy hell, I'm crying. My real dad never said something like that to me. Oh, my dad and I are so close. We love each other so much. Yeah, I would say.
Love everybody.
Aw. Yeah, my dad and I are like, he's pretty much probably the closest person to me in my whole world. So, my dad loves me very much, and you're proud of me, right, Dad?
Well, I couldn't be more proud if you was me. Yeah, I'm proud of you, honey.
Thanks, Dad. I love you.
You're awesome.
I love you.
Best daughter in the world.
Yep. Well, I appreciate that a lot. But yeah, so I'm just making some beats here. Z's dad, so including. Someone says, I love you. Such a wholesome father. I wish my dad was like that.
I wish all your daddies were like me.
That's how fathers should be, in my opinion, you know?
Well, yeah, unconditional love forever.
I agree completely. That's what I tell everyone, you know, if there's anything that I feel like very thankful for, it's that my family loves me very much.
Oh yeah, they're special in our eyes.
Yep.
We love you.
I love you too. But yeah, we've had a great stream so far. It's been really awesome. Do you remember when I called you last year for the Christmas stream?
I do. I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, this is our 3rd year doing it.
That's awesome.
Yep, it's been a lot bigger this year too.
It's
been a lot
bigger
of
every year, probably.
Yeah, we had a lot of cool super chats, and we had a lot of people sort of donate stuff, and we did a lot of cool giveaways, and there's been a lot of awesome questions. We did a bunch of demonstrations with voice stuff. It's just been really, really awesome so far.
So it sounds like a learning experience.
Definitely a learning experience. Yeah, there's been lots of voice training and voice theory, some music, and now I'm just cooling it down with a little bit of music before I go and relax for the rest of the evening.
That's wonderful, honey. I'm glad you're having a Merry Christmas.
Thanks, Dad. You too. I love you.
Love you too, honey, baby.
All right, I'm gonna hop off here and get back to making some beats.
Tell all the kids I love them.
They can hear you. They can hear you. You can talk to them directly.
Love you all. Merry Christmas to all the LGBT community.
Aw, thanks, Dad. I love you too. All right, bye. Cheers.
Bye.
Aw, so that's my dad. He's really great. Okay, so now we're gonna go ahead here and take that. How sweet. Oh, Jody, thank you so much. To unconditional love from parents, it's a blessing, honestly. I think it's the biggest superpower, honestly. I think that it's one of the most important things. So, yes, now for some sick. Oh, thank you, Dom. I appreciate that. It's great to hear with you. That was so cool, wholesome. Yeah, my dad's awesome. It's so funny. Like, I'm so thankful. And it's always funny when you, like, talk to, like, transphobes and they're like, oh, your dad must be so. It's like, dude, my dad's so proud of me. Like, what? I love owning trans people or transphobic people with that. Let's see here. Okay, so we're gonna make some sounds. Ooh, yeah. He also sent a text. Oh, he sent me a text. Cool. Yeah, my mom passed away about 11 years ago, and her sort of what she wanted to do with her body is she wanted to get it cremated, and then she wanted to have her ashes dumped in the oceans of Florida. I haven't been down there to do it, so my dad did it today on Christmas. So he sent me a video of that. So my mom is at rest, I guess, in the ocean. Cool, so we're just gonna make a little beat here. I'm gonna make this a little longer now. We're gonna go ahead and do a 36 scale for this. Actually, we'll do 16 at first and get a template going. So there's that. I love this Digitact if you're not familiar with the workflow on it. My condolences, thanks. I appreciate that. I've gotten to handle death pretty well, you know? It's kind of it's just a part of life. Okay, so now we got a little kick going. So we're gonna go boom, book, boom, book, boom, boom, book. How about boom? Okay, so we'll go there. Track. Boom, dunk. Okay, we'll start with a little simple beat at first. Start something out, and then we're gonna go ahead here. Go back to pattern 1. Track. Maybe add a little bit of 8th note hi-hat. Just a little bit of that action at first. Maybe add some distortion. Dirty it up just a bit. Yeah, okay. Cool, so we got that started. Just a little thing to get our brains going for a moment. And then I'm gonna grab this, which is a Bill Evans sample loop that I cut myself. So we're gonna go ahead and add this in, and I'm gonna go and put this track. Let me go track 5. We're gonna go ahead and put that here and there. Yeah, now we're cooking. And then we're gonna make this a little bit more diverse, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and double this. Okay, now we're doubled. And then on the second one, we're gonna change where it starts. Cool. Cool, okay. There we go. Yeah, now we got something going on. My recovery is going great. Thank you for asking. I've managed to do pretty good today. That's kind of nice. Ooh, like that. And then I'm gonna go ahead and add another little I'm gonna go ahead and add a couple right here that are short and kind of clicky, you know? And I'm gonna make them a little higher pitch. There we go. Cool. Excellent. Now we're maybe gonna add some LFO to this. Yeah. A little bit more movement, you know? This is one of my favorite things to do on the Digitact. Is you take like that sample that's like the main melody thing, right? And then you modulate the LFO of the sample start. So it kind of has this like moving sensation. Add a bit more distortion in it. Woo! I'm gonna go ahead and add more hats. Woo! Ooh, and then I gotta make that first one have infinite sustain. This is a cool trick for the Digitact in case you don't know this. One thing I like to do is when I'm working with long samples like this, I like to make the first one's amplitude infinite. So then you can do something like this. So now I made now I made it infinite. So then when I loop it a bit, and then whenever I stop it, it'll play the whole thing. Then you can drop back in. Yeah, baby. Now I've got this little modulation of the sample level. Kind of makes it feel almost like a tremolo feature. Maybe add some modulation to the reverb synth. Yeah, so that's how I like to make beats, you know? And the cool thing about the Digitact is I can instantly just pivot this. Like, now I don't even know this will be different. Ooh! That's fire! Ooh! That's right. And I kind of want some brr, brr, kind of hi-hats, brr, 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 you know, that kind of stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and re-trigger it. So the re-trigger is gonna be for 16th note length. And then it'll be here. Ooh, there we go. And then I'll just copy this. There we go. And I'm gonna make this one go higher. So it's like this. Yeah, there we go. I might modulate the kick a little bit. I'm gonna move the pitch on that a bit. How pretty is that? Yeah, so I just like to make some beats like that. No, I'm not recording the Digitac separate. I'm not doing anything separate. It's just a jam, you know? I'm not making anything serious out of this. But I like that jam. And it's cool, you can go between them. Like, let me go back to that one kick. I like how you can like go, I like how you can go like back to... I'm just gonna go ahead here and copy this pattern. Function copy, copy pattern, go here. Now it's blank, function paste, boom. Now we've got this new pattern here. And what I'm gonna do for this one is I'm gonna break it down a little bit. Maybe like a little doo 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 doo. Is this that? Oh. And then I just want to make it so it's like I want to make it like a 2-bar thing. I don't even want to make it, I just want to make it a real small little fill, basically like a sort of maybe almost like a beat like that. So then hit yes, and then I want to not just have it be straight kick on the floor. I kind of want it to be pattern. All right, just track 1. You saw Bill Evans play live? That would be a dream. That's like actually a dream of mine. I'm so sad that I'll never get to hear Bill Evans play live. So it is what it is. Dating yourself a little bit there, true, but that's amazing. That is so cool. I wish I could hear Bill Evans live. Oh my God. Bill Evans is one of my favorite artists of literally all time. Bill Evans is so influential on me in every single way. Someone said it's inverted. Yeah. Two things about that. One, yes, I wish I could go back and hear Sophie live as well. Rest in peace, Sophie. Big Sophie fan. Huge. Sophie's just amazing and iconic and wonderful. So rest in peace, Sophie. Let's see here. Yeah, I've got a Bandcamp. I've got 5 albums out. I've actually created 10 albums, but only 5 of them exist currently on the internet. And I'm trying to finish my final one. And I also have a double LP coming out for Microtonal performances, which sound really dope. How'd you pull that one chord off? Which one? I'd love to talk about it. What's it? I haven't played like 12-note keyboard in a while. I mostly play microtonal stuff, which I prefer quite a bit more. So what do you all know about this thing? This monster, this beast, this demon. What do you all know about it? I think I'm about to play some for you. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take the output of we're gonna say goodbye. We're gonna say goodbye to the piano for now. We're gonna do something else. So goodbye, piano. Wave it farewell. This is another demon altogether. Let me get my camera just a little more. I'm trying not to let my boobs slip out, but I can't really wear a bra because I'm still healing from surgery. So, yeah, it is what it is. Okay. So here we are. We're gonna go ahead and just modify this. Can you all hear that? Oh, it's still attached. Hold on. There we go. Get those off. Okay, folks. You know what this is? This thing's insane. Just get ready, okay? Ooh, sorry. Let me just adjust this. Oh, I see. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, so this is the Pulsar 23. This thing is absolutely bonkers. It can create the craziest, most heavy, insane sounds ever. So I got the Strymon pedals in the back. That is correct. I'm trying to put them on a pedal board soon. So I'm gonna go ahead and take this LFO here. I'm gonna go ahead and attach it to CVN. We're gonna go ahead and make this a bit more like this. How do I, oh yeah. Okay, so I need to turn this off for a sec. kicker. I've got this MIDI, so I've got this plugged in via MIDI, and this now, let me just set this up so that it can control these. Rest in peace, ears. Yo. Okay, let's see here. Okay, function, source, there we go. So function, click, channel 1. Function, click, channel 2. Function, click, channel 3. Function, click, channel 4. So now I can do the beats on here, which make it way easier to control. So I'm gonna go ahead and then mute all the upper tracks. Cool. And then those will go. I'm gonna make that shorter real fast. Sorry, it's kind of loud. There we go. Much better. Cool. And we're gonna go to track, kick. Boom, boom. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, okay. crazy. Okay. So that was a bit of Pulsar 23. I love this machine. I pretty much play this machine with a ton of distortion. Every time I play it, I love it. So it's so fun. And let me unplug this just a little bit. We'll do a little bit more piano and then we'll start to wrap up. I love the Pulsar 23. I did this improvisation with it when Lumitone Company was here filming me, and I loved that so much. Let's see. There we go. Okay. That was fun, right? Whew. Lots of distortion, but hey, we like that. I know. See, that's the thing, is it's not that I loved it. Okay. Here's the thing. That machine has the best distortion I've ever heard in my life. Period. I have played with a lot of distortion. Nothing comes close to that distortion. And when I play it, I just can't help but turn it up, the distortion, because it's just incredible. It's just unbelievable what that machine does when it takes in sound. So, oh, what the heck? Oh, let me, oopsie. Let me go ahead and do this. Oh, let me just fix my little camera there, display off real fast, and pull that back up. Whoopsie. Y'all saw my messy ass desktop. Okay, let's see. Let me go ahead and pull this up just a little bit. Let me reset this thing. Okay. Let me go do that. Doop, 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 doop. Okay.
Recording in progress.
Recording
stopped.
Okay, much better. Okay, and then there's that, and let me just return my camera back on. I was doing like a screen capture thing because I had Clover on. I didn't know how to do sort of camera source with screen. I don't know, it was too much confusion for me. So let me just fix that. So let me restart my camera. Okay, and then y'all should be able to see me now again, right? Everything's the same as it was. Okay, folks, we're getting close to the wrap up. Oh, let me fix this stupid camera. There we go. Okay, now it's like super close to me. Let me move it further away. Okay, we're good now. So let's see here. Someone said, I think I'm more of a piano person. Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, that noisy stuff's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's one of my favorite things, and I wanted to play a little bit of Pulsar before I started to wrap up our stream here today. Let's see here. I'll play a little bit of microtonal stuff from some of the recordings that I did for Lumitone Company. So in case you don't know, that's the Lumitone back there. I was going to play it for the stream, but it's so far back there I can't read chat when I'm playing it, so I didn't decide to get it out today. But their main content guy came all the way to where I'm at in Indiana, and we did a whole awesome photo shoot, and it looks incredible. It's super professional, and so I'm looking forward to sharing that with everyone. But in the time while I was doing that, I actually managed to perform a double album worth of material. So there's literally, like, check this out. So there's all these. Here, you can actually just see. Isn't that crazy? And there's actually a couple more I need to export, but these are all like long level like improvisations and like jams and stuff, you know? So like if I like play, like really all of these are really cool. Check out this. I don't play Mavilla very often. This is a really interesting sound. So I'll go ahead and, so just a couple little samples of the Lumitone album that I'll be dropping. This one's probably the weirdest track out of all of them. I used a physically modeled string thing. Aw, me and my mom wanted you to play Christmas. We loved it. I'm so glad you loved it. Thank you, Dom. I appreciate that. And hello, Dom's mom as well. Let's see here. So I'm going to go ahead and just pull this up. A little VLC for me and you. And we're going to do a little bit of music listening. Let me know if you can hear this when I play it. Whenever it does play. VLC is doing that weird thing where it doesn't actually work. You know what I mean? Does anyone else's VLC do that? It just doesn't work. I feel like mine does that all the time. Then it waits like a while and then randomly opens. I'll just play it with this instead. Okay. Never mind. Because I bought that software and I'm getting DRM'd by software that I bought. Hate that. Really hate that. Okay, I guess I'll use Winamp. Winamp's gotta work, right? I mean, okay, here we go. This one's a really weird jam. This was jam number 9, Mavillian strings. And Mavilla is a very weird tuning system. I did it with this weird, aw, thank you, Hazel, welcome. I did it with this interesting physically modeled string instrument thing where it kind of sounds almost like, isn't that interesting? It has like a very different timbre. This is Mavilla though. It's a very weird tuning. It's the weirdest tuning I play on the record. Isn't that so weird? It's so pretty though. What country are you from? It definitely might have some connection. So there's that kind. Here's 1 in 31. Impressions on Danny Boy. I'm glad you all like that Mavilla one. There's very little music in the world that uses systems like that. It's very strange. You Must be the daughter of Bill Evans. Thank you. That's really sweet. I love Bill Evans. One of my favorite artists ever. Bill Evans is one of the most influential artists in history on me. So yeah, this is a little snippet of one of the pieces off of my double album. It's a experimental sort of keyboard microtonal album. I love music. Thank you all for being here too. You get to let me just make music and teach voice. Isn't that crazy? Okay, so I won't spoil, okay? I don't want to spoil them, because these will all be releasing as a double album, but I'm going to play a couple more just to kind of tease the ears a bit. This one's cool. These are all live improvisations shot with actual like camera on a stabilizer with someone actually filming and like in an amazing space. It was awesome. We did 2 days of filming, about 10 to 12 hours per day of filming. And we got tons of footage, and it's all going to come out as like a... You should try playing the oud. I got an oud yesterday. My oud came yesterday, actually. So I am going to start learning oud. Oud is the next instrument that I'm picking up. And this is another one that this is another one of those that we recorded for the thing. Let's see, how do I pull this open? I want to jump forward a bit in it, but I don't know how, because I'm on... Okay, I see. Oh, I think there's a glitch. Hold on. I'm glad you like that timbre. It's one of my favorites. So I don't want to spoil it. And then there's this one, which is really cool. Ambient guitar in 34. There seems to be sound going on in the background. I think I gotta clean that file up. Thank you, Nasir. I really appreciate it. How is it so warm? Thank you. I'm glad you all like it. You're surprised you've been a musician for more than 10 years, and I'm probably just surprised hearing that someone who's never played anything. That is the beauty of microtonality. to spoil it. These will all be on the double album. Okay, so just teasing. I'll tease one more, another very weird one maybe. The vocals are just an improvisation. The whole album is improvisation. All this was one take. No, just take it and play, you know? I did like 23 takes, and there's 23 different vibes, 23 different energies, and it's what the album's based around. Yeah, Sevish and I'd say are friends, or perhaps acquaintance. We both quite like each other's work. And I did a fast one. This one probably needs edited a little bit. Oh, I messed up there, so I had to restart. But yeah, there's like super high quality footage. It's the most high quality video I've ever been a part of, and it's for all of these. So every single one of them got recorded. There's like so many cool, like I think this one's really cool. What is it? Check this out, this is crazy. Yeah, this one's crazy. This just came out of nowhere. That was a short one we did. It was just a little vibe, a little spark of energy. Yeah, I love Microtonal. It's the best. Ooh, neutral piano. This one's weird. This will tickle the ears. This one. How did you go from doing this from 15 to all this? Lots of practice. From the ages of like 15, well, maybe from the ages of like 17 to like 24, I spent anywhere between 8 to like 14 hours a day making music. I studied music in college. I have a degree in music theory and music composition. And then I got into microtonality when I was 27, and I've been doing that for about 3 years or 4 years now. And microtonality has kind of opened up music for me in so many different ways. Although I don't know why those little roads are happening on top of it. A lot of practice is really the answer. So this was another improv from this album. Take my lashes off. They're bothering me. Oh, that shouldn't be there. Sorry. Oh, that ruined it. Oh well. Oh, that thank you's playing. But yeah, so I mean, there's some of the microtonal music coming out from me. See, the thing is, most people think microtonality. When most people think of microtonal music, they think it has to be ugly or dissonant or, wow, look at how wacky and, crazy it is. No, that's not why I like it. For me, microtonality is not a novelty anymore. It's just the way that I think about music. It's just, why would I limit the pitch control? Do they have more than 12 sounds? Yes. This has 31 pitches. Ooh, listen to this. This has 31 pitches. This is beautiful. But yes, this will be all on my double album. It's an improvised album of microtonal keyboard on the Lumitone with high quality video. There'll also be these promo videos coming out from Lumitone that'll be really exciting, so be on the lookout for those. I'm officially endorsed by Lumitone. That keyboard back there, I'm officially, woo, which is really cool. So yeah. And yes, they do have more than 12 pitches. Some of that was 34, some of that was 31, some of that was 12 and just, some of that was 31 and just, some of that was 23. So it just depends on whatever you want, and that's really the beauty of microtonality, is it lets you pick what you want. What pitch do you want? What pitch relationships do you want? The thing is not pre-built for you. It's you get to build pitch, and you get to build your relationship to pitch and what pitch means in your music. So, yeah. Do you have a favorite 12-tone system? What do you mean by that? Favorite 12-tone system? Do you mean like modality, tonality? Do you mean like a favorite 12 neji? Or, because 99% of 12-tone music in the Western culture uses the exact same system. Like it just uses 12 EDO. What do you mean by that? I'd love to answer that question. Thank you all so much for listening to. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't. Oh, and also, like temperament, well, 12 is all a temperament. So 12 note equal temperament is what it is. It's basically a mean tone temperament. I don't really like temperament. I use just intonation primarily, but I do like 34 and I do like 31 in terms of equal tunings. I don't think of them in the way that we normally think of temperaments though, because I don't like that. I'm more of a either just intonated composer or JI agnostic, or sort of types of well-tempered systems. Oh yeah, so that would depend on what you mean. A well-tempered system means you take a temperament base and then you nudge it around to make it slightly more tuned. I do that kind of stuff, but I do it with just intonation. So I'll take an equal thing and then I'll try to make it just intonated and do that and so on. Okay, I think I'm gonna hop off here because we're coming up on 6.5 hours. That's about how long I try to shoot for my Christmas streams. I'm a little tired. I'm gonna go chill and everything like that. Thank you all so much for being here. Remember, there's one more giveaway for lessons. Just comment after this video goes live underneath the video. It will be open for 2 days and you can still win lessons. Okay? So I'm going to end the stream here. Please, everyone, hearts in chat. Thank you all so much for the super chats, the questions. I'll go ahead and plug all my stuff one more time before I go because, we are on YouTube. That's what it's partly for. So I'm going to go ahead. There is my Patreon if you want to join the community or support what I'm doing. Currently, the Patreon money is going into building a resource that will help trans people in a big way. So that's where all that's going. If you want to support that, please feel free. And then here is our booking page in case you want to work with Clover or I, or you'd like to be in our 12 or 6 week long group course. I gave away a bunch of stuff. Don't forget to comment after the video, underneath the video, not in the live stream, underneath the video on the YouTube in order to be entered into giveaway. Girls Rock 47, thank you so much for that last little super chat. Greatly appreciate it. And then I'll plug my music, my social media stuff. There's that. And of course there's my music, and of course here's my Twitter. If you don't follow me on Twitter, you might as well. I don't post too often, but sometimes I post some bangers. Oh wait, that's twitter.home. Whoopsie. Let's see here. I got a message on Twitter. Oh, cool. By a friend of mine. Okay, so here's this, my Twitter, and then I'll hit up my Instagram if you want to follow that. I'm so glad you all had a great stream and you found it interesting. It was a great mix of music and voice theory and voice education and all kinds of stuff. And there's my Instagram. And otherwise, don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't. And oh my God, thank you, Natalie. That really means so much. And thank you so much for your super chat. That was just crazy. I think that was the biggest one that I've ever gotten ever. So it really means a lot. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, everyone. Goodbye. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. I can't wait to get back into making more YouTube videos more frequently. And hopefully that editor who messaged me earlier, I can kind of work with them on creating more frequent content from my live streams. It's entertaining and fun while I'm also working on the big picture videos. Love you so much. Already on Patreon. Just booked my first month with Clover. Awesome. I can't wait to have you grow, and Clover will take great care of you. Take care, everyone. And goodbye, okay? Cheers. Bye.